Me?
Yeah, nothing, right? Nothing?
Yeah.
Watch. Ready? It's hard to do.
Okay, one.
Good.
没有绳子，我刚刚弄一下没绳。
Do it again, Brad. Do it again. Watch.
但是它只做那一根会动，其他灯都不会动。
厉害。It's hard. Thank you.
You're right.
Nothing. Nothing. Good luck. Sound mystic. Regular day is much shining something. Get it one more time.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To SABA Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your PODCLAS and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp, their beauty like circumpolar constellations, and their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything, are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's like that's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it, made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahi Hawass himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Put the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Medu Neter, The only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters. Answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building. And he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word, I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a song.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun Was Ankh-Senamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Ankh-Senamun. Or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Ankh-Senamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological Netzer, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Ankh-Senamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Ankh has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Ankh-Senamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Ankh-Senamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. And that's why that is symbolism. Ankh-Senamun and Aset will agree.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No,
Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV, House of Consciousness. Y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO, I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetter, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemetic.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Mic check, mic check. Peace and mic check. Can everyone hear me? Mic check, mic check. Greetings and peace, everyone. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Let me check the room. Press the 9 if you can hear me well. Let me see. I see the 9s. I see the 9s. There they are. Now they're coming in. The 9s are coming in well. Peace and love to everyone here at the beautiful Tehuti Podclass. Let me go ahead and see who's in attendance so far, because today, which will become tonight, which may even go into tomorrow, is a special class. All the classes are special, but there's some interesting questions that have been sent in so far. I see the questions still coming in, and today's going to be special due to that. Let me go ahead and see. I see Robert Williams in the room. I see CZ. I see Yeats TT. I see Nook. I see more wisdom. Who wants to see more wisdom? I see Shesh Shahet, the future oracle. I see Primordial Thought, who says, who points to his name because his name is, how does it work? Here. His name is 9. So he's pressing a finger towards his name, which is 9. Peace and love, everyone. I see a brother named Rob Lowe. Did he press a 9? He says, well, my name is Ra Nam is Atun Ka Ra. Oh, here we go. Okay. I like Atun Ka Ra. There we go. Rob Lowe is an actor in the late 80s. But shout out to Atun Ka Ra. That's a very, very powerful name. Excellent. Speaking of powerful names, we got Ak Safek, who got his name changed by me in the dream state. Shout out to Ak Safek. Peace to you. Caleb presses a 9. Caleb says, Ma'at Hotep to the Nefer, Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, the creator of more Nefer lives introduced to Ma'at. Shout out to you, wonderful. Excellent. Where's Angela straight out the gates? She's burst out of the gates and she's not going anywhere. She is consistent here. She is here every pod class. She's one of the first people in here before the pod class even begins. That's Angela, straight out the gate. Peace and love to Angela, straight out the gate. ERI, all the way from UK. Peace to you, good young brother. You look like one of my sons. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to you. And then we have Anu and Antu. They both press a 9. Anu and Antu. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. We have Punuk says, you did not give anything he earned. You did not give Saba anything he earned. I'm not sure what that comment. Punuk, shout out to you. And absolutely, I don't remember anyone giving me any type of handouts. I just work in the synchronicity of people. And to also clarify that, shout out to all the beautiful people who do give me things, because I get gifts repetitively. I have a gift coming this morning. I had Minty Hotep over here at almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm bringing gifts. I have gifts given to me, so people definitely give me certain things. And why do they give me those things? Why do I get gifts? That is because what Punuk is saying. Every single person who's ever given me anything is because they're repaying me back. That's what they say. I've never actually met someone giving me anything. It's an interesting relationship that I do have with people. Peace and love to all my students and everybody. When I meet people, just to comment on this, because I was actually talking about this to the brothers in our last meeting. When I meet people, the relationship starts off with me giving. Every single relationship. There's nobody that's ever seen Tehuti for the first time, either performing a magic show or doing a lecture, or just walking on the street, or just with my serpents, and they just said, brother, I get a good vibe off you. I want to help you. Here, take this. Let me give you this. Let me give you this. Let me walk you through. Let me raise your consciousness. Let me help you. Let me assist you. Let me do this. What do you need, brother? I have had not one relationship ever actually start off like that. Every single relationship I've ever had, every single one, has actually started off the reverse. The relationship is me coming in contact with someone and immediately start teaching them, answering their questions, changing their lives, giving them fitness advice, giving them health advice, out-of-body advice, walking them through the Medunetta, breaking them out of religion. I have people in the room right now, maybe from 1994, that can attest to that. So the reciprocity begins when the person gives me back something. And some people may be under the illusion that they're giving me something. And I said, why? Why are you giving me anything? Why are you doing anything? And the answer is the same echoes amongst all of the students, and that is to repay you back, Saba, for doing this, making me a man, transforming me into a woman, letting me see my children that were miscarried, letting me see my mother that passed, breaking me out of Christianity, breaking the matrix, quadrupling my income, creating me into a millionaire. 2 millionaires have been created. And what I can do to pay you back, Saba, is here. I offer you this. I offer you that. And once the person gives me back, that is actually the vibration of reciprocity. Reciprocity begins there. The actual giving begins with Tehuti. The actual beginning begins with me seeing a young lady at a club and just start breaking out knowledge, seeing a brother named Mahati homeless and start breaking out knowledge, seeing a brother named Scribe in the Killer Priest show and just start breaking him down, seeing Killer Priest, teaching him before and after the show starts, taking people homeless and putting them. It starts with that, and then everything else is just a payback. That's what everybody tells me, because they never started off saying, hey, that brother looks nice, I'm going to just help him out of the start. I'm going to start by helping him. It actually never starts like that. So peace and love to all those who have shown reciprocity because they appreciated the guidance and teachings that they've received from myself. And so they do reciprocity, which is a beautiful ebb and flow. So claim it as reciprocity, not as, I met this brother named Tehuti, he had a top hat on, I saw him, he had some snakes, and I just started giving him. I just started teaching him. I broke him out of the matrix. I just started teaching him fitness. I taught him how to curl. I taught him how to do bench presses. I taught him how to eat herbs, citrulline malate. I raised him up. I schooled him while he came and asked me. No, I've actually never, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that feeling is. I meet people that are homeless. I meet people that are stressed out. I meet people that are in religion. I meet people that are Muslims, Christians, want to break out. I meet people who are chain smokers for over 45 years. I break them out of chain smoking in 48 hours. I take Crips off the street, and within a few periods of time, they end up with Meduneder names, bringing the knowledge back to the Crips. This is what I do. So peace and love to everyone who appreciates what it is, and by giving the reciprocity, peace and love to you. But yes, Nook Panook, I've never met anyone in my entire life, maybe other than my mother, because she gave to me when I was a baby and I couldn't give anything to her. So maybe her. I'll give it to my mother. My mother actually gave to me when I was in diapers and sucking on a soother, and all I could do was wow, wow, mama. My mother was giving me food. So there's the one person. Peace and love to my mother for doing that several years ago. But other than that, ever since I became the age of 17 or so, no one has ever come out just helping me for no reason. Maybe my aunt when I was financially low, but as far as on the conscious level or raising me into anything or anywhere that I go or any platform or stage or wherever I'm at, nobody has given me anything whatsoever. Peace and love. Let's go ahead and get started with the proper frequency and vibration. Shout out to Nook Panook, Panook. We're going to start off with the proper frequency and vibration. That frequency and vibration is none other than the beautiful, wonderful affirmation. Therefore, I'm going to turn the music down just a tiny bit. Those who are new watching this, you can actually look at the screen and read it amongst us. You can send in a question. You can ask a question about it. And peace and love to those who are curious and want to know. Shout out to everyone in the room that wants to enhance to immortality. That is what this class is here for. So I'm going to go ahead and put the proper banner at the bottom of the screen. That is the reciprocity link. That will continue to scroll at the bottom of the screen. And now I'm going to remove it for a moment so that I can put the affirmation up so that that's not blocking the bottom of the affirmation. And then you all can read it with us. And then we'll put that banner back at the bottom of the screen. We're going to start at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at, en es, nin tet aset and Ma'at, min hepapet and Ma'at, her and hu kiyui, her e hoot. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious lights. Peace and love and greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. What is the Tehuti Podclass? Well, first, let me scroll back here because my screen doesn't move as fast as the actual time that this is taking place live when it comes to comments. And let me go ahead and first put that at the bottom of the screen and then move down, and there we go. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. The Tehuti Podclass is the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Shout out to my good brother, Dr. LaRoche. He actually sent in a request, and I wanted to correct just some lingo, just to break a little bit of matrix with everybody. And the brother meant the best. He's wonderful. He's a great supporter. He is just, his heart is just pure, seeking ma'at. And he had asked me in an email, which I'm going to show, can I do a show on this? Can I do a show on that? And I always want to correct, I want everybody to know that in the Tehuti Podclass, I actually don't do any shows. I don't do any show. I know that Mary Tyler Moore had a show, and I think Bill Cosby had a thing called the Bill Cosby Show. But one thing Mary Tyler Moore and Bill Cosby don't do is they don't hold question and answer classes. So these are question and answer classes. I actually prefer that over the word show, which Homie the Clown can have a show, and a pimp named Slinkback and all these different characters can have shows. This is a public class where you can actually send in questions with reciprocity. And when you send in a question, I actually answer that question. Once we start conflating the words with other things, then I start to be categorized with other people that do shows. Where here, the Tehuti Podclass is a completely unique experience, which is live question and answer classes with an ebook written for you, read and then taught live in front of everybody for reciprocity. But peace and love to the awesome brother, Dr. LaRoche. When you send in a question, just say, I have a question, can you do a class on such and such? Just so that the new people seeing this won't think this is equated with shows. I'm very particular with my wording because of the matrix, and it has nothing to do with the intention of the person. Dr. LaRoche is a wonderful, awesome, he's actually a doctor that helps people's lives, and peace and love to him. So this is the Tehuti Podclass because you can actually send in, it's the only thing that is like this on the entire internet, whereas there's millions of shows. I think even Noriega has a show called The Drunk Champions or something, and the foundation of that show is drunkenness, but could never be class. So this is the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome everybody. Peace to Dr. LaRoche, peace to Bijan Farrell, peace to ATTON, peace to Bella, peace to Antu, peace to all the great supporters. I see Chris Harris in the room, all the beautiful, wonderful people that are supporting Nook. And here we go, everybody. Welcome. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. This is going to represent, well, he represents what one of the questions that were sent in, the black and white. So his name is Namez. This is actually the husband of Renanette. And this is Namez the Cobra, and he represents what his name is. Namez means to enlighten, and it means wisdom expansion from the word nems or nemuz, which is a Medunetta word, which have ended up becoming an old Dogon word, which dealt with wisdom and knowledge and the expansion of the mind because of the Cobra's ability to expand its head, became symbolic of expanding the head of consciousness, and much, much more. I've done over 30 podcast questions on the Cobra. And it's black and white, represents duality, which we're going to be getting into today. One of the reasons why Freemasons created chessboards and wear black and whites at events, and the CIA floors black and white and such. We'll get into that another time. That's not today's class. But my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for several years. Breaking the matrix, my development came from the concept of biological imperative, which is the urge to survive in all of my aspects, not just survival in the physical aspect, but biological imperative is the ability to survive in all of your aspects, which actually creates the biological. And thus, when I was young, I was very attracted to these animals, which lived a life on biological imperative, which was to
survive. That was their way of life. They never had a religion. They never had any God coming to them that had to guide them. They seem to know for millions of years exactly what to do. It seems like God or whoever their creator is in Christianity seems to have pre-programmed the snake, because the snake never actually raises its children. The snake never actually does any classes, but as soon as a baby snake is born, it knows how to bite, it knows how to envenomate, it knows how to squeeze, it knows how to hunt, it knows how to use its tongue, similar to a Jacobson's gland. It knows how to exist, and it knows how to mate, and it knows exactly who and what to mate with. It knows how to burrow, it knows how to make a home. All of these things, all the animals seem to be able to do without the male squirrel teaching the young squirrels how to build a house, how to do this. They seem to know that you can release a squirrel and just put it in a forest, and it will immediately know how to collect the nuts and all of these things. And I found that humans were lacking this. I found that people had to be taught. So I realized there was an inner fight that was taking place in people. There must be some type of inner conflict that is taking place, where we couldn't just have one set path like all the other millions of creatures on the planet do. It seems like something is different about us from a snail, from a crab, from a dragonfly. It seems like every creature knows exactly what to do to survive, to hunt, to be itself. They don't seem to need eyeglasses. I've never seen an insect that needs eyeglasses. I've never seen anything in the wild have cancer, diabetes, stomach cancers, and all type of interesting things. I don't know how many times you've seen a lion brush its teeth, but for some reason lions aren't getting tooth decay. They're not getting their molar removed, wisdom tooth. And why are lions not getting these things removed? Why are gerbils and beavers not getting these things removed? It seems like they're living their natural life without the need of a doctor, without the need of a dentist, without the need of any type of diabetes diagnosis or anything, that colon cancer and mammary gland, this and that. And you know, it seems like they're living what's called a supernature life. And so ever since I was a child, I was out with them since I was a young man, not even in my double digits yet, as they call it today. Before I was even in my double digits, I was out with the animals in the swamps and the ponds and the fields. I was out catching turtles, swimming with turtles. And then one day I brought the turtle back to the pond that I had caught and released him beside me. And instead of swimming away, he stayed with me. And he actually attracted the other turtles to come, and we were swimming together in the pond, and I was walking, and they're swimming beside me, and they don't seem to be afraid. It seems like that turtle realized that I was not an enemy anymore, and somehow it communicated that with the other animals that were there, and we would walk the ponds together, and didn't seem to run away from me. So that was a beautiful experience that I had. And I ended up keeping that turtle. I ended up bringing that turtle to the pond on a regular basis. Let me turn off these. Sorry, man. Hold on. Come back up here, man. Come back up here. You're fast and swift and move too quick. Fast and swift and move too quick. Okay. How am I looking, everybody? On my screen, it seems to be clear. Somebody says my screen is blurry, but I can't help it. I don't know what. There's actually no way to fix that. Does everybody see me clear? I asked if you see me clear to press a 9. You still see me clear, everyone? Press a 9 and press a 9 if you can hear me and see me clear. Did everybody see me clear? Oh, Dr. LaRoche is right here. Wait a minute. Let me scroll up. Hey, peace to Dr. LaRoche. I stand corrected. Question and answer. Thank you. Dr. LaRoche is I would say from my observation of what I see from other people on particular channels, that Dr. LaRoche is actually of most people doing his best to actually keep his heart within Ma'at, which is absolutely commendable. How do I look, everyone? Is it blurry? Is it okay? Is it okay? Lisa Preston 9. Daniel LaRoche says buffering. Gabriel Union. Gabrielle Lopez. Gabriel Lopez seems to hear everyone. Okay, everyone else is fine. Wonderful. Let us continue. So, being that I was out in the ponds and the swamp with the animals, I started to mesh with them, and I would always bring home different animals to the house. I brought home ant colony, well, I was thinking we're ant colonies. I actually had to learn yet to find the queen for the ant colony. I brought home all type of different creatures to the household, and as time went on, I started questioning religions. I started questioning the particular religion that was in the household. I was studying particular books. I was using the knowledge I was getting from the animals, and I was questioning the religions that were going on in the household. I was actually very much in agreement with an organization movement called the Seventh-day Adventists at first. And I found that one of the reasons why I was in agreement with the Seventh-day Adventists, of course, because the family household was because in certain aspects they were actually sticking to what the Bible said. And I actually liked that, because if you're going by something, I like the discipline of it. I like the discipline of it. I like the eating of it. I like the doing things on Saturdays. I like the cutting off of the lights and all of these different things that were very appealing to me. So my actually first questioning was actually going out to other religions and posing the question to other religions to promote the Seventh-day Adventist one. That was actually the very first questioning. I was questioning like Sunday church goers. And as I was asking questions, I found the questions actually became pertaining to the entire Bible, which now included the Seventh-day Adventists and all the religions, and it ended up causing a disruption in my household because, of course, if you want peace in your household, there has to be a unified spiritual system or religion, because if not, then there'll be people quarreling and arguing, of course, and that's not how you raise a household. You can't have a father Catholic, mother Presbyterian, son atheist, and everybody sitting at the dinner table. Atheist is cursing out God. The Seventh-day Adventists is talking about Ellen G. White, and the Catholics talking about he worshipped the Pope as father. So that wasn't going very well. So it got to the point where it became too frustrating to continue that relationship in the household. So my mother actually wanted me to leave the household, and this is where biological imperative set in again, because I, of course, had nowhere to go. I had nowhere to go. So therefore, we set up a wager, and the agreement was, will I, because I don't know who suggested it, it was so long ago, but will I have a debate with the actual pastor of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, hey, there's my brother, Amin Min Rastud Atum. Shout out to this good brother here. He actually gave a donation a few podcasts ago after the class was done, and I actually gave him a shout out, but he wasn't in the class when he did. So I want everybody to be able to get the respect for the donations and support that they give. And his brother was so awesome. At one time, he actually is this the same brother? It looks the same. Amun Ma'at Ra. If that's him, but brother gave $33 for cobra food. If that's the brother, Amun Ma'at Ra. But shout out to the brother who I am speaking to. I saw a donation. I definitely acknowledged it a few podcasts ago. So he said he's SDA. He used to be SDA. Wonderful. That's so many people. It's an island thing too. It's an island thing. So anyways, we had a debate, and the debate went on for several hours, and the debate wager was that I win the debate, I get to stay in the house, and if I lose the debate, I actually have to leave the house. And of course, everything was set up for me to lose, because the judge of the debate was my mother, who was completely 100% with the pastor, no question at all. And so she ended up judging the debate by throwing him out of the house. Very unexpected. I was very surprised that I was this young man watching this pastor get thrown out of the house. She kicked him out of the house. And that's when I realized that knowing this information within and having it one with me will actually help keep a roof over my head. So the trophy of my very first debate was actually having a place to live, completely different from the internet situations of today. This is about having a place to live, and I won, and I got to not be in the rain. I got to live somewhere and stay there. I ended up teaching the people in the household, and the stress went down after some years, because she started seeing contradictions too within the churches in the Bible. So I ended up winning that debate. A couple days later, I had a notarized letter on my door. It was a restraining order. The restraining order was against me, and I was confused because I'm this young man, and I have not beat up any of my girlfriends. I've not I'm not a threat to society. I wonder what this restraining order is. I'm going through the restraining order. I see my name. I see the courthouse stand by the judge. I'm like, I must be in trouble. What's this? And I see that it was issued by the pastor who I had beat in a debate, actually issued the restraining order. So at that time now, I was not allowed to be around churches of that particular faith, and any church I was around, I could actually get in legal troubles, whatever legal troubles were for men of that age. I don't know if you can go to jail. I guess you can go to jail at 18 or so. I'm not sure, but how it was back then. But I was in legal trouble if I was to teach or even be around the church. I couldn't go in the church. I couldn't be within 50 or 100 feet from the church. And that set in biological imperative again, where now I had to watch my back and look around, because if I happened to be near a church talking and teaching the people, I could actually maybe arrested or whatever the fine was for the restraining order, which would question my livelihood again, because I had no job. I didn't know anything about working a job or such. I was just walking around teaching people and just being with catching animals and being with my animals and such. So that's in a biological imperative again. What did I do? I did the opposite. I went into the church and I set up what's called my first snake style. The first snake style that I did was to set up the people to ask the pastor questions by asking them questions, not to oppose them, but coming in as a humble Christian myself that was curious and posing questions that would make them question the pastor. When he walked in, boom, the whole church was now questioning the pastors. And I would do that from church to Bible study, go there 15 minutes before, and I wouldn't speak because remember, I have a restraining order. I'm not allowed to be in these type of situations. I don't want another restraining order or whatever. I'm not sure, because as a child, as a young man, I didn't know the laws. I didn't know that going against the church's teachings could actually get you in legal trouble. Raise your hand, anybody in the room, if you know anybody who teaches a doctrine against a church and they've gotten a restraining order. I don't know if that has existed in history before or after me, but I didn't know what to do at the time, so that's what I did. And by doing that, it set up a lot of students for me, because after the pastor couldn't answer the question, they would come to me on the streets or on the phone and ask me these questions, because the best way I found at that time to teach somebody or to make them question their religion was to make them ask a question within. That's actually what the snake style is. The snake style makes you ask a question within. I partly evolved that from a show called Columbo. I used to watch that. If I'm not with the animals, I'm watching Columbo. So it was making them not get the answers. Therefore, they weren't fighting with me, the opposing religion. They're actually fighting with their own pastor, which means that when they went home, they would feel dissatisfied from their own spiritual leader. That was the technique of the snake style that I was utilizing to get students. Make you question the leader. Me and you aren't debating. No. I'm of the pagans. I want you to question the leader. So that got a lot of students, and a certain city became converted. Hundreds of people were converted, not into any kind of way of life, because I was just breaking people out of the matrix. So you would just have meetings and such. That was biological imperative set in with me. And as time went on, I found a group of people that were actually teaching from these particular books that were questioning people, and I liked that. So I ended up joining that organization, because for the same reason that I was pushing the Seventh-day Adventist one as a child, because I said these people seem to be going to the root and questioning the roots of things, and I like that. Let me move from the Seventh-day Adventist, because that's flawed, and let me see what these people are about. I ended up joining that organization, and I climbed all the way to the top of the organization and actually surpassed the organization, and ended up becoming the teacher that the actual teacher told the entire organization to start. If you want to learn how to teach, go to the brother Amenhotep Ra. And it became a very strange situation, because a lot of students were coming to me, but a lot of other teachers were becoming jealous. But it wasn't anything that I did. It was the teachers told the entire movement, not 5 people, it was the entire movement that was there live or watching live or bought the video. If any of you want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep Ra. And that immediately placed all the other teachers below me, not by my words, but by the words of the teacher at that time. So many people were coming to me, and I was using a style similar to what you see at the podcast today, which was teach from multifarious sources and always have aspects of nature, which is biological imperative within the teachings. And I continued to teach like that. And then the teachers came to me and they surrounded me with torches, with burnt torches like the 1400s, and they threatened to burn all of my material that I was teaching from that was not coming from this the master teacher, as they would say. And I would say, why is that? I went to a class, the master teacher at the time, not my master teacher now, but at that time, just like the pastor was my teacher when I was a Seventh-day Adventist, and he's not anymore. I grew beyond that. My inner Ka led me to know that's not correct. And my inner Ka led me to know that other group was not correct as well. But there was a class where the master teacher at that time told people that he's going to take information that I was teaching. That was another setback for the other teachers. He said, I'm going to take this thing that you taught. He said, teach the class that thing you taught about that plant in nature. That wasn't in his books. I was teaching from nature. And I ended up teaching the class about the Morphophilus plant. And I used that to actually beat a pastor in a debate. And he said, I'm taking that. He said, none of y'all don't get mad. You all take my material. I'm going to take his. So this started causing a situation where other teachers were, it was uncomfortable. I was enjoying it because my heart is just pure to teach. So I don't know about politics and how to be above this person, and I don't know anything about that. I just want to save the world. So I'm just teaching. So anyways, I had been removed from that organization because the students said they're going to burn all my material. So that wasn't safe for me. I spoke to the teacher at that time, and he said the level that you are at, he said, I can't take the group there at once. I can't take the whole group to where you are, because he says I will end up losing what do you call the flock? I forgot his wording, but the sheep or the flock or the group of people in groups, and maybe some will stay like you and others, but he says I have to gradually do something. He had a method to something that he was doing. He said, but you're where you are. He said, that's above. He said, I can't bring everybody there. And then one day I got to class and he told the entire organization again, he said, that brother right there, Amenhotep Ra, he has a style of questioning that traps me. That's what that teacher said. He said, it traps me. He said, go ahead and ask that question. And I asked the question in front of about 1,500 people. And I was asking that question. He put himself in a cross position. And he said, look, I'm being crucified. He said a student gets to the point where he's crucifying his teacher. And so at that point, I knew that it was definitely between getting the threats from the brothers in the organization, being told that I'm above where the regular people are, being told that he's taking information from me, which is fine, but that I can't teach that information. The student said I can't teach the information that the teacher said he's taking from me, which is putting me in a state of schizophrenia and nervousness as I'm teaching. I'm like, the major teacher likes it, but the students say I can't teach it, but the teacher said he's going to take it. And I was like, I got to get out of here. This is too much. I'm not into the kind of chaotic type of energy. So I ended up leaving, and I ended up leaving basically homeless. When I left, like I stated earlier, my aunt assisted me. I had nowhere to go. And my aunt assisted me financially, and I was breaking down all type of information to her, talking to her, and she asked me a very interesting question. She said, are you getting paid for this? I said, no. She said, but there's people out there that are lecturers and doing tickets for lectures and talking way less than what you're teaching about, and they're actually getting paid because people appreciate them, and why aren't you? And I said, I never actually have thought of that before. I just wanted to save the world. I just wanted to save everybody out of the matrix. I was fine with having a roof over my head and basic. I had 2 meals a day, and I was fine with that. We used to drink water out of a well, and I didn't care about, I didn't know what it was to survive, because remember, I never had a job really. I never know anything. I just went from my mother to getting an apartment quickly to or going into the organization, the movement. So at any rate, as time went on, I realized, hey, in this world out here, this thing called money is needed and money is necessary. I never experienced this because I never knew about this. I was like, oh wow, so I gotta pay my own rent. When I was living on a particular land, everything was kind of taken care of. Like, I gotta pay rent. What is all this? What's going on here? I don't have I was kicked out of school at grade 9, expelled from school for trying to burn it down with a torch. So I surpassed grade 9. I didn't know about going to college and getting a degree to get your favorite job and all of those things. I don't know anything about that. And I was like, okay, this is about money world. Okay. So at any rate, my aunt helped me get an apartment, but of course I couldn't afford the apartment because I didn't have a job. I'm working with my aunt, but I'm learning under her with the real estate. I'm picking up knowledge, but it wasn't enough to support myself. But much blessings and peace to her, because she did everything possible she could. But of course, when you're first starting off, you're not automatically going to be having a flow of income. Real estate takes knowledge, patience, time, investments, ups and downs. There's all type of things that took place. So at any rate, I'm just living off the little bits of money that I have, and I'm looking in the couches for quarters to support me and my son at the time, because I'm a single father. At the time, I have no means of income. I'm living off of nothing. So at any rate, I decided to take my teaching from teaching about KEMET, the Hebrew, the history, the knowledge and all that. And I decided to take it into another world that I like, which was biological imperative, which was health and fitness. So I had just enough electricity. I didn't have money for my electricity bill. I had just enough electricity to maybe last that month. I don't know when my lights were turning off. Landlord's at the door knocking. I don't have rent, sir. I'm behind my bed. I don't have any of this. I don't know how to survive. I was just spiritual and teaching. I didn't know anything about this. So I took the little bit of money that I did have, combined with money I was taking out of my couch to just get my basic food, so that I'm not going to actually die. My aunt always saying, you need this, she's going to help me out. And I actually went into the fitness boards, and I started teaching fitness and health is wealth, and started teaching about how the body works, the anatomy works. And I was teaching about herbal medicines, and I was teaching about diet programs, working out, citrulline malate, the difference in getting buff and having vascularity and vasodilation of the veins. And I was teaching all these things, and people were developing a trust for me. So what I did is I took that trust that they had for me, and I said, what if I had products? Would people buy them? People said yes. So therefore, I ding, 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 biological imperative said it again, and I knew that I could actually sell products. But how can I sell products if I don't have any money to buy products? I don't have any money to buy anything. Where am I going to buy them from? So I started scanning and realized that there was a couple individuals that were actually wholesalers. They were big-time businessmen, and I contacted them with I guess that my fingers crossed or fingers unked, and I contacted a particular person, and he agreed to meet with me. And he said that he would teach me certain things about how to establish my own business if I continue to be just a customer of his. When I get the money, just be a customer of his. And I agreed, and we set up a place to meet. We met at the docks of I think it was Staten Island, somewhere in New York, where they have docks, and it's all murky and foggy. And we met there, and he jumped out, and he looked like Steven Seagal. And I'm there talking to him, and then he eventually tells me, "Listen, if you tell anyone these secrets of how money is made in this health industry and different contacts and such," he said, "we're gonna have to whack you." And I said, "What does that mean, whack me?" And I immediately remembered the mafia movies, and I was like, "Oh, you're gonna kill me?" He said, "Yeah, we're gonna put you in the cement shoes, and put you in the right over there by the water. We're gonna push you in." And I was like, this is, I don't remember Billy Blanks being this mean. I'm like, what? What's that guy, the white guy with the afro? Tony, what's that guy with the afro? The white guy with the afro? I was like, I didn't know the health business was like this. I'm going to get whacked. What is this? And he said, well, I don't really do this. I do this for money, but I'm really a hitman. He said, that's what I do. I'm a hitman, so I'm serious. So if you mess this up, we're going to whack you. And I was like, okay, I promise I'm not going to tell anybody the hidden secrets, but I'll let them know how to get into the business with us, but I won't tell them the hidden secrets. I immediately went out and I started teaching people how to get into the business with us. I did not reveal any of the hidden secrets. I just told how to get into the business. And I went back to that organization that was that so-called spiritual organization movement, and I started teaching them. And then as they were making money off of health products, I was teaching them how to make money off of real estate, because I already learned real estate from my aunt. And then I started learning some more, and I realized, hey, this is a great way to make money. I started teaching people how to buy properties with no income, $500 buying $200,000 homes. I started teaching people how to make money at the closing, making thousands of dollars at the closing. And I started taking people from that group from homelessness into homes. I started making people real estate investors, house flippers, all type of mortgage broking, and all type of things. The organization, people were changing, their lives were changing. They were very thankful. But then there was some dishonest people in the organization that actually robbed me with a big business deal. And it was a deal that I had a lot of money in, so I plummeted financially again. Luckily, prior to me plummeting down in that situation, I'd actually taken some money and I invested in magic, in many different types of magic, which we'll be talking about today. But there was certain magic that I was allowed to do publicly. And so the magic I was allowed to do publicly, I said, one day maybe I want to walk the streets like David Blaine and I will get tips. That's exactly what I did. Once it plummeted, I ended up having to go to Canada. It was freezing cold. I'm there with my family, freezing, -8 degrees, and I just set up a cloth on the cold streets of Yonge and Dundas, Toronto, and just set up right beside the gangsters, right beside the Christians, right beside Yonge and Dundas is like New York. There's no peace, no calmness. All type of music playing. I just set up a cloth and just started performing, and people were giving me tips, $2, $5, quarters, $10, and I turned the magic show into a love class, into a love show, the magic show into a love show, and I started bringing back. I started doing things that were not being done by the average magician, and people started tipping me tremendously. People were coming to me because I had sex magic books on the ground and unks in my hand. They were coming to me like asking questions about spirituality outside of the magic show. And one lady asked me, how do I get my boyfriend back? And I said, what's your boyfriend's name? We took it, we wrote it on a card. She held the card in her hand. She held a card in her hand. The card had nothing on it. And then as she moved the card around, the boyfriend's name appeared on the card. As she looked at it, now the boyfriend's name is on the card. The second she said, whoa, that's my boyfriend's name. I said, yes. And then her phone rings. And it was her boyfriend that had broken up with her. And there live in the magic show, he proposed marriage to her. On the phone the phones weren't like they were today, but he put him on speakerphone, Nokia flip phone, and so he proposed magic to her. When people saw that, that's when the magic show started changing into one-on-one classes. People were coming and asking for advice, and now this is actually making me an income. But it was so cold. I said I have to get out of this area in Canada, go somewhere warm, and I ended up saving up, living off of bare means, and saved up and moved to California, where it was warm all year round. I took the blanket and the cloth and I threw it on the ground and I just started performing randomly. I knew absolutely nobody. I had nothing. I had no job. I had nothing. The police were stopping my show. They're saying, who are you, sir? Do you have any bazookas? They asked me these strange questions, and they took my ID, looked at it, put it into the system. They said, you don't exist. I said, yeah. They said, who are you? I said, I'm a magician. And they said, we can't do anything with you because you don't exist. And what is this? What's happening here? I said, well, have I committed any crime? They said, no. They said, go on with your show. So the crowd is seeing that, and it's building up more momentum. And I ended up having students develop right there on the Santa Monica and Venice beaches. And I'm there now performing and teaching classes to people. And that's how I developed becoming a teacher again while supporting myself. So now I'm making a living so I can take a break. I ended up hiring people to do the snake show while I'm doing classes right beside the show. The snakes were making a lot of income until Santa Monica had several meetings in their courthouses about me again. Here we go, biological imperative again. They hold meetings to stop me. They start putting out articles in the newspaper that I have a killer, ferocious rabbit, and all these strange things. I'm just a magician performing a show. I have a rabbit. They say the killer rabbit show and the vicious all these crazy things. They ended up putting bulldozers on my magic spot, and now I can't survive. Now it's tough for me to survive. It's becoming very, very difficult. But I continue to do this. Anyways, as time went on, some of my students that I was teaching at the time was telling me to come back, and some of my even more closer to me than just students, some people that were closer to me that were they were not just students. These are people that I was in a relationship with. These are people that but they were saying, come back online. Can you come back online? And I said, yeah, I've been online. I was online. Actually, I was on a thing called Pal Talk. You couldn't see my voice. You could just hear me. And so when I said, I'm going to come, I'm not interested right now. I just want to teach my inner family and teach people that I know, and but not at this moment. So anyways, I decided to check out the online again. And what did I see, ladies and gentlemen? What did I see? Something very interesting. One of your YouTube teachers, I started seeing one of my students who's in the room, Nana, told me that she has a particular teacher that's on YouTube. I went to look at the teacher, and the teacher was actually a person I had beat in a debate in 1993 and converted out of Christianity in the debate. I converted. He was a upcoming pastor at a college going to theological school, and I beat him in a debate, and he converted out of Christianity in the debate, became my student. And this became one of your YouTube people that are, past pastors that discovered KEMET, that have videos about how Christianity came from KEMET. And I said, oh, these are my students. This is what's going on. These are my students. I saw another person on YouTube, and I don't know if I've even said this before. I told a part of the story, but I saw my body. It was a cover picture, and it was my body with my head cut, photoshopped off. My head was photoshopped off, and his head was placed on my body. Now, I don't know any of this. I don't know, I'm not into the internet. I'm not into, but his head was photoshopped on my body, and it was my voice teaching, and it was him as if he was teaching, and it was me. And he became another YouTube person. You have classes on YouTube. I'm like, look at all this going on. So that's me. And guess what his name was? Guess what his name was? His name was Amenhotep. He was a YouTube person. His name was Amenhotep. So the people are looking up me. They're finding him with my body and my head cut off, and they photoshopped his head on my body. I don't know if you have any other Kemetic or conscious teachers that experience these things, that create them, but this was happening. Any of your other people have their heads cut off? Other people teaching on the DVD, but it's their voice. So it's my voice. And so I have my past people that I've beat in debates. They're becoming internet stars. I have people cutting off my head, photoshopping their head on my body, taking my actual name, Amenhotep, and now they're this Kemetic teacher online. And then eventually they started teaching. So they used my classes, and this is all verifiable. This is what I'm going through. They use my teachings as if it was them to get a name with their face on the cover, and people are becoming attracted, saying you're such a good teacher. And then eventually they start teaching on the tape. So all the fans just merge over, and people, I guess, didn't notice the change. Like, hey, his voice doesn't quite sound the same. Anybody notice the voice? Go back to those early ones. The voice a little different. And so he got students by photoshopping me and taking my T classes as if it was him. Got the students, and eventually he started teaching, and so I'm like, this is a lot of interesting things going on here. And so I decided to come back to the internet visually. I was on before, but I was on, you could just hear me. I would have debates on Pal Talk and I would teach 72-hour classes on the internet. I was the 72-hour hour teacher on the internet. I would take shifts and go to sleep and wake up and never shut the channel down and continue to go, and we did it for 72 hours. That's what I was doing online, but I decided, let me come show myself and see what's going on. So I had gotten a brother named Mahati to go find a program for me that I could see on the screen, and he came back and he found a group that was actually doing what I was looking for. And I said, that's good. It's Hebrews like group. I started. I went on the channel, and they ended up turning it into a debate, and then I ended up having these debates. I wasn't familiar. Remember, I don't know about this internet thing, so I'm having these debates, and I keep beating people in these debates, according to the judges, not according to me, according to the rules. I'm beating people, and then I eventually go on Sonetta for an interview. The same thing happens. I'm challenged. They said who was the top person, and I was confused because I'm like, what made the top person even talk to me? He doesn't know my history, that I was actually teaching before him. But anyways, the debate ensued, and we set up a conversation on the phone, and I suggested to the brother Sonetta and the other brother Jabari, I said, I want to set up a different type of debate. And he said, what's the idea? I said, well, since the brother Jabari is into Kemet and Ma'at, and since I am a teacher of Ma'at and such, we should be able to have a debate that's more set up like a conversation. We don't need the timers and the clocks and the time, rebuttal session, rapid fire. We don't actually need that, because we should have so much respect for each other. The debate should be just us bringing up points, proving a point, onto you, sir, ask a couple questions, onto you. And I actually introduced that to Sonetta and said, can we do it like that? And he said, yeah, we don't do it like that, but yeah, we could do it like that. And so we set it up like that. So when the debate was introduced, it was introduced as a conversation type debate, but we had already had a conversation on the phone. And that's why after the debate, there was so much people tuning, so much happening that's never happened in a conversation ever before. So many people saying, so many trophies given out, all type of thing. You saw the intro. I don't have to go over that again. He's going to be giving out future trophies. We're going to have a rematch. It's on the back of the flyer. All kind of things happening. So, anyways, ended up beating him according to everybody, according to the voting system that I did not create. Ended up having another debate with a brother named Zion Lex. The brother named Sonetta wanted to, I guess, side with him or save him, and Sonetta tried to jump into the debate, and but the crowd already had voted me the winner. So Zion Lex had admitted that the crowd voted me the winner, but Sonetta said that he had beat me. But then Sonetta came back out and he said, "Well, I'm not the referee. I'm not the judge. It's the people that decide." So yeah, that's what we agreed to, is the people, not the host. The host can't decide. But I understand at that time it was a battle between a group called the Lions Den and HOK, and it was like team. I didn't know. I jumped into something. I didn't know there was this going on. But anyways, I kept beating people, and then ended up in being told about the people that are on the internet with particular teachers that are unsatisfactory. I was told about the Killer Priest show, and I knew about Killer Priest and all that. I looked at his show. I was not interested. I was not interested in that. I love Killer Priest. I love his music, but when I looked at his show, I saw it didn't seem like anything was happening that would attract me to it. So after some thought, I said, you know what? Let me go on, and I spoke to Killer Priest, and he said he wants to interview me because he realized who I was, that I was actually a person that was living with the teacher. He said he always wanted to talk to somebody that represented that. And there's a brother named Rasul who never met that teacher, and he said, yeah, I want to interview you because I never had anybody that was firsthand right there. So that interview became a master class, and the brother Killer Priest was blown away. Nobody knew what was going on. They never seen screen shares and all the things that I was, video footage and all these things that were happening. And so people ended up donating the big amounts. not to me though, but to the channel. Shout out to Killer Priest, $300 donations, $500 donations, to Tehuti's teaching, $150 donations. People started seeing me and having one-on-ones with me, and it was much too much. I'm saying that like much too busy for me to do. So I announced to everybody. AD said he wanted to pay me. He dumped his wallet out. I said, okay, this is getting too busy. I announced to everybody that I'm going to have classes just based on what you all asked me, because it would take up the whole Killer Priest show, actually, which is actually what was happening. The actual whole Monday was me. The whole Monday was me on doing the show. So with the amount of questions coming, it's becoming too busy. And it was going to be too busy for me. There was one-on-ones. People were giving me $200 to talk to me for an hour, one-on-one, $100 to talk to me for an hour, one-on-one. It was beautiful, but it was much too busy. I had to train people. Just too much. I have my ladies to deal with. I had like 20 something spiders and snakes and all type of things. So it was becoming too much. And so I told everybody, which introduced this Tehuti Podclass, I said, I'm going to have a pod class. You all call it a podcast. I think it's called podcast. I'm going to add the word class to it, because it's not going to be a podcast. It's going to be something completely different and introduced to the internet. What's that, Tehuti? I said, well, I'm going to invite everybody to this thing called the Tehuti Podclass on my channel. And instead of me having a lecture or a pre-prepared thing, I'm going to introduce something completely different to the internet. What is that? I am going to introduce that the entire class will be run by the students and by people's inquiries, which means that I myself have no choice. I was calling myself, or I was being called, the SABA, which was a doorway, because I was not the one choosing. I said, I'm going to let everybody choose. It's your quest. It's not my quest. I have my quest. People are on different levels. People are on Christians, Buddhists. So I'm going to open up the floor where people can actually send in questions, and that question could mean the world to you and mean absolutely nothing to anybody else, because they're not at that level. Dr. LaRoche could have a question that deals with the medical world. The Bijan Pharaoh or Biged Leisure, who's interested in out of body, may say, I don't care. I'm not care about that. And that's absolutely beautiful. Just like you go into a restaurant, you may get the steak. Your lady may be a vegetarian. She doesn't like the steak, and she doesn't have to. So therefore, you just don't order the steak. But all of you can get together and agree that I like the restaurant, because the restaurant is providing the foods. I like fish. I like trout. I only eat spinach and rice. That's at the restaurant too. So I created a restaurant where people could come and actually ask questions based on their personal belief system, based on their personal quest. And I introduced something else that has never been introduced on the internet. And that was, I found out that the super chat was actually shared with YouTube, which is no problem. But I wanted to create something where it could become a direct donation to the movement. So I found out that Cash App and PayPal, which I'm not familiar with any of these things as well, you can actually write down sentences. So therefore, if you send a Cash App or a PayPal, you can put a question in with the donation. And I invented this thing on YouTube where you can actually send in questions. Everybody else on YouTube does super chats. If there's anybody else doing Cash App and PayPal, please put the link in the room. Before 3 years ago, let me know, and shout out to them. But I invented this and brought this to the internet, that you can actually send questions, and then I could actually press the button and show the people the donation and the reciprocity. And the amount has no limit or no number on it. Why? Because the question and what you're donating and the support that you're giving is based on what's in your heart. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Such as somebody who doesn't smoke weed may look at somebody and say, yo, you spend $200 on marijuana a month? Wow, I don't understand that. And you don't have to. That's person's piece. That's what they do. And they may say, well, you go to the golf course and your golf membership is $100 a month, and the caddy stick and all that costs $100 a stick, and you pay per the hour when you get to the golf course, and you spend more on me on golfing than I do on marijuana. And everybody has so therefore golfing is your interest. Marijuana may be mine. Somebody may have a collection of somebody in this room may have spent hundreds of dollars on comic books. And the marijuana person doesn't comprehend that. But he's puffing it up $300 a month. And this other person is spending $300 a month on comic books. So I realized that everybody has their own interest, what they value. A comic book to someone may be worth 2 cents. They may use it to eat dinner on. To the other person, it's a $200 vintage comic book. This type of marijuana may be more important than this Gucci belt to somebody, or buying this record, or they may collect stamps. Some people collect stamps. And so I realized that people were spending their money on that which they felt was valuable to them. And nobody could tell you what's valuable to you until your mind switches for itself. But the one thing I didn't see is anybody truly valuing conscious development. I saw hours and hours and hours of people just talking, cutting people off with consciousness. There was no actual teacher. So I decided that I would match both worlds to show that people can have the appreciation that you have for your comic book collection, the Nike shoes, the marijuana, tipping the waiter when you go and tip the waiter $20. Whatever your interest may be. Some people I haven't had a haircut in 20 years. What is the date? I haven't had a haircut in maybe 17 years. Some people get their haircut every 2 weeks, and it's $30 a haircut. That's $60 a month. And I can't relate to that because I don't get my hair cut. I trim my own thing. Some people may not do that. But I decided to set up a reciprocity system because I found that simultaneously there was a psyops going on where people were saying knowledge is free while they were paying for college tuition, which is a complete oxymoron because you can't say knowledge is free while you're paying for knowledge. And I realized why they thought knowledge was free. They meant the conscious black knowledge, the knowledge that actually deals with your personal upliftment when it comes to what the Black community is interested in, but knowledge in your school system has to be paid for. So when the slave master and the conquistadors were coming over to the West and over to Africa and different places, they were actually stealing knowledge for free while paying for their college tuition, all the way since Aristotle, Socrates, all of them had to pay. That's where the word PhD even comes from. It comes from them. So the people were paying, but actually raping the Native Americans, stealing the Aztec treasures, stealing King Tut's treasures, while sending their students, their children, to school to pay for college tuition, pay for their degree that they had to steal all that information. So I realized that we respect foreign payments to cultures that don't deal with ourselves. But we don't respect our own selves as the ancient wise man of the Aztecs. His job was to teach. The farmer's job was to be the farmer. The scribe, the Ani in Kemet, was being supported by being a scribe. The priest was supported by being a priest. The priestess had a support system. You didn't see the priestess having to get a side job as a farmer. Where in Kemet did the priestess have to get a side job? Where did the farmer have to get a side job? Everybody supported everybody because it was one existing, moving, fluent culture that everybody respected each other because everybody was under Ma'at. So I wanted to create that again. So that is exactly what I did. So in order to support the class, I said I would come to the class and go like this. Be in complete silence until you send in a question, or you just send in support. And then I would teach on that. And I would create a documentary ebook class that could go from anywhere from 20 minutes an answer to 2 hours an answer for you, with the neon wording and videos and maps and page numbers to books that most people don't have, and everything designed specifically for you, the person. Like you're designing your burger at a burger shop, and then you tip the waiter for bringing the burger to. I want this pickle, this on my pizza, this, that. How much is the pizza? $20? Yum. Let me put cheese in my body. Let me cheese it up, and you pay the waiter for bringing you the slice or whatever it is. So I set up a system that dealt with biological imperative, which was healing, which was knowledge, information, guidance, how to step yourself up in life by breaking the matrix. So here is how it works, everybody. For those who are new in the Tehuti Podclass, wonderful. Peace and love to all the new people. I can't see you because I don't look at the chat. Only in particular times I browse through the chat. But I want to show everybody, the new people, an example of what type of questions are sent in to the Tehuti Podclass, such as this question was sent in last week. $40 was sent in for a question on feng shui. Now that is very interesting because you can't really send a so-called Kemetic teacher a question on feng shui, can you? And get an answer from the root of the original teachers of feng shui. Not from the modern day new age, but a root from what the actual original people said in 268 AD and 200 BC. And the Zhangzhao, what did the Zhangzhao book say about feng shui? And that class went on so beautiful that the person that sent that sent an extra tip for the question. That was feng shui. This person, Annie, sent in a $47 tip because the answer was so amazing. That's feng shui. Look at the next question. The never-ending story. That was wow. Everybody just go and go watch that. I'm not even gonna comment. Go watch the never-ending story and you'll learn some interesting things. But feng shui has nothing to do with the never-ending story. And feng shui and the never-ending story have nothing to do with Gnosticism. Brother named J Dub said, "Can you break down Gnosticism?" That has nothing to do with the last past topics, which shows the diversity here that is nowhere else at the House of ATTON, that you can actually send in questions to the House of ATTON on all these different topics because each of them are important to the person asking it. Somebody may say, well, Tehuti, what does this have to do with the upliftment of the... It has to do with what that person wanted to do with, because you, sir or ma'am, didn't ask the question. That person did. Just like you didn't order the burger with extra cheese. That person did. You ordered the vegan burger. So that person that ordered that other burger can't look at you and say, I don't like veganism. It doesn't matter. That person paid for their vegan burger. So each person asks an individual question and it's valuable to them. Somebody may say, well, Tehuti, what about health? And all these teachers teach about this and they don't teach about health and such. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here is a question sent in on eyesight. This is a donation of $70 sent in on eyesight. When the original question was given, it was actually anonymous. It wasn't for the podcast. And I said that I would actually not just answer on eyesight, I would actually break down the origins of the eye, the origin of the makeup of the eye, the origin of the culture that was actually based on the word ma'at, which is the eye. I would break down the symbology, break down the ancient medical papyruses, and I would break down new world remedies, herbs, and the medicine. And that class went on for about 1 hour and 10 minutes. And that was a question on the eyesight. This person asked a question on hyperhidrosis. Hyperhidrosis, everybody. So Gnosticism, never-ending story, feng shui, eyesight, and can you help this person with hyperhidrosis? Where have you ever seen this? If so, applaud to those other people that are doing this and put the link in the book page number or whoever else is doing this. If not, appreciate this phenomenon that is just taking place here. Where have you ever seen somebody send questions in from feng shui to movie breakdowns to Gnosticism to how to help eyesight to hyperhidrosis and get an hour to an hour and a half answer, and they get healed? They get healed. So the person asked a question about eyesight and the person got healed. The person said, thanks for the they're healed. I played that video in the last class. Now the next person sends in a question on Orion star constellation, but it turned into, he did a typo, and instead of asking about Orion, he changed it, and he changed the question to heart stroke. I gave the ancestral origins, the therapy, ancestral therapy, ancient and new therapy and remedy, and it broke down the heart and everything, and that person took that. Question on spiritual, is depression Is depression, anxiety, is it spiritual or mental? Look at these questions. Navajo skinwalkers. This is from Raquel, sorry, $20 from her. Navajo skinwalkers. Look at the topics. The Matrix breakdown. The Matrix breakdown. Where'd the Matrix breakdown go? The Matrix breakdown, $111 donation, breaking down the Matrix movie. So from the Matrix movie to hyperhidrosis to the never-ending story movie to eyesight to what is Gnosticism to feng shui to to heart stroke to the Orion star constellation to Navajo skinwalkers to asking a question about triangulation. What is the triangulation of Ma'at? $34. He was so impressed that after I answered the question, this same individual, stranger, the name of the moderators, sent $200 as a bounty to anyone that can answer equivalent. This is what happens here at the Tehuti Podclass. It doesn't matter what you ask. It doesn't matter what it is, because we don't judge anybody here. Look at this, $111 sent in for the breakdown of light portals and the conscious ETs. Look at Anunnaki versus reptilians. This person here, this brother, I'm not sure what happened to him, but Higa Kepara, how do we access genetic memory? Out-of-body experience. This person here, we get leisure, had classes in the Tehuti Podclass and one-on-ones, ended up learning out-of-body experience and wanted to contact his deceased mother, have a relationship with her after she deceased. And that is what he's actually doing on a regular basis right now, and has learned how to contact his other family members, and he has relationships with the deceased now. And this is all based on asking a particular question, and the questions are loved so much that people just send in donations for thanks for the knowledge. So that is how it works here at the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to go ahead and show the very first question that was asked. Then I'm going to get the members to come into the members and the supporters to come into the room for a short moment while I go refresh and get ready. And when I come back, I'm going to go ahead and blast away the answer to the question. So what is the first question sent in, everybody? To the House of ATTON, to the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to go ahead first and put the link in the room for the supporting members to jump in. And there's a link for the supporting members and team to jump in, and the moderators to jump in the room. And then I'm going to go ahead and answer the question when I come back. Who are the moderators? Those are the people named by stranger. The name of the moderators: Naniel Setmer, Anki and Ma'at, Ani Pata Aten Tehuti, and Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. These are the Ma'atorators, because the word moderator comes from Ma'at. So those are the Ma'atorators. And I'm going to go ahead and, which we don't even really much need moderators. They're just family members that love the tribe, and we don't have any chaos, negativity, screaming matches, disrespect here. This energy in the Tehuti Podclass doesn't lure that type of frequency. Let me go ahead and put the first question on the room, and then I'm going to wait for the team and the members to jump in. And what is the first question here sent in to the Tehuti Podclass? Let me look it up. Oh, this is an interesting one. Here it is. What's this one here? Oh, 1 second. I got to restart this. Oh, there we go. What is the first question sent into the Tehuti Podclass? Let me go ahead and put that in and show everybody. I want to show everybody and show the support that was given. Actually, there's two people waiting in the back room right now, and he's actually a part of the of this question here. So let me go ahead and put this in here, and then I'm going to bring them up front. And the first question sent into the Tehuti Podclass, not that one. This one. Here's the first one. I want them to be in order. So what's the question here? Let me go ahead and put the question. Is this it right here? No, that's the that's not it. Let me see if this is it. That is not it. Let me go ahead and see if this is it. That is Anu. Let me go ahead and do I'm gonna do this. Let me see inside the tomb. Instance. Okay, I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna pull it up actually in this way here, so everybody can see them here, both meshed together. Let me see if it's meshed together. Okay, so here it is, everybody. Let me blow this up and move it to the side, and let me go ahead and show the question here. So here it is, and then I'm going to bring, I see Anu and Antu in the back waiting there. So let me go ahead and put this screen share here and show this brother. This brother here, sometimes he wishes to be anonymous. This is the brother that's opening up a museum in another country, and it's inspired by the Tehuti Podclass and a book that I wrote called Stepping Up the Matrix. This brother right here, but I'm gonna leave him anonymous. But here he is. So he sent $100 with 3 questions here. The first question here: the Commission orient their maps. Do they orient their maps south up, sun up, because they have no choice? I told him to send a reference for that so I can expound upon the actual reference he found. I'm waiting for that. But the next one was countries in the US, France, and England use blue and white and red on their flag. We did a class on that. And now the next one sent in is this one here. So this is all part of the $100 donation, which is why do Catholic priests use incense in their burners during Mass? So there it is right there. Shout out to this wonderful brother for asking that question. Let me bring the people in the room now. Let me stop the screen share. We got Primordial, Annie, Anu, and Antu. So there's the question right there. Peace. How you doing, Primordial? How are you, good brother?
Feeling great, Saba. Beautiful day. Feeling better.
Feeling better.
We back at it. Yes, sir.
Good. Anu, how you doing, good brother?
I'm doing that for Saba Tuti. 12 for asking. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm doing excellent. I'm going to ask a question right after this, but I'm doing very well. I feel great. We have Namez here. Namez the Cobra. He's doing great too. And how are you doing, Antu? Antu, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Saba.
Wonderful. Good to hear. So, there's Annie. Annie's in the room. Annie, how you doing, good brother?
Hotep, great Saba Tehuti. I'm doing excellent, doing very well. Happy to be here. Happy to see you and all the great people, all the great supporters. Ready for another excellent Tehuti Podclass.
Tehuti Podclass, wonderful. We got Sheshayet and Bella. How you doing, Bella? You doing good?
I'm good too. How are you?
I am doing great. I'm doing fabulous, wonderful, marvelous, excellent, and focused. And discipline, doing very, very well. Thank you for asking. Who is that over here? I see an oracle in a shadow. Who's that? The Sheshahit. How you doing, young lady? How you feeling? Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute.
I'm doing great, Saba. I'm at work right now, but
I know. Yeah. Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you said you're at work right now. Yes.
Yeah, but I got my laptop playing in the back, so my coworkers walking past, hearing some of this good knowledge too.
Wonderful, great, good to hear. So the first question that came in, everybody, is the Catholic popes. I don't know how many people here are familiar with Catholicism, but if you notice the Catholic popes, they're always waving this incense. Anybody here notice that? The Catholic popes with the incense burners? Anybody ever seen that before? Raise your hand if you've seen it, because I can't hear you. Annie's seen it? Primordial thought? Okay.
Yes, I have.
You have? Okay. Bella, you've seen it before? No? Okay. Anu, you've seen it?
Yeah, and a few pictures and some movies.
Okay. Antu, you've seen it?
No.
All right. Well, this question was sent in. And the brother that's right beside you, right there, Anu, also sent in a question long time ago, which it didn't have a question mark. We just realized it was a donation for I'd spoken a little bit about Adolf Hitler and the Nordics, and in the class, and he gave some money and it had that on it, but he was actually asking for a further breakdown on Adolf Hitler and the Nordics. But I told him that right now I can't actually covered that due to certain things within YouTube, and he actually we discussed that he wanted some information more about the NETERT, so he put that donation, which was $50, towards this question here on the incense, which is going to help him with. I did a dual thing for him. He's been very interested in altar work, so this is going to help him with the altar, understanding the original purpose of incense, and because he sent in a big donation about wanting to know more, he wanted me to have a NETERT class part 2. I'm actually going to link in the incense and how it tied into the original worship of the NETERT. Who's the NETERT goddess of incense? Who knows? I don't know. We're going to find out, everybody. I'll be right back. Scribe's going to get his pen and pad out. He likes to learn new things about the NETERTs and the netters and the medu netter pertaining to especially things that can be done for altar work. I know Annie's going to love this. Anu's going to love this. Everybody's going to love this because I don't think, has anybody here ever associated incense with a goddess before? Is there in any medu netter script that where incense is particularly for links back to a goddess?
I think I've seen an incense holder with Heheru on the handle of the head, but I haven't researched into it. But other than that, that's all I know on that.
Okay, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. I'll be right back, everybody. Peace and love. I'll be back in a few moments. There's 70 people in the room. That's my number. The number is 70. I'm gonna come back, and when I come back, we're gonna answer this question about the incense. What's the origin of the incense? Once you know the origin, can that help you with your altar work? Why are the Catholics using incense, and does it actually link back into female worship? That would be amazing if incense actually would link back to the origin of female worship. I'll be back. Peace and love.
Hey, great SABA Tehuti. While you're on break, is there a way that you can maybe restart your internet? Because you're super laggy, and when you go to show your screen, it's going to lag on your screen too. So while you're moving forward in your presentation, it'll stay stuck, and then after a few seconds, it'll skip. So you
really.
Yeah.
Let me see what's going on here. I've had some internet issues earlier last night, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna right now I'm gonna log out, come back, and you all tell me how it looks. I'll be right back. Let me try that.
Okay. All right, Hotep, everyone. Peace and love to all the great supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. The links are posted at the top of the chat. They're pinned at the very top. So if you want to support, use those links. If you want to ask a question, use those links as well. This is why we're able to have a Tehuti Podclass for everyone who's here receiving all of the classes. You're only able to receive because someone supported. So it's important that we all understand that and you know it's our own individual relationship that we have with SABA Tehuti to be able to allow this podcast to exist. So don't depend on others to support for you to receive this information. Do what you can to support SABA, support the podcast, ask your questions, and you know allow this to continue to keep growing. Allow this to continue to keep expanding the way that it is. Because everyone is here because they love the information that SABA Tehuti brings forth for us. So utilize those links: Cash App, TT Amun, PayPal, Rocky SV. They're also in the bio. For everyone who's watching, you should support as well. If you're watching and it's not live for you right now, continue to send in your support and your questions. So yes, this is wonderful. I'm looking forward to this podcast. Of course, there's and I'll speak a little more on something a little later. But the title, Baron Samedi Vodou Magic. Does Tehuti practice that? Pope's Kemetic Incense Goddess. Anytime there's a title of magic in the name, you know. I have about 3 notebooks ready. So Hotep and Henu, to everyone who continues to take in this information and apply it in their daily lives. So it's a beautiful thing. Peace, great brother, Primordial, Thought 9. Hotep, great brother.
Peace, great brother Ani. It's a beautiful day. Rock keeps poking out through the clouds. It's a rainy day, sunny day, cloudy day. It's all 3 in 1. But I'm doing pretty good. Rough emotional last couple of months now, dealing with the family. So just getting back on, trying to make sure I stay focused. just one day at a time. But I'm happy to, like, you know, everybody's kind of, you know, back settled a little bit, and just kind of making sure that I just handle it one decision at a time. So we're doing okay, man. So I'm just happy to be here, back focused, like, you know, in the class, not too many distractions around me, and I'm ready to learn.
Excellent. Glad to see you here. Glad to see you smiling. And absolutely, this great brother here, Primordial Thought 9, he has a class coming up next week on the 28th, March 28th, on the House of ATTON YouTube channel. And I'll post the link to the House of ATTON YouTube, where we also go live every Sunday. And we are now bringing forth the Karu, which is the Metaneta word for member or household member of the ATTON, the House of ATTON. And the great brother Anu gave a wonderful class on Marduk. So you all should go back and watch that class. It was a fantastic teaching that he brought forth. And Primordial Thought 9 has a wonderful class that he's going to teach. And if you want to give the title to that class, you can, great brother. It's a very creative title. And I'm looking forward to it myself. And I'll post a link in the chat room for everyone to make sure you're subscribed to the House of ATTON as well. Okay, let me put this in here. Okay, there it is. So yes, it's going to be fantastic. So everyone tune in. Hinu to the great Saba Tehuti for being exactly who he is and starting the podcast, and all of this branching from the Tehuti Podclass. So Hinu. All right, I'll go to Shait. I know she's in there putting in the work. They don't know the people around her do not know who they're in the midst of right now. So to us, Shait, peace to you.
Thank you so much, Brother Ani. You know, as always, I'm always happy to be here and, you know, be around like-minded souls, and, you know, just this my family. This my family that I found, and it's just every time I come around, I feel like I'm at a brand new family reunion. Just, I ain't seen y'all in years. It feel like that every time. Like, I'm just excited to see everybody, and, you know, it's a beautiful thing how we just come together and share our knowledge and, you know, share our questions so that other people can learn, because it's been so many questions that other people ask that I've thought about, and I'm like, you know what? It's like we're all so in sync that I thought about it, but he asked it, and now I get the answer that I was gonna ask, you know, for the question that I was gonna ask, and I ain't even have to ask the question because somebody else already did. And it's like, it's just the fact that we're just so in sync, our souls and our minds are so in sync with each other. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. I try to teach a lot of people about that, you know, but with this matrix, so many people, they not really aware. They're not really aware about how beautiful something like this can be. Everybody is focused on money or focused on trying to run their own business, or if it ain't about money, it ain't about nothing. And I'm like, well, if it ain't about family, if it ain't about happiness and peace within oneself, to me, it ain't about nothing. If you can't have peace within your own self and it has to be surrounded around money, I just be feeling sorry for those people. I just be feeling so sorry because there's so much more to this world than greed, you know. But this got everybody focused on money, 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 instead of what about your soul? What about your spirit? What about your family? You know, what do you out here putting into the world? You over here talking about money this and money that, okay, but what are you teaching people? What are you leaving for your children other than money? Are they going to know how to use it? Are they going to know, you know, to build buildings? Or are they going to know how to cook? Are they going to know anything that's informational for them. What are they going to know about it? Because just because it's something you interested in, your kid's not going to want to follow behind every little thing that you teach them about. You know, we all have experiences like that. We come around our nieces, our nephews, or our children, and, you know, we try to be like, oh, this is the way to do things, and they just kind of look at us like, that's all right, I'm going to just go ahead and do my own thing. But it's like, if you give your child a variety of things, like, for instance, I didn't think my daughter would be interested in any of this. When I showed her the cartoons that Saba has on his channel, she was hooked. She was hooked after I showed her the cartoons. So that's all it took was some animation to show her. And she was, can we watch these episodes again? You know, and she's slowly starting to learn, because as she questions things, she's starting to learn about it. And I, you know, sometimes I show her little clips of Saba here and there, and I try to break it down in a little more layman's terms for her to understand. You know, because as a child, you know, they don't really understand these big words that Saba uses sometimes. So I break it down for her. And, you know, she's just all the much better for it, in my opinion. You know, I just be happy to be here, happy to share this energy with everybody. Like, it's a beautiful thing, man. I can go on and on forever about how never this group is. You know, and it's just, I be trying to tell everybody, like, all my friends around me, Angie, you just so deep. Why you need to be a teacher? I'm like, no, I'm not no teacher, but I know somebody who can teach you if you want to learn.
Yeah, it's the beautiful thing about one of the very first lessons I remember Saba Tehuti bringing forth in the Tehuti Podclass is what is a Saba, and showing the student and the teacher and to everyone around you, you are their master teacher, because as you said, they're in a very early incubation stage of if they're even digging into any information. So yes, you are the representation of the Tehuti Podclass for those around you. So Tua Seshai for that fire that you bring. It's always wonderful to hear your tones. All right, let's go to the lovely Bella. Hotep sister, how are you feeling? How has your week been? How are you doing?
Hotep, too, for asking. I'm doing well. It's been a good week as well too. Hotep, to you and all the light on the panel. To all of you for supporting Tehuti, the House of ATTON, and yourselves and each other. And to Saba Tehuti for letting me on the panel. I'm so honored and blessed to receive that which he gives and to have the opportunity of him. So yeah, to him and to all of you.
All right, wonderful. Absolutely, Tua, for being on the panel, for being up here and consistently letting everyone hear your tones. So Tua for that. All right, let's move to Anu and then Antu. Hotep, wonderful brother and sister. Hotep, how are you doing? How you feeling?
Hotep, Udasen. I'm doing Nefer. Hanu to Saba Tehuti and Hotep Ra. Hanu to everybody on the panel. Hanu to all the supporters, everybody's support. Saba Tehuti. I am looking forward to all of the questions today. Like Ani said, I love the magic. I'm going to be rewatching this one a lot. I'm looking forward to being able to use the jewels with my altar work. And I'm as well looking forward to the Ber and Samedi question as well, because one side of my family is Haitian. So there was voodoo practice on that side and stuff like that. And I didn't get to learn as much as I would like to. And I'm very grateful to have Saba Tehuti here to teach us about everything. These topics today and other topics as well. So I'm looking forward to all the things I'm going to be able to apply to my life from these classes today consistently. going to be watching it over and over like every podcast. Every podcast can watch all the way until you're in the net occur, and then keep watching the net occur too. You just keep learning more and more the more you mature. I'm very thankful for all of you. I'm very thankful for Sabatudi. Primordial Thought, looking forward to your class. You might have to give us a little hint if you want. Like Ani said, if you want to drop the title, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's called I told Ani like how he has scribal sessions. Like each time I go up, it's called Primordial Vision, but the title of the actual class is called Who are you with the information. So yeah, I'll give you that much.
That was very nefer. That's very nefer. That's extremely creative. To all very much for giving those little jewels. I'm looking forward to seeing all the light that comes forth from your presentation and from your presentations after that. And to all very much for doing that, because I can speak for myself. I can't imagine the strength it will take for you to do that based off what you have to go through in your life as of recently. So to all very much for that. That means a lot to me personally. That's very inspirational, and I hope that's inspirational to other people as well. That takes immense strength, like Itenu, the bull, form of Ra. So to all very much for that. And Ani, when the shirt's coming, I want one of those shirts. That blue shirt is beautiful. That's beautiful.
You are coming very soon. Very, very soon. Very, very soon.
Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. So Henu to everybody on the panel. Henu to the great Sabatudi. Henu to all the supporters. Uncle Justineb to everybody.
What's up, and Mary? To everyone being on here, being consistent, and observing and learning and taking this information and applying it in ways you can. I appreciate all of your hard work and inner work that everyone is doing. To Sabo Tehuti for having this class today and being the example of consistency and all the other things that he is an example of for all of us to follow and see and observe and echo. Earlier this week, Saba and I were having a conversation, and his words mean so much to me to the point that I decided to laminate some of his words that he said to me, because the way he speaks and who he is so powerful and inspiring to Anu and I that I laminated some of his words. And what it said was something that was so important to me, because it is something that I am working towards every day. And what it is you are both uniquely being the echo of the Netter frequency. And that meant so much to me, because that is something I am working towards every day. I am applying things every day in my life with Anu, organizing and structuring our life in the ways that we can within Ma'at, with Tehuti's great guidance that he provides us. Without him, we would not be here where we are at, and who we are becoming is all because of Tehuti Amunhotep Ra. And that is something so special and important, because he is creating who we are. He's creating us. And here it is right here. This is the email we were speaking through, and I'm not sure if you can see that. Okay. There it is. Yeah, so I laminated it. And yeah, it shows that his words truly mean so much to us. And I also printed out another one here, and it says to Anu from a while ago. It meant so much to the both of us, because the way he speaks, he understands and sees a lot further than we do. So it means so much to us. He said that he looks forward to making Anu a true man one day, and that he will stand up in front of the masses and influence them with a clear, strong mind. Wonderful words, Tua. So this is another thing that I printed out. And this is just a conversation that we had a while back. Yeah.
Never.
Yeah, Tehuti truly impacts our life in such beautiful ways, and I'm so thankful for his existence because it is advancing us in so many ways in such a speed that we could not have done without his guidance. So Tua Tehuti, I'm so appreciative of your guidance and your health in your life, Tua.
Tua SABA.
Very powerful, Medu, very powerful tones. Anu and Antu, Tua for sharing that with us, and showing how important what SABA says to us, and how one truly values what's being said. It's a beautiful thing. So Tua for sharing that. Antu, Antu is one of the social media managers of the House of ATTON, doing fantastic. I'm going to show that as well, but we're going to go to the good brother Upeshahati, the Dream Warrior, and let's get some tones from him. Hotep.
Nefer Haru Neb, Henu Dua Abut. I'm doing great. I've been getting closer towards my goal of gaining some weight. I've always been pretty much fluctuating between like 130 to like 135 my whole life, from my like teenage years up to now. But finally gained like 20 pounds. I'm over 150 now, planning to get to 180. When I hit my max goal of 180, I'll probably take a picture, show my progress of my workout and everything, and how much I've progressed to this time. But yeah, just big Henu to Tehuti. Same as Antu said about propelling me so much quicker through Ma'at and the Medu Netter than when I first started out. Because when I first started learning about everything, I was following this guy named Jamar Milton. He's one of Jabari's students, but I was probably following him for about almost 2 years. Barely learned any Medu Netter, and from like the first, I want to say 5 months of when Tehuti was on the Killer Priest Podclass, like I learned triple of what I learned from following them, and it just really had propelled me more to follow SABA and get all of his studies, get all of the books, get all of the references and sources that he would put out, because he isn't so much of a gatekeeper. You just need to show a little interest, and he'll open that door for you. And once he opens that door, for me, that door got locked and shut. There is no going back for me. I'm continuing on as I told y'all before, with the wisdom, during one of the Wisdom Wednesday classes, my upeshas are just getting stronger and stronger. He keeps popping up in a bunch of my upeshas all the time. And it's so funny because the way it is like, he's like off in the distance, like saying something. And it's always like, I gotta like get closer to him to like, it's like he's leading me somewhere. And it's like I'm getting closer and closer each time I see him. And yeah, everything's great.
Wonderful, great brother. Looking forward to your progress, and it's always great to hear the progression that everyone is having. It's a beautiful thing. So, Tua for your consistency and having a goal and being in Ma'ah, going directly to that point. So, Tua to you, Upeshahati. All right. So, yes. I'm going to post these links in the chat room, which are all of our social medias. I want everyone who are on these social platforms to follow us on these platforms. So we are going to begin promoting these more so you all are aware, because we haven't, this is something new that we're establishing. So the Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, we are on these platforms, and the links are posted in the chat. And so I'll show you all too, so you can get a visual representation. So here is the Instagram. It's all of it's House of Aton, ATTON, which is the acronym for Ancient Tehutian Teachings of Natiru. So and as you see these wonderful, beautiful videos that Antu is creating and posting, alongside Nefer Keperet, who also make videos as well. So you can go here and you can get classes that are condensed down to a minute and a half of these longer extended classes. So it's a beautiful thing, such as this. Let me play this.
Emo, it is imperative for you to understand who you are and how your body functions. You are the physical incarnation of absorption energy. Your inner workings compare to a step-up transformer, which converts low voltage at high currents into high voltage at low currents. You are the only incarnation in existence that can absorb sperm and transform or expand it into a 7 to 8 pound baby. Simultaneously, you slow down the vibration of the soul, known as the Ku or Ka, the bioenergetic template of a being, the light energy, light being within your body, and transforming it into a physical body, which is called a Kat. You are slowing down the etheric being to turn him or her into a physical being and expanding and growing the physical being at the same time. You are the portal. All information that is being brought forth from my mouth is taught by the great teacher SABA Tehuti Amunhotep Ra, who are...
All right, so let's give Antu. Give her a hand clap, and she is doing phenomenal over here on the social side, as well as here on Facebook. We have a page as well, which everyone's going to want to be a part of this for the next few weeks when houseofatton.org is unlocked for everyone to come to, and as we bring forth the first store online that's dedicated to the Natiru, and dedicated to the Anunnaki, and the only place you'll be able to come to get all things House of Aton and the Natiru. So everyone, make sure you go here, make posts here, as well as the TikTok. It's all House of Aton. So whatever platforms you are on, we're here for you. So and as well as Twitter. So just started this Twitter, which is a great platform, because you can disseminate a lot of information, and now you can actually post and things like that. So everyone, make sure you utilize the social links and follow us on all these platforms, and help us to grow and expand so we can reach more people and bring everyone back into the House of Aton. So Hotep Hinu to all the great supporters. And oh, hey, welcome back. Great. Oh yeah, you look great now. Look amazing.
I look great now?
Yes.
Okay. Am I moving okay?
Yes, you're moving great.
Okay, good. Did we lose somebody on the panel? We got some.
Each stepped away.
Bella and Sheshade are gone, and now Raw Minerals is here. Upeshahati's here. There he is. All right. Upeshahati is. I'm in the dreams far away. All right. How you doing, Upeshahati? Doing good, brother? Okay. Great. Oh. Let me see if I can move this down to the Cobra. Look at him. See if he can go down. You're pretty flared up right now, Annie. Is this where you want to grab him?
Oh man. Let me make it a little bigger.
Huh?
Oh.
You ready for that primordial? You ready for him now?
Yeah, I think Primordial is ready for him. I think he's
So that's advanced. That's advanced right there.
I gotta bring out the flute. All right, man. I'm trying to. Oh, he's like a pancake. He's like he turned over to look at me. He's looking like this. I turned him on the screen. He's on the screen. It's on right now. Did you?
No, I'm not doing it.
Oh yeah, we should see him now. It's on. Okay. All right, everybody. So here we go. We are back. He is flared up. You coming up, or you coming back to the class? I'm gonna let him decide. Woo! Let me get him one more time on the screen. He went down, but he's. That look like a regular snakehead, Annie.
No, he looks amazing though.
That's a garter snake. It's a ball python. What did the brothers say? It's a ball python. You get those for $45, huh? $45. I specialize in it. I mix it. I specialize in it more. It's a ball python. Okay. Welcome everybody. We're back. We're gonna get into this question, and then the next question that was sent in also to the Tehuti Podclass, of course, that everyone is going to want to hear, and in this answer, there's going to be a fatality in the answer, but not this one. The next question there, I'm going to cover a certain fatality that took place, and let me go ahead and put this in the screen here. So just for everybody who just stepped into the room, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Who is Baron Samedi? Does Tehuti practice voodoo? Of course, that's for the end. There's the cobra right there, but that is the wife of the one that you saw. That is the mate. It's Renunet. And then Catholic Pope, the secret origin of incense. And of course, the class itself is the questions that were sent in so far. They're still coming in. So far are the Pope's Kemetic Incense goddess. So we're about to get into the first one here. Let me pull up the Gmails for all those who are watching the Tehuti Podclass. As you're watching the answer, if you appreciate what you're watching, definitely send your support to Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV as the class is going on. Let me go ahead and put that in the screen right here. It's scrolling at the bottom, but there it is on big screen. PayPal at RockySV, Cash App TT Moon. As you're watching it, just like you're watching the breakdancers, and if you're impressed, or if something happened where you said, wow, that piece of guidance definitely I can definitely utilize that, or whoa, that really broke the that broke a matrix that I didn't know, then if you appreciate this, like I say, if you appreciate what you're about to see as much or hopefully more, I hope you appreciate it more, as much or more than you appreciated the waiter that you tipped, or the extra $10 to get a blunt, or whatever it is, that if you appreciate this a little bit more than that, just a tiny bit more than the bags of Doritos you bought over the month, then support at Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. Shout out to all the great supporters. I see you all. I see some that have come in already. I'm going to shout out a couple names when I come back. I'm going to do the rest. Shout out to actually, let me show a couple right now. I'm going to show, because sometimes the brother Daniel LaRoche, he sometimes he can't stay for the late times. He told me he can't stay for can't stay late. So I want to show some of the early people, some of the donations. Is up. I'll shout out about 3, and then I'll get into this answer. So here's 3 of them right off the bat. Here's Daniel LaRoche, who actually asked a very interesting question, and I'm going to actually answer this right here. This is a fast answer. How come Baron Samedi? How come? Very interesting. Very interesting. Oh, it's not plugged. Shout out to the uncooperative hard drives. There, let's see if this pops in. Okay, dunk. You're still flared. He's flared up. Looking right at me. He's just looking up. Okay, let me go ahead and put this on here. Shout out to the brother right here. Let me go ahead and put his donation on the screen.
And much respect to the brother Daniel LaRoche. I don't know if he's in the chat or in the room, but I definitely want to give him a shout out and definitely want to address this right here. And this is for future people as well. We'll call this this for future people as well that are part of the Tehuti Podclass. And I'm going to go ahead and address this because we tried this once before and with music, but it didn't quite work. Plus, there's not much time in the Tehuti Podclass. But first of all, give is Daniel LaRoche, give him some noise first. Give him a clap, please. Give him a clap. Daniel LaRoche asked a very valid question. He said, how can I, and I actually partly addressed this in the beginning, how can I advertise my book on your show? And so the answer to that, of course, because this is not a show, it's a class. Everything in the Tehuti Podclass pertains to the support of the Tehuti Podclass and the House of ATTON. So there's no show with any advertisement, but I told the brother that I will do something very, I will do something for certain individuals, and that is that everybody who knows that I do classes, everybody knows the style and technique that I do classes, I consistently show books, page numbers, and references. So I'm actually giving certain books, whether I agree with them or not. Every class has a book, page number, reference, whether I agree with you or not. I'm going to show the source of the Zhang Zhui. I'm going to show the source of all the books that I've shown over the years. So it could be your book, meaning that if you specialize, if you're a doctor, like Dr. LaRoche, or you specialize in therapy or doctorate, or you just specialize in something, you send a donation, send your book, send a couple pages that you feel would interest me that I could refer to in an answer. So if I'm talking about something that pertains to the eyes, and let's say Dr. LaRoche is an eye doctor, then of course, instead of pulling out an eye doctor book here or pulling something up online, I'm going to say, and according to this page, this particular thing happens to the eye, and it's on this page of this book, and the author is Dr. LaRoche. And you've just gotten more than any advertisement possible, because if anybody here remembers the time when I put up the Senet game, I don't know how much money Amazon made that day. They may have made more tips than the class, but when I put up the Senet game, so many people afterwards ordered the Senet game. They ordered it. I didn't tell them to order it, but just by me advocating and saying that this is a great game, they went on and ordered that in the Mehen game also. So that could be your book. That could be if you specialize in something and you feel that it has to do with the Tehuti Podclass. I could say, according to this page number of this book, this is according to such and such, and I'll go ahead and put it on. And because people see Tehuti teaching about it, they're going to say, oh, I want to get that book. So that is how we're going to do that. Brother Dr. LaRoche and anyone else, I'm not saying everybody flood me with their material. I probably won't look at it because if I see my email flooding. But if you send in a donation and support and say, I have a particular such and such, and it may pertain to the class, I'll first answer you and I'll say, okay, and I'll put it in store. And it may not be answered even that week. I may use it 4 months later, whenever, because I can't control when the question will come up on that topic. So yes, Dr. LaRoche, when that question comes up pertaining on the material you sent me, boom, I'm going to go ahead and put that on. And then the beautiful thing about that is that the person I do that with is going to be on the panel. So if Dr. LaRoche is a doctor, or he has some type of book on health, psychiatry, or anything on family orientation, or whatever it is that he's putting out, and I teach on it, and when he's on the panel, I'm going to say, oh, look, the book author that I showed in the class is right here. Here he is on the panel. Boom. And there you go. That's all that you need. People will be contacting you after that without me taking extra time to do any extra advertisement. I have no extra time at all in the podcast, but you just got more edification than as if I said, okay, the floor is yours for 3 minutes. Go ahead and advertise yourself. That's way more edification. So shout out to Dr. LaRoche for that if you're in the room. And shout out to the support donation. And I did receive your material. Shout out to that. Also, I'm going to do one last one, then I'm going to get into the answer. So this came in from 80 Thieves. It's actually a tip that came in from 80 Thieves, and it's actually for the feng shui question. Wonderful. So this is from the feng shui question last week. Tip feng shui, and this is from 80 Thieves, who is the RI. So give him a round of applause when it comes on the screen. And peace and love to this brother. $20 for tip for feng shui and Gnostic buildups. Tua, Saba, Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. Give him some noise, please, for that tip on the class I taught last week. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to you. So there we go. Okay, good. All right, everybody. We're going to get into the question. And the question is on the origin of incense. Why the Catholic Mass has incense as a part of their ritual, and you already know what's going to happen. It's going to go from the Catholic Mass into some things that you never even thought about. And I have there in the thumbnail, I have there in the title that it goes back to the incense goddess. So it goes back to the incense goddess, and we're going to find out how that ties in. And when you find out what some of the original purposes or origins of incense is, you're going to say, wow. Look at how it was incorporated into all these things. But let's get into it, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. If you can see me and hear me right now, press a 9. Okay. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, good. I have a funny comment in the room. I'm not even put it up, but somebody put, wow, you can't put a doctor's book on your class session. And he's been giving support. This is the biggest black cult in America. Leave young people while you still can. This is the brother who's this is a little fun brother who says that me and him have the same master teacher called Malachi Ziork, and Malachi Ziork is not my master teacher whatsoever. But this is what I mean when I say I address things real funny and quick as it happens live. I usually don't address the chat, but this is a prime example of somebody saying the opposite of what I just said. I literally just said that I am going to. I literally just said that Dr. LaRoche, I received your books, and I'm going to go through the books. I'm going to go through what it is, and then I'm going to actually edify you in a class. I'm actually going to put the book inside of a class, which is better than just showing a book and saying, get the book. I'm actually going to incorporate it. So I'm going to show the truths of the book and incorporate the book into an answer into the class. And Dr. LaRoche is actually happy with that and sent me an email saying thank you. But here comes the person again who doesn't like the double Whopper with cheese. There's a vegan, they like a vegan burger. So the person that they see eating the double Whopper with cheese, they complain about their burger. Whereas the person who actually sent me the donation is like, yes, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you. I'm actually going to incorporate it. But this is a brother who follows a group called the Nuwabians and thinks that me and him have the same master teacher, and we absolutely do not. And so they like to throw around words that are European words like cult. I'm looking through the metanetter. I can't seem to find this word called cult. Scribe, what's the metanetter word for cult?
I haven't found that word either.
So cult is that a translation of an ancient concept? Upesh Ahati, what's the Aztec word for cult? Who are the Aztecs calling cults? And the funny thing is that his teacher Malachi says cult is just the root word of culture. So when they call you a cult it just means that you're in your culture. That's what actually Malachi taught for 30 years. And here's the person using the word cult. When Malachi said cult's not an insult word, cult just means your culture. But it's a funny thing. It's just basically anybody wants anything to complain about, and I just say to everybody, let's switch places. If you can do it better, I'm going to jump in the chat, and Annie and Primordial Thought, you can ask that brother or anybody else your questions and see how they can run this organization and see how they can answer questions. And if not, anybody can tell the car mechanic, I don't like what you do. Can you fix the car? No, but I don't like what you do. Do you have a car shop? No, I play pool, but I don't like what you do, car mechanic. Are there 40 people that say that the car was fixed? Yes, but I don't like it. Who cares? So anyway, shout out to Daoud and all the people that have insecurities within themselves. So they fight within themselves, and then they look for fights outside of themselves, and then they use Europeanized, colonized words to call people. Words like pagan don't exist in the meta-netter. Heathen, Ramesses never called anybody a pagan, a heathen. Cult, these are all Christian terminologies that they use to call other people that are of other religious organizations. And there's no Buddhist word for cult. No Buddhist was calling anybody a cult. No Aztec, no Mayan was calling anyone a cult. No ancient Kemetian was calling anybody a cult. That concept came about by Europeans seeing other people and calling other people that. So shout out to all the people that promote. So by people actually saying something every once in a while, I may pick something funny in the chat. I actually use it as a teaching moment. But anybody that wants to go follow the brother and go watch the Tehuti Podclass, absolutely send your Cash App Daoud, and definitely send him your questions. And Upesh Hati, see if you see him in the Upesh realm, ask him those questions. And two, if you want to learn how to become a NETERT, definitely go to Daoud, and he will guide you. Primordial Thought, you can switch your one-on-one that you're going to have. I don't know if Gabriella told you, but I'm going to have a one-on-one with both of you as a family, so you can switch out for me and do your one-on-one with Daoud. Okay, here we go, everybody. We're about to get into the, if you want to do that, Primordial, I don't know, because this is the biggest cult, so you can switch out. It's not too late. Do you want to switch out?
So the Egyptians are black.
The Egyptians are black. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We are going to now get into the awesome answer. And the funny, one last thing, funny doesn't come in a happy mood because none of these things get me angry. Actually, I don't get angry about anybody I don't care about. So this is a funny thing is that nobody has the definition of what a cult is. So now a cult is if you don't immediately put out a book that a doctor put out on your channel in the middle of a class, that's the definition of the biggest black cult. So it's not even just a cult. Think of the brothers' demented reasoning. The definition of the biggest black cult is if you don't put out a book on the screen in the middle of when you're going to answer a question, then that's the definition of a cult. But when you go to the dictionary, the definition of a cult has nothing to do with advertising anybody's books. So everybody makes up the definition as they go because they're actually dissatisfied internally. There is no definition of a cult. There's no such thing as that. There's no ancient men. There's no, what's the cuneiform word for cult? What's the ancient Babylonian word? So these are all Europeanized individuals that are still running around with Arabic names. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuhu to Dawood. Read the Quran and keep it well. Here we go, everybody. We're going to get into the answer of the origin of the incense, the Catholic Pope Mass origins, why they do it. Does this actually tie into something that came from something before it was burnt? Why does incense have a flavor? Scribe, do you know why does incense have a flavor? And do you notice all the flavors, most of the flavors of incense are edible, are something that stimulates the nose and the taste buds, something that smells nice. But why even have that around you? Who invented that? Where did it come from? Did it exist before you lit it and burnt it? How did it migrate to the Catholics? Why are they swinging this thing around? What is happening here around us in the Matrix? And we're about to find out right now on the Tehuti Podclass. Annie, peace and love to you. Peace and love to you. Primordial Thought 9. Nefer Upesha Hati, I'll see you in the dream realm again. And Anu and two, see you in the chat. And now we're going to get into it, everybody. Welcome to the awesome Tehuti Podclass, aka the biggest black cult in the world. Here we go. Ready? Boom. Let me put my timer on, and now we're about to get into it. Here we go. Ready? Let me see if I can restore this because the weather is bumping my internet. So I'm going to stop this. I'm going to reboot, not reboot the internet, but I'm going to reboot the reboot this file because the oh, I see what happened. Let's see what happened. Here we go, everybody. Okay, welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into the answer here to the question. And the brother Dr. LaRoche sent in a question that I'm more than likely going to address next week, which deals with the medical world. So maybe that will all tie in. Maybe that'll be the time that I show that I actually teach from his book. Who knows? We'll see. I haven't had a chance to even read the book or anything yet, but we'll see. Shout out to all the great supporters. Here we go. I have it right here. We are back in effect, and the internet it's very windy or something out here, so it may be choppy in the middle. We'll see though. Let me know if it is. And there we go, everybody. Let me put my timer on. Peace and love, everyone. And let me put the timer on and get into the answer. Let me get into the answer. Boom. And 6-hour timer off. Reset. Boom, here we go. All right, here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and put it back on the screen again. Like Primordial Thought was saying, it's sunny, then rain, then cloud. It's a very interesting weather experience that we're having here in California. Now it's bright sun again, and the internet is working beautifully. Here we go, everybody. Ready? All right. Everybody can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me and see the screen. I want to make sure because never know. If you can hear me, press a 9. Okay, good. Here we go. Everybody ready? 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the Netiru, health, purity, mental detoxification, out of body, ancient sources, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheists, disguised in the form of quote-unquote black consciousness. 1 second. Stay still. So back. Okay, good. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism disguised in the form of black consciousness, the atheist quote-unquote Kemetic teachers will not have classes on the actual teachings of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves, their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes, or only do debates or quote debunk or expose or challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs, such as the Hebrews are wrong, these people are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are white, the Egyptians are Mediterranean, attacking everyone but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place, never showing their hand of what they actually believe in, because in truth those quote-unquote conscious teachers actually don't believe and they're undisciplined to any one particular thing, but they just want and have the urge to argue. Thus, to hide that they cannot actually answer the questions, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and then you're laughed off of the stage for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook personalized documentary type answer customized and taught live for you is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And of course, the question that was sent in, there's 3 questions that were sent in. One of them was 2 were addressed, answered, and there's 1 that's left, and 1 has to be clarified by the sender. And that question here, this one here that's going to be addressed in this 4-part $100 donation support. Why do the Catholic priests use incense burners during Mass? Wonderful. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Okay. The section in the set of questions I will break down today is a section that you see in almost every Catholic Mass. You see a Pope swinging what looks like a cup or a set of cups, or from a chain, with smoke coming out of the incense, as seen here with Pope Benedict This is Pope Benedict the 16th waving incense at the altar at the offering during the Mass at St. Peter's Basilica. And so this is a very popular image here. It's actually echoed through every single of all of the popes. And they seem to be swinging this vase. There's a typo there. I said, it says veins. Vase. They're swinging this vase from chains, and it has smoke from it. And they swing it back and forth, and they walk back and forth. And it's actually a part of every Mass that they do. This seems to be a part of the ceremony. Why are they doing this? Now, most people burn incense to scent their house. Some people burn incense for other religious or spiritual reasons. But why are the popes actually doing this and swinging it from this vase? What is the actual origin? Okay, so what is going on here? To get to that answer, that is why you come here to the House of Attends, Tehuti Podclass. The position of these popes are doing is a ritual called thurifer. Okay, thurifer, which is Latin. So the position that they're in, position meaning the responsibility position that they're in, is called a thurifer, which is Latin for incense burner. So that is called a thurifer. So when you go to the Merriam-Webster's dictionary and you look at this word, thurifer, you actually don't find it in the English etymological dictionary, but it is in the Webster's etymology. Breaks down thurifer, incense burning, from thur or thus, and iferus. Okay, incense burning. So there's the thurifer. That is the position or the responsibility that the Pope or the High Priest has while they're performing that particular ritual. What are the strange objects that are seen swinging, that you've seen swinging from their hands? Well, these are encoded in a word called thurible. Let me show you actually each piece and broken down. So here's the actual thurible. So this may look like one piece or one item to you, but actually this is broken up into several pieces. The thurible is actually broken up into different pieces, and we're going to get into the pieces right here. This is actually made up of many parts, and we will look through each part now. So actually, when you break it down, here's all the parts that make up this thurible. And so the thurible is actually composed of charcoal tongs, which is what you see right here. We're going to start from this end. So charcoal tongs. Then there's the thurible insert, the incense boat, the charcoal starter vessel, and then the thurible itself, which is actually composed. This whole thing is composed of this contraption, or helps it run and helps it work. Okay, this is actually what you see, what you don't see. So by the time they're actually showing you this in the Mass, what you mainly may see is just this and the chain. You don't really see much of these other pieces because they are all compartmentalized or used to actually move the coal itself, and it's in this word called a thurible. Okay, wonderful. Here we go. Okay, now I will take you to the earliest attestation of the Catholic incense waving. For that, we will go to what's called the Divine Liturgy of St. Mark's. And here is the Divine Liturgy of St. Mark's. And like I said, in the podcast, when I teach, I show book references. And so if you want to go show your family members this, or go research this for yourself, here is the Divine Liturgy of Mark the Evangelist. And when you go to the Divine Liturgy of Mark the Evangelist, and you go in there, there's a section there called Divine Liturgy of St. Mark Proscomidi. At Proscomidi, all as usual, except the following: prayer over the censer. Censer is another term for incense. Whenever you see the word censer in this class, or ever see the word censer being used to describe something, it is also the word for incense and censer. So what does it say in the so-called Divine Liturgy? It says, "We offer thee incense, O Lord, before thy holy glory, and may it rise up. We beseech thee to thy most heavenly altar as a sweet fragrance for the remission of our sins and a cleansing of thy people, through the grace and compassion and love for mankind, of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, now and ever and unto the ages of ages. Amen." So this is for the beseechment of sin, which is the purification of the heart, purification of the soul, and being forgiven for the sins, and the smoke rises up to represent it going into this heavenly sky area. But this is the first attestation of where you see incense pertaining to the Catholic religion, Divine Liturgy of St. Mark, Pros Kemetic. Okay, wonderful. So there it is. There's the swinging of the smoke-filled thurible to the Catholics. It represents the sweet savor of aromatized smoke and the rise of prayers into heaven. And that is actually the answer of why they use it. If you were to walk up to, so let me go ahead and come into the room real quickly. So that is actually, what is it, at 9 minutes here, that is actually the answer of what the Catholics may give you when you ask them. And millions of Catholics around the world and regular Christians are satisfied with that answer. So that was about 9 minutes. 9 minutes for that answer. But you know, here at the Tehuti Podclass, you're not just going to get the answer. You're going to get the origin and the matrix of where this concept even come from. Who would even think that smoke with a scent going up to the heavens has anything to do with any type of God? Where does this originate from? And that is what we're going to find out from this point on. So I just want to make a record that the actual answer to why the Catholics use it was answered in 9 minutes. And now it's time to go into Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. And here we go. Let's get into this even more. So here we are. Are you ready? So here we are. This is where the words turn green, because now we're going to get into the matrix. But these concepts of their God enjoying sweet scents that result from burning, reveals the origin of this matrix switch. And for that, we will have to get into Tehuti Overdrive. So here we go, everybody. Tehuti Overdrive, here we go. This is the addition now to the true origins that the Catholics won't tell you. The original word for incense in their Bibles did not originally have anything to do with what you today associate with incense. It all had actually to do with a victimized animal that was actually cooked. The word was KEMET. KEMET. Oh, you know, let me take you to the Gesenius Hebrew Chaldea lexicon. So now I will take you to the Gesenius Hebrew Chaldea lexicon. So here's where the incense in the Bible word actually comes from. This is KEMET. For those that can read this language that is being miscalled Hebrew, it's not Hebrew, but to create a fake identity, they're calling it Hebrew. This is called the Qaf. If you see where my mouse is moving, this is the Qaf. This is called the Mim. This is called the Ra, and this is the Teh. So this together is KEMET. KEMET. And the incense is the definition in English, and it's attested to in their Bibles in Exodus 31, Leviticus 4:7, and 10:1. And that is the word incense, which is actually KEMET. But if you look at the definition, it says that part of a victim which was commonly burnt. And then it gives a reference to Psalm 66:15. Then it goes into this word right here. Here it is again. Kem, Qaf, Mim, Ra, Ta, KEMET, and then Alif, Yad, Lamed, Yad, Mim, which is Elohim. So the KEMET, Elohim, which is a part of a victim that was burnt, given to the gods. So this is some type of victim. Victimized. Now we're moving out of the common understanding of what the Catholics are swinging around, called incense, to what you burn in your household that you're calling incense, to the Bible that the Catholics actually got it from, that they're not telling you, which means that the thing that was burnt was once alive, and the fat from this thing was burnt, and the thing that's being burnt is actually a victim. They didn't tell you this part of the actual original definition of their biblical incense, which is KEMET. It deals with something that was alive, that became a victim. And that was a KEMET, Ialim. That's Ialim. So the Kemet, which they say is the fat of the ram. The Elaim, which was the Kemet Elaim given to the gods, or given to the god, if you believe that this story is about one particular god. But it's actually the Kemet Ialim to the Elohim, or to what they're calling as Yah or Yahweh, and that was a part of a victim of an animal that was actually sacrificed to God or to the gods. Much different than the incense today. And now we go into the other reference, Genesis 8:20, to show that sacrifice, and it goes on to say, Noah built an altar to the Lord, and he took of every clean beast and every clean fowl and offered burnt offerings on an altar. Now we're going to stop right here, and I'm going to come to the room, because here's where I'm going to ask you to think just for a moment. Outside of the concept of the victim that was put in the altar, which was an animal, outside of that, we have to go to the understanding that you have to accept that there was a man named Noah who was actually responsible for every single animal on the planet to be alive. That includes Komodo dragons, that includes marmoset monkeys, koala bears, every animal. And when this was all over, he took every one of those clean ones, which were millions. There's billions of animals and millions of species. He took the ones that he considered clean, and he put them all on top of an altar. I wonder what the size of this altar was. And imagine being in the Matrix and being a Christian, and you actually reading this, or being a Hebrew and you're reading this, and you don't even bat your eye to it. You don't even think about it. You don't even think, wait a minute, how many animals did Noah save? Of the billions of animals, how many of the millions of animals are clean? Would it be hundreds of thousands, thousands of animals? He took 2 of every single one of them and put them all on an altar. That altar would have to be the size of at least Germany. You couldn't even fit all the animals on the planet into Germany. And this is what we accepted, but it's interesting because no one batted an eye to it. But the focus is not even that Isfet or chaos, which makes no sense. But the focus is that this was actually animals that were burning. And they were given to some entity that was called the Lord. And this is the origin of the incense that people are burning, and the Catholics swinging the incense, which has a pleasant smell to us. We're the ones that think that it's a pleasant smell. You never ask your dog if it's pleasant when you're burning incense in the house. You don't find out if your parrot thinks of their pleasant scents to us, but they're originally pleasant scents to some other entity outside of the Hebrew Israelites, which was considered a God entity. And let's find out why it was pleasant. Because this is the burning of animals, cooking of animals. And here we go, everybody. So he put it says the word every clean beast, and of every clean fowl, that's all the birds too. He put every one of them. Not only all the animals were on this altar that had to be the size of Germany, Russia, and China combined, but he took every single bird that you can imagine that's clean and put that on an altar. How long it took to build this altar? Nobody knows. But one day, the Hebrews may tell us about that massive altar. Now, here it is. After he put every animal that's clean on this altar the size of Germany and China, the Lord smelled the sweet savor, and the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground anymore for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth, neither will I again smite anymore every living thing as I have done. Now I'm going to come back in the room and also show the walk you through the matrix in that. He said he smite every living thing as he has done, and he's not going to do it anymore. Why? Because a person took every single bird that you can imagine that was clean on the entire planet, and every single animal that you can imagine on the entire planet that's clean, and put them on an altar the size of Germany, and he started roasting it and cooking it. they put the English word in there, burnt, as if it's something that that doesn't mean fire. He lit fire to cook to meat, and he cooked it. God responded in saying that this beautiful gesture means that I will not kill of all the living animals anymore. But I have a question, just for thought, to see if the matrix can be broken. Animals, anima, from animation, breathing things, anima. That would include walruses, would it? That would include sea lions? Would it include sharks, whales? Would it include dolphins? Yes. How were they killed? And how did they escape the flood? How did the dolphin escape the flood? Oh, that's right. The dolphin lives inside of a flood called the ocean. The dolphin lives in a flood. So does the whale. So does the sea lion. So does the sea snake. So does the anglerfish. So does the manta ray. So does the stingray. And we can go on for millions of other animals. So sending water upon these animals, they're actually more happy. And if they were saved, who saved them? Because the ark never had a stingray. So therefore, stingrays are still here. So if we go by that Bible narrative, then stingrays were never killed, because there was no stingray on the ark. Was there a stingray on the ark walking up? You know, they showed that to us as children. The animals walking up the ladder to Noah's ark. Was it a stingray was flapping on its hind fins up on the ark? And then how did it breathe? And Noah had seawater on the ark. A manta ray. Do you know how big a manta ray is? You know the manta ray is bigger than the ark? Type in size of a manta ray and look at a person and look at a manta ray, and you'll see a manta ray is the size of a boat. And that was on the ark, according to our good Hebrew brothers and Christian brothers. But it wasn't on the ark. It actually survived because it stayed in the water. Well, if it stayed in the water and it was never killed, then what is God talking about when he said, I will neither smite again anymore every living thing as I have done? Well, Hebrew Israelites, we have Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV, and I will get the team to send you $1,000 from the houseofatton's donation support collection and the Tehuti Podclass if you can show where the manta ray and the dolphin was killed, because God said every living thing was killed. So, at any rate, the focus of this now is that the Lord is the one that smelled something that was a sweet savor. Wonderful. So the Lord smelled a sweet savor, and that sweet savor is coming from all the animals. That's all the animals being cooked. Creates a sweet savor to this Lord. Wonderful. Okay. So these concepts of their God enjoying sweet scents that results from burning reveals the origin of the matrix switch. And what is the origin of the matrix switch? So let us look, the typo there. Let us look in and let me break the matrix. The incense burning goes back to this type of animal sacrifice in the Bible. So here it is again. Let's take a look at it and see. But this would imply that God is smelling. That's a typo. Favors the savors. In savors the smell. Oh, sorry, it is not a typo. This is God is favoring the smell of cooked meat. Something that your dog doesn't come for, a hyena doesn't come for. Cooked meat is something that is unique to human beings. A parrot does not go out looking for cooked meat. A puma, every animal on the planet except for people eats raw food. But people are the ones that originated and continue the cooked meat, cooked food. And that smells good for us. The barbecue smells good. This God also liked that smell. Therefore, this God has the sense of smell and taste buds for things that wild animals don't have a taste for, such as cooked meat. Let me show you the particular word used here called savor. and see what type of god this is originally sacrificing or incense scenting to. Here it is. So here is a savor. And what is savor? Agreeable flavor, agreeable smell, pleasure, delight. Delight and pleasure from taste. So it's a flavor, a taste. And why is that? Because your nose is designed as the precursor for that which you're going to put in your mouth. And that is why you have the sense of smell in the first place. It's to protect you, to be acquainted with particular scents that are good for you. So you smell this, that aroma, that banana smells good, that flower smells good, it smells good to eat, that strawberry, that smells good, this smell, you're smelling something that, have you ever smelt anything and had your mouth water? Why? Because there's a connection between the sense of smell as a precursor to what you're about to eat. And the mouth watering is pre-digestion. It helps break down the food and a moisture that you chew so it's easier digested. So when you smell something good, you're like, that's mouth watering, and you're not even chewing on anything yet. That's the sense of smell. But when you smell doo-doo or feces or something, a rotting body, you're like, nope, that's I'm not gonna eat that. You could be blind and have a well-cooked meal in front of you and have doo-doo in front of you, and a blind man would know that vomit, that bowl of vomit, no, my body's warning me before I stick my tongue in it, I'm gonna smell it. No, that's not for me. Hey, this cooked meal, my mouth is watering. The nose is a warning and a precursor for what you're about to eat. It's a pre-digestive system. It helps you pre-digest. You smell, it ignites the taste buds, which ignites the moisture saliva for coming out, which gets your mouth ready and moist to chew on something so you can break it down. And that's why you don't swallow a whole potato, a bite of potato, and just swallow it, because it'd be very difficult for your body to digest a piece of yam hard. So you cook it, you chew it, and then now you swallow it more as a liquid. But this is unique to animals and hominids, and the burnt part stimulating all of this is completely unique to humans. The lion doesn't come for it. The lion doesn't want to cook steak. It wants a slice of a zebra. So here we are with this offering of this cooked food, burnt, baked, cooked, heated up, fire to it, whatever word or concept you like to use, and it creates an agreeable flavor. That's why smelling something is the same savor as tasting something. It's the same word used for both, whether you smell the sweet savor or you taste a savor. That's why the word smell is here and taste is here, because the nose and the mouth work together. 4 creatures that need to eat, and the only reason you need to eat is if you have a system that is mortal. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here it is. Boom. Most definitely some humanoid type gods that seek pleasure and delight and taste of meat that is cooked, because your dog, a lion, a hyena actually prefer raw flesh. The only creature on the planet that prefers cooked is a human, hominid. Actually, not even the hominids. The ancient hominids originally didn't want their food cooked either. Then we developed and learned how to cook or put heat to something to make it softer for us. Cooked meats is enjoyed only by humans. We're the only ones that seek that. All the animals are very fine. An alligator is very fine with a raw duck. So cooked food smells good to us, to people. And the savor, in other words, the watering of the mouth, the good smell, is unique to a human person or someone that needs to eat, that likes cooked food. Where did this concept come from? Let us get to the origins and read this again. So here it is. And the Lord smelled the sweet savor, and the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground anymore for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. He just realized that. Neither will I again smite any more everything living as I have done. Well, this is from a flood story. So this Genesis is from an actual flood story. It was after the flood that this Noah character supposedly put every animal that was clean on an altar the size of Germany. It was directly right after the flood. Well, this is from a flood story where at the end, when the flood was over, a man was sacrificing or cooking animals for his God, cooking them for a particular God. That thought of cooked meat smells good and well exists 1,000 years prior to this, and was the original flood story. Did this exist 1,000 years prior in the original flood story by the scribe Sinlik Unini? So 1,000 years prior to this story, you have a scribe named Sinlik Unini, and today they call this the Gilgamesh epics. Let me take you to chapter 11, verse 160 to break the matrix. Here it is. So here's Sinlik Unini, who is the scribe of what today they're being called the Epic of Gilgamesh, authorized by the scribe, and an exorcist. So this was an exorcist. An exorcist called Sinlik Unini. This is 1300 BC. This is 1,000 years before the biblical story. People may be saying, wait a minute, Tehuti. Noah was way before 1300 BC. 1300 BC is in the time of Moses. Noah's way before that. The story written down here is 1300 BC. The story of the flood is around 284 BC. In the Bible, in their Septuagint, it's a younger story. So this is Gilgamesh Epics. Let's read it here. Chapter 11, verse 160. What does it say? This is after the flood. I offered incense in front of a mountain ziggurat, 7 and 7 cult vessels. Uh-oh, there's your cult. Uh-oh, we got a cult. 7 and 7 cult vessels I put in place and into fire. Underneath or into bowls I poured reeds, cedar, and myrtle. The gods smelled the savor. Uh-oh. The gods smelt the sweet savor, and they collected like flies over a sheep sacrifice. Uh-oh. Genesis 8:21. And the Lord smelled the sweet savor and said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground anymore for man's sake. Genesis 8:21 is directly after the flood. We see a man named Noah offers cooked food, cooked meat to a god that's liked it because it was a sweet savor. And here we have 1,000 years prior to the story, Gilgamesh, Sinliku Unini, scribe, chapter 11, 160. Incense poured and all of this, and sheep where the gods smelt the sweet savor. They even took the exact same sentences. They even took the words, the sweet savor, and they collected like sheep over the sacrifice. Boom. The exact same story plagiarized from an ancient story of man and human gods. Now, as far as incense pertaining to the burning with the scent, no animal involved, let's go to the origin again of the Catholic incense burning of liturgy. So we see here, when you go back to the over here to this word right here, Kemret. We see that Kemret is incense, but the definition, incense, a part of a victim that was burnt, fat of a ram. When we get into the Gilgamesh epics, we see that there's a victim that's burnt, and it's a sheep, exactly correlating with the original incense. And at the very top of the sentence, in the first line of Sinliku Unini's verse, I offered incense. And then it goes from incense into the burning of a ram, that the Lord smelled the sweet savor, the exact same definition of Kemret in the so-called Hebrew. All right, wonderful. Now, How about the burning of scent with no animal involved? Because we seem like there's been a shift where it was herbs and animals being cooked, and then it got turned into the animals are removed. And of course that was removed because of the psyops of so-called Jesus Christ. After he died, and there's no more animal sacrifice. But where did the switch actually take place? In the burning of the liturgy of Saint Mark that we read, there's no animal seen to be involved in that liturgy, but we're going to go to the Oxford reference, liturgy of Saint Mark. And here we are, the tradition Greek Eucharist liturgy of the Church of Alexandria, formerly used by Egyptian Melkites. Behind the various forms lies a primitive local Egyptian text in which the great intercessory prayer stood before the Sanctus, and there was no Benedictus at the end of the Sanctus. Forms in the Coptic and Ethiopic are all used in the Coptic and Ethiopic churches. So when you look up the liturgy of Mark, where does it trace to? That's the liturgy of the Mark is the origin now of the incense burning, where there's no animals being killed involved. But when you go to the origin of the liturgy of Mark, the traditional Greek Eucharist liturgy of the Church of Alexandria was used by Egyptian Melkites. This is what happened. This is what you see when you go to the origin of the liturgy of Mark. Boom! The Alexandrians. Does that sound familiar to anybody? The Alexandrians? The source of the Catholic incense origin leads to a church building that was once formerly used by quote-unquote Egyptians. So the origin of the story of incense goes back to the liturgy of Saint Mark, which goes back to a building which originally was used by the Egyptians, and they just rebuilt upon it. And that is exactly what they did. And here is where we link the matrix right back into the Kemetic Ma'at source. So the liturgy of Mark goes back to Egypt and Alexandrians, the Church of Alexandria. Here we go. Now, you look up incense when you want to order it for your Catholic ritual, and it's going to show you. We're going to go to CatholicCompany.com. It's going to show you pontification incense. Pontification incense from CatholicCompany.com. This is what you see right here. Pontification incense. Now, when you look up pontiff, pontiff is high priest. Title of a Roman high priest. Pontifex, used for a bishop. Used for reference to a pope. So here we see over here, pontifical incense that you can order from the Catholic Company. And I want to let you know right now, let me come to the screen. I want you to think. You can order this. You don't have to be a pope. So some people may be thinking, well, this is pontification incense. You have to show your pope ID, and it's called pontification incense because pontiff is the high bishop, the pope. And so this is for the popes to order. Like as if you think Pope Benedict is ordering from the Catholic Company. You can order this. Huh? You're not a pope. But the incense is pontifical incense, and the definition of pontifical is a person, a high priest, a pope. That's what the incense is for. But you and Sister Betty and your Aunt Jemima can order this, and none of you are popes. But this is Pope incense. But it's not for the Pope to use. Don't think that the Pope that you see on TV is ordering pontifical incense from this website. No. So it's not for the Pope to use. It's incense for the Pope. We're going to get into why it is incense for the Pope, not for him to use. You're the one using it. You can order from this company. Churches can order from this company, and they don't have to show their Pope ID. Let's break the matrix. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Boom. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go, everybody. All right. Pontiff is a high priest. That's a person. A pope. That's a person. A bishop. A Roman high priest. A bishop. A pope. Those are people. Boom. The origin of the sweet scent being given as to offer to something was originally to another living being. That was right in front of you, or someone that they have the ability, that has the ability to smell. As we saw in the epics of Gilgamesh, pontifical incense, in the original incense, as they gave reference to the animal victim, as they stole from the Sinlaku Inini tablet, was something that you burnt to give to somebody that could smell and had taste buds and said, this smelled nice. Thank you for this offering. I'll take the cooked food. I'll take those incense that you're burning. I'll take those herbs. And that's when you look up pontifical incense, it's incense to a high pope, because the pope is the one in the Catholic Church who's in the place of the Father. When you go into the confession booth, you don't give your confessions to the Heavenly Father, as they say. It's the Pope on the other side. That's who's being called the Father. He's the intercessor. So the incense, pontifical incense, pontiff, is to the Pope. It's to the priest. It's to them, because they're in the place of the gods, or the God. They're the human in the place. So you burn it to them originally, because Noah was burning it to some group of gods that hovered around the sacrifice like flies, as it says, when they smelled the sweet savor. They enjoyed the taste of it, as a definition of sweet savor, the taste of it, because the offering was to something right in front of you that had taste buds, that had a nose, that could breathe and smell, that liked cooked food. Well, we don't see the gods anymore. God and Jesus isn't here anymore. Who is in the place? Oh, the Pope. The Pontiff. It's Pontiff incense. It's to him. It's to a person. That's how it gradually starts moving from its KEMET original definition, biblical original, from the Gilgamesh epic definition into the Pontiff, and then he is burning it for a god. That's why you don't see the regular Catholics. Were you the regular Catholics in the room? Did you have that thing in the Mass? Did all of you have that too? It's him that has it, because it goes from the person to the Pope, and from the Pope to the gods, representing what it originally meant. And now the definition is completely watered down, and now you're left with just burning smoke into the atmosphere. Still acknowledging with a definition that God can smell that God likes burnt things. God likes burnt plants. That smells good. Burnt herbs. I like that oregano too. I like the cooked. I like oregano and garlic. Cooked onions smell great to me. Cooked olives that smell that pizza smells incredible. The cooked olives on your gyro and the cooked onions and tomatoes on the pizza. When you walk by Papa John's and you smell that, your taste buds start watering. We liked cooked herbs. We liked cooked plants. And then you can smell the meat that's on the pizza too. We like that too. Because that's who the offering was for. Because originally, before God was made a spook, before God was made something you couldn't see or touch, the original stories had physical people offering to physical gods. That's what Sinlaku Inuni said. It said they came down and hovered around the offerings. That doesn't sound like a God that's everywhere at all times. It sounds like something that came down from where? Came down, now it's hovering because it likes the good smell. But of course, in Christianity, if they told you that, and the Catholics told you that, you would be disobedient, because you'd be like, wait a minute, the original gods were physical beings on the earth. That's what the story said. So there's no one God that's over Jesus and you can't see him. So we're just going to burn smoke up into the air, And understand, ladies and gentlemen, smoke dissipates after a few feet up in the air. You see, because when you ask them where God is, they don't say God is right there where the cloud is. God is right there where the rainbow is. God is right here where the atmosphere ends, the sky begins, where it turns blue, where the sky turns black. They don't give you the definition. They say God is keep going up and up and up and up and up and up. He's well away, because they tell you that a plane can't reach God. Isn't that what they tell you Christians, right? Hebrews? A plane can't reach God. So that means a plane can't go high enough to get where God is. So God isn't somewhere sitting 20 feet above you smelling incense, is he? Because why would you have to burn it upwards if God is everywhere at all times? Where is God, Christians? God is everywhere at all times. He's here. He's there. He's there. He's there. He's everywhere at all times. But the liturgy of St. Mark says that we're burning this incense because the scent is ascending up to God. How far up? How far up? One day, while you're coming back home from vacation, if they allow you to use your phone and not put on airplane mode, you can sneak a phone call in. You know, your family's waiting for you at the airport. Family's waiting for you at the airport. Imagine a parachuter or somebody up in the sky in a helicopter. You know, the helicopter freeze where the cops hang out of the window of the helicopter and the window's open. He's hanging out from the ladder, pointing down at people, giving, "You must evacuate," and he's in the air. You're down on the ground. Do you think the incense you're burning is, that incense is great. Oh man, y'all smell that incense up here in the helicopter? That incense is, oh man, yeah. You think the incense that you're burning in your house or on the surface of the ground outside is reaching up to the helicopter? How high do you think that? How high is the smell of incense going? Huh? You don't have to go in a helicopter. Do a test with it. Do a test. Just go up to the top of a small building. 2-story building, 1-story building. Go up to the top of 7-Eleven. Go up to the top of any building and tell your friends at the bottom in the parking lot burning incense. And sit there at the top of the building and try to smell that incense that they're burning down there. It dissipates and separates before it even gets to that height. God is higher than all of that, but we're burning incense on the ground to get to him. Incense travels at the height where people's noses are and a little bit above them. By the time it goes up and up and up, you can't smell it if you're up in the treetops. You can't smell it if you're up in a mountain. No. The cooked food and the incense are for people and beings that are around that have a nose right here that can smell it. When you burn an incense, it's for you to smell, not for the guy up on the mountain. Up on Mount Everest, we smell you down here. It smells great. We're not up where God is yet. We're just on a mountain, but we can smell that frankincense that you all are doing down there in Texas. It smells really, keep burning. Come on, burn that incense in Idaho. Burn that. We're going to be up here. And we smell that incense. It smells awesome. It dissipates before it even gets up anywhere close to that height. But you're burning it for God to, Liturgy of St. Mark, it says, for God to smell the sweet smell. Where is God? We're here at the Tehuti Podclass. We're here to break the matrix because we're going to get into the origin. This incense was for physical beings that were right there in front of you that could smell it and greatly appreciate it because they're right there and both of you are smelling the incense, right? Because you have to smell it first, huh? How do you know the incense smells good to send to God? What happened? How do you know the incense smells good in the first place? Because you are the one smelling it first. You're the one that mixed it up and you're smelling it first. And the person beside you says, that smells good. That honeydew, strawberry incense, that smells good. And the other person's like, that smells good. That smells good. You may get to the 20th person says, I don't really like that one. But to the majority of the people, that strawberry, that smells good. That frankincense, I like that. Sage, that Palo Santo smells good. Everybody in the room is smelling it. Not the guy on the 5th floor in the apartment building looking down the balcony. Y'all burning incense down there? That smells great, man. Keep burning that. I'm up here on the 6th floor. Keep it going, man. That smells good. I'm nowhere near where God is, but keep burning that incense. It's getting to me. It's for people to smell and gods that were in physical form. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody. Here we go. Let us continue. Here we go. All right, so we went past that to the Epic of Gilgamesh for the appreciation of people and other beings, our God people, our physical beings. And it went back to a temple that was once Kemetic. And the original meaning for Ponti was offering, was the incense to another person. Pontiff is another person. Pontiff is not a god. Pontiff is the bishop. Pontiff is the priest. So originally they knew it was for them. You burn incense and gave to another person, which we're going to see on the walls of Kemet soon. Appreciate the smell that's sent, that had a particular relevance. And now we'll take you to the origin of incense itself, which of course has to be from the same place the Christian church set up their temple in Kemet. What is the origin? Here we have the priest who represents the Holy Mother of God. The Holy Mother of God holding up the fire pot, you know, that they call today the thurible. So I'm gonna show you a priest who represents the Holy Mother of God holding up the fire pot that today they're calling a thurible, which represents the sweet scent of God. Which pope is this going to be, ladies and gentlemen? Which pope do you think this is going to be? Which pope is this going to be? Anybody know? Here he is. So this pope here, the same one, we have a priest who represents the Holy Mother of God holding up the fire pot called the thurible today, which represents the sweet scent to God. There he is. Now, who is this next image? Who is this next image here? There we go. Who's this? Uh-oh. Who's this right here? Anybody know? Who's this right here? Who's here with the incense pot? Who is this right here? Anybody know who this is? Does anybody know who this is? Huh? Let me introduce you. Yes. Unlike your current modern day atheist posing as a Kemet priest or a conscious teacher who will just show you an image, give you his perspective. I'm going to give you my, you need to recognize my perspective. I'm going to give you my perspective. Instead of giving you his perspective or teach from a meme, we will here at the House of ATTON go to the actual words that are alongside the image. So who is this? Anybody know? What are the words that are alongside this image? Let me see if anybody knows who this is before I even go. Does anybody recognize him? Because we all recognize the Pope with the incense. He's the Pope. We recognize Pope Benedict, right? We recognize the popes. How about the other image? Anybody know who that is? Go ahead and type in the room. Anybody know? Does anybody know? It seems like he had the flower pot incense holding it up prior to Pope Benedict, but we know Pope Benedict, but we don't seem to know who that is. Okay, we got Men Mat Ra Seti 1. Okay, Men Mat Ra Seti 1. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, House of ATTON. Let's go and find out what this is, who this is, and what is going on. So here it is. So yes, unlike your modern day atheist who's posing as the Kemet priest, conscious teacher who will just show you the images and give you his perspective or teach from a meme on Facebook, we will here at the House of ATTON go to the actual words that are alongside the image itself. And here we are. Here are the words that are alongside the image itself. Didimedu in, sorry, 1 second. Clear my throat. Okay, here we go. All right. Didimedu in INMUTET, which is words spoken by INMUTET. INMUTET, pillar of his mother, priest. Isen netter. Incense. This is, sorry, sen netter. Incense comes. Set. Netter. The scent of God. Netter comes. Set. Circ neb tawi min ma'at ra. Scent of the breath of the Lord, or the sustainer of the two lands. Min ma'at ra comes. The incense comes. The scent of the God comes. The scent comes to you, Lord of the two lands. Min ma'at ra. So I think scribe put min ma'at ra. And who is this? This is INMUTET, the priest of the pillar of his mother. Uh-oh. Boom. 1255 BC. INMUTET, the priest whose name means pillar of his mother, holding up the original incense fire pot that represents the sweet scent of God. The netter, the ancient word for incense, was cap. 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 Uh-oh. Here it is. Cap. They have you all now saying cap or something else. This is cap. Perfume, scent, sensing, incense, cap, capit, capu, vase, incense, the incense vase that they call the thurible. Cap, shelter, place of concealment, furnace, oven, bakery. Cap. Remember, in the oldest Catholic attestation for the origin of incense, there is a smoke associated with going upwards to the sky. Well, guess what else cap is the name for? Uh-oh. To hide, conceal, cover with clothes, dress, title of the goddess Nut. Here is cap. Did your Kemetic teacher teach you this? This is cap, Nut. And here's how it all happened. Now today, cap. That's cap. I remember when I heard this a few years ago, I was like, what the heck is going on? You wearing a hat? That's cap. I get a cap, cap, cap. And the memes show a cap on somebody's head because that's what it originally meant. Cap, when they say that's cap, that they translate to as lying, that's cap, actually means to conceal something. Originally, a name for the goddess Nut, the Netter Nut, cap, the incense goddess. Why? Because cap was the sky, that which covered everything on the ground, which is why you see Nut in this dome form covering things, and the netter under her, and people under her, as the sky with the stars covers you. That's cap. So, as this went on into the Catholic Church and then on into the Islamic religion, in the Phoenician language, you know, hooked on phonics, the English language, in the Phoenician language, Canaanium, and in English, the letter P and the letter F is interchangeable. That's why you say from with the letter F, but phone is the letter P, because P and F were the same, as in phonetics. So the cap got turned into calf. The coverer or concealer of things, which went from the original Netter Nut, who is the coverer and concealer of the earth, the stars, and the sky, you know, where they say the incense is going to, cap, is sky is over you, goes into the Arabic calf, which they turn into now covering up the truth. And thus when you go into a Muslim and say, what is the Arabic word for liar? Kafaruna, kafaruna, kafir, you kafir, you kafir, you kafir, you kafir, kafaruna, kafir, kafir, from what? From kaf, cap, the cover of the truth. Eventually, as time goes on, it becomes the word for things that cover things. which turned into a hat. And now the hat over you that covers your head is called cap, from the Masonic word kaput, which means your head. The word cap and kaput, the same word for incense, is the English etymological word for the head, and that which goes over it is the cap. Cap got turned into chap. Kafir became chapter, and that became the head of the beginning of a book. The chapter. Let us go to the first chapter. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Which is the enclosement of the whole theme. Chapter 2. Another thought. Enclose. From the word cap. Look it up. From kaput, which was the head. The head, which in Medu was Ra, because he was the head of the netter of that particular family. That became the word Rosh, or Rash. You know, like the Arabic word Rashid. And the word Raja. When you look up Raja in Hindu, it's head. Rashid, Rosh, head. Because Ra was the head of the Netiru. Guess how you say chapter in Medu? It's Ra. It's so fun on the other side. It is Ra. Ra is the Medu word for chapter. Open up your Perm Haru, Wallasey Budge, or anything that has the Medu there, and just look up the word chapter, and the word is Ra, because he's the head. The kaput, which became the cap, the hat or the cap that goes over you, from cap, which was Nut's name, which became Kafir, chapter, concealer of the truth, which today in your rap songs, that's cap. And they show you the icon of a hat going over somebody's head. Well, that's where your cap came from. It originally was a good thing. It originally was the feminine netert. It originally was all hail to the mother of God, Nut. And that's cap. The original one. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. If you've learned just that section from anywhere else, please put the timestamp, the book page, the chapter, the kaput in the room, so we can know that this is being revealed in other places and we can combine with it. And if not, please support what you've not seen before. Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Because if you say you're enjoying this and you don't support it, that's cap. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's break these matrices one by one by one. Chapter by chapter by chapter. Here's the cap, which was Nut, which was the coverer. That symbol right there is the covering of the heavens. You see? Of where the scent goes up to. Coming from cap to conceal. Because if you use it for the negative, then it's a concealer of truth. If you use it for the positive, then it's the concealer or the cover of the sky above you, and that's Nut. You know, the sky. You know, where the oldest attestation for the origin of incense, where there's smoke, is going towards. You know, the sky. Nut. There's your sky. Boom. The Netert Nut, who's the Holy Mother of God. Here's the High Priest, who represents the Holy Mother, the sky, holding up the cup of incense for the sense of God. The incense, which is the kaput, which is Nut, the mother goddess, and his name itself, INMUTET, who's the pillar of the mother. The word for mother is Mut. He's the pillar of the Mut. He's the priest of Mut. Mut, his mother, who's named after the mother of God, who is Mut herself. So he's a high priest of the feminine aspect called Mut, of which he's the pillar of, holding the incense, terrible, that goes up to the sky, because it represents what Nut represents, which is the sky that covers you, called the Cap. And today, the Catholic high priest, who represents the Holy Mother of God, that's in the skies, and he's holding up the incense for the scent of God. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, houseofatton. Let us continue. There is INMUTET, and that's why the translation, Dedu Medu in INMUTET, words spoken by INMUTET, pillar of his mother, the mother goddess, which is his mother, which is named after the mother goddess, which is Mut. He's a priest. You know, this is the Pontiff incense. It's the priests and the Pope that carry this incense, and they receive the incense. Sin netter. Sin netter. Incense comes. Set. Written netter scent of the god, or the netter comes. Set. Circuit neb tawimin ma'at roth, scent of the breath of the Lord of the two lands. Men ma'at ra comes. Oh, the breath of the Lord? The breath of the sustainer Lord of the two lands? We, the Tehutian followers of Ma'at, were so imbued with the microcosm of entendres that because we knew that Nut was the sky, Shu was the air, that's the air that we breathe, and thus that's the breath of God. Guess what? The oldest incense in the world's ingredients, which was also a remedy, was also used for. And this takes us to the oldest attestation of ingredients of incense in the world, which today is in what's called the EBERS papyrus of 1500 BC. And thus I will break the matrix of the white Catholics associated, or what? Break the matrix of what? Of what Catholics associated this with, that's a typo, not white, of what Catholics associated this with. The sky, air, sense, and food. Remember the sweet savor? And food. Originally before the matrix was created and before the Catholics had it. And here is the EBERS papyrus. EBERS medical papyrus. Why would incense be in a medical papyrus? This is the Shesh Papri, 1550 BC. There's the first word there. Uh-oh, cap. Cappy. See that? You see the cap? Cappy. Capit, caput, right there. Caput. 1, 2, 3. Caput. That's the cap. Today the Greeks call kaifi. See that? Here's the ingredients in the transliteration. Here it is. What does it say? Incense. What is done to make pleasing the smell? Uh-oh, hold on. Hey, man. I need you to go back in there. In there. There we go. Nice. Incense, what is done to make pleasing the smell of the house, clothes, and mouth. Soft part. Soft part belongs to the plant, and it goes under the ingredients: the cyrax, liquid cyrax, pulverized finley. Make a mix and place on fire. Another means in which women make for it. Give the remedy like this way unto honey. Cook, mix and change. In the goblets they shall fumigate before. With them now, moreover, they make taste with the mouth, to make pleasing the smell of their mouth. Uh-oh. And we're going to break right there for just a moment. I'm going to step away for just a minute. Mouth freshener. Before it was burnt or lit, it was to make the mouth fresh. I'm going to put the link in the room for just a moment. Take a break. Step off for just a minute. I've been teaching for 10 to 15 minutes. That's what Tall God said. Oh, no. I've been teaching for 1 hour and 8 minutes. I'm going to pause it right here. Take a quick break. Put the link in the room for the team. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I just need to take a break after teaching for an hour and 8 minutes. I think I deserve a couple-minute break, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. There's a link in the room. Scribe, jump in. Bring them in. Bring the team in. I shall be right back. Boom.
Hotep. All right, hold on. Let me just mute my. Okay, there we go. Let me come to the screen. All right, peace and love, everyone. It's the great SABA Tehuti. Takes a quick break. We'll go over, just a few announcements. First, Hotep Henu, to everyone who's, this is so far with what he's showing the origin of just even from the Catholic and what all that meant, and the Pope being the representation of God. And what I love about it is he's showing how when this literature was written, how it was attributed to, of course, beings that were physical. I mean, it's there, but within the matrix of religion, because they already mystify it when you come in, you don't have that concept to really think of that in that way. So I love how he pointed that out, because it's absolutely true. And now going to the temple of Seti the First, and showing where all this originates from is so powerful. So Hotep Henu, to the great brothers on the panel with us. Minku Arab Mary Ma'at is here. Hotep, peace.
Peace. Greetings. Hotep, everybody. So wonderful to be here. These are my favorite. Well, all of them are my favorite, but these kinds of teachings really illuminate my spiritual excitement. And this is definitely the highest of teaching. What I love about this is one could say, or in my mind, this is contesting everything, right? This is contesting the scholars. This is contesting the matrix. This is contesting the conscious community, and it's just powerful. And when Saba breaks down, when he goes into some of the very sacred places and starting to translate the meta netter, my heart is filled with joy. Like, this is what I'm here for. This is what I've been searching for. And I get all that I need from the powerful teachings from our master teacher, Saba Tehuti. And I will pass. Oh, let me say one other thing. The first time I seen the incense joint, I'll go back and look at the name. So I have the name of the thing that holds the incense, and they swing it with the chain and the metal joint. He showed all the parts to it. The first time I saw that was in a documentary about Bob Marley, and they were swinging one of those at his funerals. So I will pass. So that's weird that they would do what the Catholics are doing. So I'll pass with that.
Peace, everybody. Peace and love. Hotep, greetings. Nice to see you. Menkur Raz here. Who's that? Ox Effect in the back. Caleb is there. Primordial. Annie. I heard a little bit of what you all said. I'm glad you all are enjoying so far. It's that was 10 minutes, right? Was that 10 minutes? How long was that? 15 minutes? Yeah. That was 15-minute class. Actually, it's actually we're in an hour and 8 minutes. So, and that's I finished at 9 minutes. So the answer to the question to the brother who asked it, I finished 1 hour ago. So this I time it. So I actually answered the question of why the Catholics use it 1 hour ago. Everything else after 1 hour was extra Tehuti overdrive, which is not what the Catholics are going to tell you. And there it is. I'm going to tell you about the Kemerets. Then I'm going to tell you about this. And raise your hands, everybody. All the people on the panel. If you knew that Mut's other name was Cap, which was incense. That's what you guys were. That's what the anybody teaching that anywhere? Mut. Not Mut, Nuts. Nuts' name was Cap. That's where that Cap came from. Did they teach you that, Scribe?
No.
Oh, that's a primordial. That's in the was it Muta Ashby? What the book you said you read? What was it? It's I got all the books.
Definitely not in there.
I got all the books already. All right, so yeah, so no, it's not in the books. It's not in all the books. But there it is. It's not in the books, but it's in the writings of the ancients. So what we're gonna do, everybody, we're gonna continue. I'm actually gonna read off 2 donations, and we're gonna go right back into the answer, because now you know in the there it is. Look at it, the EBERS papyrus. The incense looks like a breath freshener now, doesn't it? Menkora, did you see that part?
No, wait, what?
Nobody caught that? I know, Annie, did you see that, or did I go too fast?
It looked like a breath freshener, like one of those spray things.
The incense with the breath freshener. You see? They have to remove all of that. They have to remove the original story, the original indigenous writing. They have to remove the breath freshener aspect of it. Why? Because if God can smell your breath, he must be right in front of you. Huh? Right. What happened? Huh? The incense for God, and the first line of it, the ingredients, is for the house and a breath freshener. It's for your mouth to smell good. Well, tell me something. Let me ask Sheshay, how you doing, young lady?
Doing great, Saba. I'm doing great.
When was the last time you used a breath freshener, and what'd you use it for?
This morning when I brushed my teeth, I used some toothpaste.
Okay, well, why do you want your breath to smell good? For the God in the sky?
So when I talk to people, they don't turn their face up at me.
When you talk to who?
When I talk to people, they won't turn their face up at my stank breath.
Okay, all right. I thought it's so God couldn't smell it up in the heavens. It's a breath freshener for the household. I wonder what lives in a household. Could it be other gods and people that live in a house? Oh, it's to have your breath smell good for the principles, because the principles are smelling your breath. So
I mean, me personally, if God's supposed to be all powerful, he can supposedly change your stank breath to smelling like roses if he wanted to, right? He's all powerful, right?
And we see the concepts of the original incense ingredients are for other living things, so that you could be pleasant in the laws of Ma'at, to be pleasant around other living things, other gods and people that are around you that are in a house, you see, because God's not in your house. You want your house to smell good for the people in yourself that are in there. You want your breath to smell good because you're talking to other gods and people. You want to cook up some herbs and some offerings to give to a God that smells and says, I like that. I like the olives mixed with the onions. It smells pretty good. It smells pretty good. Could you cook it some more? You know, this is for beings, but they had to remove all that. And once you remove all that, then you completely remove the story that it originally was in. I'm here to defend what the original people said. Any of your teachers teaching about incense, you burn the incense, did it burn it? Did they get in? Did they show you this? Because if they didn't, then everything's coming from their new age definition. You see, you burn an incense and the incense goes up your 5th chakra. No. Where did Ramesses say that? Where did the inventors of incense say that? So that's why I'm rewriting history. Nothing is the same anymore. Feng Shui, whatever you believed in, and that's why they don't want the House of Atten and the Tehuti Podclass in the presence of other channels, because this turns everybody back into a baby again. Baby time. You can't debate it. You can't get a following of people. You can't go into somebody's house. So the incense, see the spiritual meaning of the incense, and you see they burn into the 5th chakra, move up the 5th spinal column to the nose, and see the mother goddess and the mother female looks at you. All that is what you just made up. How about the people that invented the incense? They're the ones that could teach what it is. If you're coming with something else, say, you know what, this is my perspective. This is my new invention. But when Tehuti comes in the room, I don't care what I think about what incense is. I don't care. I don't care about that. When I come in the room, it's the ancestors, and now you got to fight the ancestors. So the best thing to do is to keep everybody away from Tehuti, cut Tehuti's head off and cut and paste your body on it, and keep everybody away from this, because when this comes, your teachings are gone. You're no longer on that higher level anymore. But if nobody knows about these, then you the feng shui and the 5th cup to the left. And when you move the cup and you move the couch over here, and we're going to feng shui the dog up in the air and see the 5th incense move to the chakra spine going down to the butthole. No. None of that is what any of the people that invented it taught. I am just here while I'm here to defend those who can't speak anymore. So they left words for us. You see? They left words for all of you. And the words are written, and they're still there. And they're in the stone, and they're on the papyrus. They still exist. Those are of the deceased that can't talk to you anymore because they can't get through to you anymore. So they left their words. And at the House of Atten, we're just here to defend their words and live by their words. If you want to come up with a new thing, just announce it, please, first. I saw somebody on the channel there saying they're breaking on the Purim Haru, the Book of the Dead. And they said, you see, the Book of the Dead, the coming forth by day, when you say, I have not done this, that you're supposed to say that in the morning. And at the end of the night, when the night is over, you're supposed to say, yeah, I didn't do it. And I'm like, where papyrus is that? But that was a Kemetic priest, so I can't argue. So what we're going to do, we're going to go through a couple donations, and then we're going to get back into the answer. Shout out to all the great donators, all the beautiful people that have supported. I'm going to do about 3, and then we're going to get into the answer from what the ancestors taught. The thing that everyone despises. Because the poor ancestors, well, they're rich in spirit, but poor as in they're not here to debate you. What is this? Oh, the Gnostic breakdown. Let me fix that. The ancestors are not here to debate you. They're not here to defend themselves. So you could basically say that they said anything and not show anybody. And it's one of the most evil things that you could do. It's to say, here's what was taught, and it's actually not even there. And because the dead man can't speak for himself, the living people just go by what you say, and you never take them to what the deceased actually wrote. And that is one of the evilest forms of Isfet that I'm here to destroy. I'm here to destroy that. I'm not settling for that anymore. None of that nonsense, foolish, evil stuff going on around me anymore. I was a nice guy for 2 years in those debates, smiling and everybody. I realized, oh, I'm in the world of evil. These people aren't debating because they're trying to get to I'm coming from the ponds and swamps. I'm like, oh, everybody's debating to get to the truth. No, they're actually liars. All right, shout out to Angela Gates, $25 for what? What does it say here? Gnostic. What is that? Oh, Leyline. Leyline breakdown. Give her some big noise. Give her some big noise. You're awesome, wonderful.
Uh-oh, we'll just wait on Saba to come back in to the room. There he is. Tua Angela Gates for your consistent support. Tua.
Okay. Back. Anybody who likes that class of what you have seen so far, because 108 minutes, 1 hour and 8 minutes in, and I'm not done yet. So help support, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, Rock ASV. Just send a tip so far for the breakdown. At the end, you're gonna see what happens at the end of this. Tua to the netter. That's all I have to say. More I listen. Robert Williams sent me an email. What's it? The more I listen, the more I can say thanks. Oh, thank you, Robert Williams. That was just a thank you email. The more I listen, the more I can say thanks. Other than Tua. I get it. Shout out to Robert Williams. He says the more he listens to the classes is the more he's learning new vocabulary, basically is what he's saying. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. That was just some beautiful adoration. Shout out to all the people that give me adorations. I wake up to them. Sherika every single morning. Bella every morning. Antu every morning. Just beautiful adoration. Sherika with sounds of birds and water in the background and all type of absolute beautifulness. Shout out to you, Bella, with just everyone that sends adoration, affirmation in the morning, because that is actually what I do every morning. Oh, Sullen Rock. Shout out to the good brother Sullen Rock. I'm going to do this and one more, and then we're going to get right into back into the answer. Shout out to Sullen Rock. Sullen Rock, here we go. Sullen Rock, $5. This is Sullen Rock, brother. Just showing support. Thank you, Sullen Rock, for your support. You've been around for a long time. I appreciate you. Every once in a while, you throw in something, and we shout out to Octavia. Oh, that's right. That's right. 1661. As soon as I see that number, yes, of course, Octavia's slide. Here we go. I'll do this one, then we'll get right back into the Dr. LaRoche dropped a big one for a question. 5. Octavia Sly. Shout out to Octavia Sly, Mr. He's also consistent, and he likes to donate in the palindrome. After you learn the palindrome, I think I started teaching about the palindrome very strongly during and everything after the Satra Square. Shout out to him, 1661. Shout out to you. Thank you very much. You are wonderful, excellent, great supporter. Appreciate you. And everybody, okay, here we go, everybody. We're going to get back into the breakdown build-up. Let's get back into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to get back into the incense. Who's at the bottom there? Oh, that's Sheshayat. She's just further back. Shout out to you, Sheshayat. Shout out to Ox Effect, Caleb. Is that a hand up for a question, Caleb? It's hard to. I don't know if you got some melanin or you turn red. I don't know what's happening.
I wanted to say just real quick that you're saying no cap to the debaters anywhere, or saying no cap. You know what that no.
Oh, it's choppy. I couldn't understand you. All I heard is no cap and debaters. Could you all hear him? Say it again.
I was saying that you were saying no cap to the debaters for having the ISFET run around.
Yeah, you see that. Yeah, I'm glad everybody really appreciates this. I'm really unwinding things for everybody. Like, I don't know how many of you knew anything about why do people even say cap, and how does that tie into? That's actually an Islamic term, very popular, and it linked back into KEMET. A lot of these things that we're doing today is from a beautiful Kemetic origin. It's just made to be evil now.
like one of my namesakes, Thought. Thought is now found as a girl that's a whore. I'm like, huh? I must have been away for too long. I came back, and Thought became the name of a girl that's promiscuous. I'm like, no. Before I left, Thought was the Greek way of saying it. Was actually not Greek, but Thoth was the that's another. The Thoth was the other way of saying Tehuti's name. Now Thought is everything is evil now. Everything's been made evil, but that's okay. We're gonna bring it back to the original, and get rid of this evil. Okay, everybody. So shout out to Annie. Peace and love to you. Menko Raw, Primordial Thought, Caleb, Sheshai. Jump back in the class. We're gonna get back to this answer here, breaking it down, building it up. Who's that? Ox Effect. Shout out to Ox Effect. Let me put you on. You may have some internet issues. I'm gonna put you removed from stage. Okay, let's get back into this, everybody, and break down, but build up. When you break something down, you must build it back up. Leave the people with something. Don't just break them down. I'm gonna break it down. Don't just leave them with something broken. Don't leave any answer defined with the word broken. Broken to build back up. Break the matrix to teach back the truth. So we're going to break it down to build it back up. Here we go, everybody. I'm going to put my timer back on. That's 1 hour and 8 minutes so far. And now we're going to get back into it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Here it is. Okay, boom, 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 boom. And look at this, everybody. Menko Raw, if you had missed this, here's the Kaifi right here that you brought to the Pathways of the Awakening. This is the Kaifi, which is capit, and it is for what? It is for the word for incense. This is for the pleasing smell of the house, clothes, and the mouth. And when we get down to the bottom, right here, now moreover, with them now moreover, they make a taste with the mouth to make it pleasing, the smell of their mouth. You see? The smell of their mouth. Aromaticus. So it was for pleasing sense of other living beings that were around you, because you did not want to be offensive to other living beings that were around you. Not to an unseen God that lives so far up in the heavens that he couldn't smell the incense in the first place. Here's the original. If you find me an origin of incense prior to this, let us know. Let us know what that is, because it seems like all the original references to incense goes to things that actually have the ability to smell. Those gods that could smell. Those people that were in the house with you. The clothes that you were around other people, making your mouth smell good. Here's the ingredients, and here's the kapet. The same ingredients, and it's in a medical papyrus. The same ingredients to make incense was also used to freshen the mouth. It was also used to freshen, to have nice smelling breath. And now you understand. And there is your connection between the air, sky, incense, caput, nut, the breath of life, the skies and the heavens that would smell appeasing when you're talking to your fellow netter, associating your breath with something attractive or attraction, as the scent of burning incense is attractive because it smells like different herbs that are healing. Thus, the first attestation of incense found on the planet Earth is found, ingredients is found in a medical papyrus, because herbs heal and help sustain the breath of life. That's how imbued the ancient people were. All of this to represent the breath of life. Even your own breath must smell good inside of this ritualistic kaifi or kapet, which was used to make you smell good, to represent the breath of God. And that's how when we go back to the high priest, who represents the Holy Mother of the skies, that holds the cup of incense for the scent of God. When we go back to the translation, what does it say?
it starts off with the translation starts off with, or sorry, it starts off, ends with Circuit Neb Tawi Min Ma'at Ra, the scent of the breath of the Lord. You see that? The scent of the breath of the Lord. So the incense as an entendre was literally taken to make you smell nice and your breath smelled nice because it represented the breath of God, that which you needed, the air which you needed to breathe in order to live. But you don't want to breathe appalling, offensive air, breath on anyone else. So thus the ingredients of incense originally in 1550 BC was to make pleasing the smell of your mouth and your house and your clothes for other living people, other living gods, other living beings. So we see the flower pot, sorry, not flower pot, we see the pot, the fire pot, which was the incense, the original thurible right here by INMUTET. What's this symbol symbolic of? To the Catholics, it was for the atonement of the soul, the atonement of the soul and the spirit. So we see in the ancient, prior to the Matrix, it was the same pot image that was the soul, as found in the Per Emharu and the Amduat, page 136, and I'm going to scroll down. And there's the word for souls right there with the bull, and there's the fire pot right there. That's the fire pot, which was the symbol for the Ba. It was actually how you spelled Ba, the fire pot, and this particular ram. You see that? Which was also your incense that they turned into the fire that they burned in Hebrew world for the victimized ram. Well, in the real world, in the ancient actual world that the ancestors left, the incense burner was also the fire pot, which represented your soul and was represented by the ram, who was not a victim. You're a victim. This is found in the Amduat of Tehuti, and there's a clear image of it. And there's the fire pot, which represents what? The Ba. The reborn Ba, which is also called the Sa. The Sa, which is the son of, and the Sat, which is the daughter of. And there you have the goose, which is the Sa word for son of, or Sat, daughter of. In other words, that which is reborn, and what is being reborn. And the Amduat, the Ba, the soul. And there's the Ba pot right there. That was also the incense burner, which represented the soul, the Ba. But did the Catholics have access to this information? Let me see if I'm still screen sharing. Did the Catholics have access to this information from the Nile Valley? Typo. The Nile Valley and the followers of Ma'at? Well, we see that the ancient liturgy of Mark goes back to a Kemetic temple that they rebuilt. But what else did they have? Do they have, is there proof today that they had access and are still interested in the Nile Valley information of the followers of Ma'at? And why would the Catholics even be interested in that? Do we have evidence that the Catholics are interested? Other than everything I've taught so far, it absolutely seems so. With everything I've taught so far, it actually absolutely seems so. Let's look at some beautiful images in museums, though. Let's go to the museums and look at some of the beautiful images of the followers of Ma'at, the Shemsu Ma'at, that were designed from the followers of Ma'at, which were the students of the ancient Tehuti. Let's take a look at some beautiful images. Look at these right here, everybody. Wonderful. There's the images. There's the Shabti. There's the Sab dog that everybody's calling a jackal. There's all these beautiful images in these museums. We go over here. What do we see? We see the Sab door. That's the same as the Sab dog. They're calling the jackal, but there's the
SAB door, from where you get the word SABA from. There's the SAB door, which the Europeans call a false door because he couldn't get through it. And there's the beautiful, look at these beautiful images here. There they are. There they are. And some more images over here. Here's the actual door that Europeans call false. Nobody in Kemet called this false, but there's the door. Beautiful images in the museum. Gorgeous. Look at these. Thousands and thousands of years old. Guess where these images are found, everybody? Where are these images found? They're found in the museum. Uh-oh. The Musea Vatican. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here's the Catholic Museum. Hold on. All these beautiful images and much, much more are found in a Catholic museum. All these pagan images, all these cults, all these heathenistic cults and cult vessels and cult vases and paganistic heathens, heathen you pagan. All these pagan cults are found inside of God's museum. This is the Catholic Museum. This is Museo Vaticani. This is the Gregorian Egyptian Museum in the Vatican Museum. Boom. There's your open connection and interest of the Catholic popes and the ancient culture of Ma'at. So yes, they were very and are very familiar with the incense ritual they claim they got from the book of Psalms, or from the liturgy of Mark for their prayer. Well, inside of the Gregorian Museum, the Catholic popes, there's another written artifact. Here's another one. Guess what this is? This is actually a prayer, everybody. This is a prayer. It's a commemoration or praise. I'll let you look at it for a few moments, and I'll give you something right now. Remember the class I taught on the Rakit with the ducks? Remember the whole class on the ducks and the two shores of Aset and Nebtet? And the ducks and the symbol of the duck eggs and all that a couple of weeks ago. We'll expand this, and there they are. There's the ducks in the nest on top of Ma'at. This is a prayer right here. Can you all see this metanetter? This is a prayer. Let me come to the room and ask, especially some of the new people. Oh, let me go back here. There's the ducks right there. There's the metanetter. There's a Shen. This is a commemoration praise. It's a prayer. Which God do you think this is praying to? Which God, type it in the room, which God do you think is being praised in this prayer? So the Catholics have collected a lot of different items. Whoa. A lot of different items. Prayers, amulets, shapti, statues, sab doors, the jackal, all these things. But here's a prayer with the ducks on it. What netter do you think this prayer is going to? Type it in the room. What God? What do you think this prayer is going to? This is a prayer right here, a praise. Prayers from praise. It originally meant to ask, but prayer now is praise, to give praise and homage to something. Type it in the room. What prayer is this? You saw the ducks. You saw the other metanetter. For those who could read it, but just take a guess. That doesn't matter. My screen must be frozen, but I'll wait a moment because I may be a little bit behind in lag. Okay, here we go. Nook Panuk says Nitiru. Okay, praise to the. It should be. It's in the museum. The metanetter is in the museum, and this is a praise to Nut. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay, Asar. Okay, Robert Williams, Angela Gates. Okay, so we got that. It should be. We're going to try to pinpoint it. So we know it should be to the Nitiru, but which particular one? So somebody put Asar, Nut, Asar, Rob Lowe. Rob Lowe put Amun. Caleb put praise to Nut. Okay, nice. Nice. Praise to Nut. We got Asar, Amun. Rob Lowe put Amun. I gotta remember. I gotta change your name. I want to call you by your other name.
I like that other name he had. I don't remember it now, but Rob Lowe, shout out to you. Okay, Rob Lowe put a moon. We got Tehuti. Look at all these. Nicholas Noetic came. Nutter. We got the Catholic Museum prayer, a praise going out with the 3 ducks in it. You all remember my MUT class with the 3 ducks and the papyrus of Tehuti Mos. Okay, good. All set. Oh my goodness, we're about to name every Natiru here. Hey, sleeping man. All right, we got man. Oh, that's your name. I was about to say they're praying to ATTON Kara. No, okay, that's his name. Shout out to Rob Lowe. ATTON Kara. That name. We have to do a class on that name if you send it in. Okay, we got Nut. Okay, let's look at all the names. We got Medunetter. Medunetter writing with a praise to as Aset or Nut or Tehuti. Nut again. What do we got here? So we got Aset, Nut, Aset, Nuk put Aset, Sheshaya put Nut, Nicholas Noetic put Nut, Oxafet put Tehuti, Caleb put praise to Nut, Rob Lowe said praise to Amun, Robert Williams said Asar, Angela Gates said Nut, and Nuk Panuk said, yeah, and then the Natiru we're trying to pinpoint. Okay, who's this praise going to? Let's find out, everybody. We have Kemetic memorabilia. We have Kemetic SAB doors. We have the Shabits. We have all of these different items here in the Catholic Museum. And then here we have this prayer here. Who's this praise going to? Who's it going to? Let's find out. So this is who funded it. Pope Gregory. Pope Gregory the 16th was the head of the Catholic Church, 1831 to 1848. So who's this praise going to? It's going to Pope Gregory. This is Pope Gregory receiving praise and prayer in the Medunetter language. Huh? What happened? This is Pope Gregory receiving the praise in Medunetter. Does that make sense? Of course it does. Who did they tell you the incense was for? They told you the incense was for God. Then you look up the incense in the Catholic company, and it's Pontiff incense. For Pontiff. Who's Pontiff? Pontiff is the Pope, who sits in the place of the God, and he's called the Father. And then we have the museum with all these beautiful Kemetic papyruses and slabs and stones and shabti. And we have a Medunetter praise. Which netter is it to? It's to the Pope, the Pontiff. That's who received the incense. That's who gets the praise. The Pope receiving praise in a pagan language. As the brother Dawood says, the cult. It's a cult language. It's the Christians say the heathen. A Catholic Pope receiving prayer in Medunetter language. Caleb says, what? Oh no! Robert Williams says, what? Nicholas Noetic is like, what happened? Nicholas Noetic said, no! That's definitely capped. Is there a connection between the incense and the culture and the liturgy of Mark talking about it going to the sky, which is cap, the other name of Nut, cap, which is the other word for incense? The sky, because that is the cap, that which covers things. Now we have one of the most beautiful Kemetic museums, and it's actually owned by the Vatican, and the prayer inside of the museum which should be in Greek or some type of Roman Latin, to the Pope, is in Medunetter to the Pope, the one who funded for the artifacts to get there. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Are you ready? There's the Medunetter receiving the prayer. What is it? What? Pope Gregory, here it is. We're going to translate it. Here it is. So this is a bronze medal and a hieroglyphic or Medunetter inscription. It's written by Ungarli, who's the translator, and that runs the whole length. It runs the length of the upper molding of the second hall of the Gregorian Museum, Egyptian Museum. So it runs the length of the upper molding of the second hall of the Gregorian Egyptian Museum, and it commemorates an commemoration prayer to, and it starts off, His Majesty. What does that say, ladies and gentlemen? The Supreme Pontiff. Uh-oh. Huh? The Supreme Pontiff. The Supreme Pontiff Tehuti? Wait a minute, Tehuti. Hold on. This is going too fast. What's happening? What's the Supreme Pontiff? What's that? Oh, it's the incense. The pontifical incense. Because the pontiff that the incense is going to and that the praise is going to was to a person. And that person is the bishop. The pontiff is the bishop. It's the high priest. It's the pope. It's a person. Copying from what the original aspect of incense was, that they got, claiming is from the liturgy of Mark, which we find out is coming from a church of Alexandria that was formerly used by Kemetians that they rebuilt over. And when we get into the original use of incense, which was called the cap or the capet, it was to make the house, the clothes, and the mouth smell good. So it's something you put in your mouth so that other people could smell you. And thus, of course, when we get into the praise of the Catholic Pope, the prayer is to the Pontiff, the Munificent, Gregory, sovereign, and father of the Christian people. That's the father of the Christian people of all countries, to make the city of Rome shine with his munificence, has collected the great, beautiful, ancient Egyptian figures and created this place in the year 1839 in the month of his coronation on the 6th day of God, the Savior of the world, which is also the day of coronation of His Majesty in the 9th year. Here's the Pontiff, the one who's receiving the praise in the Medunetter, because the original popes and those who were taking from the followers of Ma'at knew that the praise and the incense was going to beings that were physical, that were right there in front of you, that could hear you, see you, and smell you, and be able to smell your breath. Not a God that was so far up in the sky that he can't smell your breath. God can't smell incense. He's too far up. You can't even smell incense from a 4th-story building if somebody's on the ground. But this is for the people that's around you. Thus, the Pontiff is a person, and they knew this. And he's receiving his prayer in the language in which they took the culture from. The pagan cult language. The heathen and occulty. Well, he didn't believe it was a cult. Wow, Tehuti. So the popes were openly collecting the culture writings and artifacts of the ancient followers of Ma'at, then doing adorations in Medunetter. Yes, let me read the translation from the Pope's Medunetter. Oh, before I read the translation, do you remember the beginning of the class I mentioned what the Catholics call their incense? The Pontiff. Uh-oh. Because Pontiff was the Pope himself, was the Bishop himself, was the High Priest himself, not the God up in the sky. Yes, the concept and clear understanding of prayer was in ancient times to your fellow man and fellow netter who walk the earth with you. They literally call the Catholic Church incense Pontiff, which is a fellow person. And here is the Catholic Pope, owner of the Egyptian artifacts in the Vatican Museum, and the praises are to him and Medu-Neter, Catholics imitating the ways of the Nile Valley, followers of Ma'at, all the way down to the incense worship of your fellow exalted personified God Neter, and making his surroundings look like this. Boom. Boom. The popes were the ones funding the museums, creating them, and funding the collection of Medu-Neter spiritual artifacts and writings, which, yes, of course, included incense rituals. Wow, Tehuti, are you saying the Roman popes and Romans were actually stealing artifacts from the followers of Ma'at as well? Were they actually stealing the artifacts too? Uh-oh. Here we go. There we go. Well, for that, I will play an actual clip from the Gregorian Museum video tour itself. Let me go ahead and play a clip from the Gregorian Museum tour as I step away for a moment, take it off this, and I'm going to play a clip. There we go. And let's see what the clip says. Because, Tehuti, are you the one saying that it's stolen? Well, let's play a clip from the actual documentary and see what wording they use. What wording does the documentary itself use? Let's see if it will play, though. Because there are some internet issues. Oh, there's some internet issues happening here. Slowing. Oh, here it is. I got it. I got it. Here it is. Everybody ready? Okay, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and play this for a moment. Welcome to the podcast. Because Tehuti, you're saying they stole it. Well, let's see what the museum tour itself says. Let's see what the wording it says. Let's see. Let's see. Here we go. Boom. And there it is. Boom and big. Oh, boom and big. And here we go. These are 4,500 years old, stolen by Romans, found in Rome. What? What did that say? Hold on. These are up to 4,500 years old. Most were stolen by Romans and found in ancient Rome in the 16th century. Boom. Did that show on the screen? Did it show though? Did it show on the screen? Okay, good. So, most were stolen after the place were abandoned. The liturgy of Mark, where they get their origin of their incense story from, is from a temple that was a Kemetic temple that was abandoned. And then the Christians came in and set up inside of the temple and claimed that the origin of incense came from the Christian onward part of the liturgy, not what was actually inside of the temple itself. Let's go on, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. I look forward to seeing what support and reciprocity is given after this one. This is, oh, here we go. Let's go. Let's see. Let's walk through. Here it is. So here is, this is Seti with the arm-shaped incense of 1290 BC. It's a unique one-armed called the S-Neter incense offered to the falcon-headed Neter. And here's what it looks like close up. The falcon on the end. It's one-armed. It's a very unique incense or sensing holder. Well, all of this time, I've never actually shown you the incense offerer in the Roman period, the place where the Catholics originated. Well, let me take you to the Egyptian Museum, ID code JF30700, and let's go to the Roman one. Uh-oh! This is the Greco-Roman one. Uh-oh! What happened? Greco-Roman incense holder, Egyptian Museum, JE30700. There's the Heru head at the end. There's the cup in the hand, or what we're calling today the terrible. There it is right there, everybody.
Here we go. Ptolemaic and Greco-Roman. There it is, everybody. The incense holder. The same exact one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's the Kemetic one. Heru head at the end, or falcon head at the end with the cup, with the incense representing the soul. And there's the Greco-Roman, Greco-Roman / Ptolemaic one. There it is. Boom, 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 boom. The post-prayer and meta-netter, Pope Gregory, the head of the Catholic Church, 1831, 1846. There it is right there. And boom. Boom. Hotep, I'm done. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter, that they gave tips to at the restaurant and learned anything from this, or have had any impact from this, send your tip of appreciation, reciprocity. You can call it Catholic cap, Pope's cap, God sense, incense, or anything creative you can come up with to Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done. Boom. I'm going to put the link in the room now for the team to jump in. I'm going to take another break. I'm going to go see what people thought of this answer. There's the link. And then I'm going to go ahead and see what type of reciprocity and tips. Oh, by the way, Heru God said 10 to 15 minutes I teach. Oh, no, it's an hour and 38 minutes. We're under a different dimension. So an hour and 38 minutes right there. And that is the answer. I hope you appreciate it. For those who are interested. And the support is Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Jump in the room, team. I'm going to step away for just a moment. Scribe, jump in the room. Did I put the link in the room? Yes, I did. I shall be right back to read the donations and support. Definitely for this answer and the ones given prior. I'll be right back.
All right, Hotep, peace and love. Yes, for those who appreciate what SABA Tehuti just taught, utilize those links. They are pinned to the top of the chat. And for everyone who may not see them, though you should, they're pinned at the top. I'll put them again right now, live in the chat room, so you all can support that class, because one person asked the question and 80 people received the benefit from it. So yeah, it's a wonderful thing. Hotep, Great Brothers, Primordial Thought 9, and Minku Ara, Mary Ma'at. Hotep, what do you brothers think of that? That was phenomenal. Primordial Thought 9, let's start with your thoughts, great brother.
Yeah, I thought that was it's very fascinating how much was taken from KEMET. It's right there every time. Like if our ancestors did it, the Romans did it, the Greeks did it, everybody just kind of follows suit. And how it's interesting how much they praise their Pope. And he's in human form, just like the Natiru. So that's the interesting part that kind of catches me. It's very interesting that they've stolen things and put a different name on it and do rituals and things of that nature, and it's all rooted from KEMET. So to the great SABA for breaking that down. So Man, a lot of note taking for that one. I need to pause and do it again and write it down and jot down everything that Saba was doing. So to you, great Saba. Appreciate you.
You are welcome, good brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of you on the panel. You are very, very, very welcome. And we're gonna actually now check first. Let me check the chat. Give people time to send their support and donation, and then let me check the chat to see the people's response. I don't know if the brother who asked the question, J-Dub, is even in the chat. I'm gonna see what he thinks of the answer, what he benefited from the answer. Then I'm gonna go into the Gmails and definitely read the donations and a few supports from that answer. Let me see what the appreciation was for that type of 1 hour and 38-minute answer on the origin of incense. Is there a documentary on TV on incense that's an hour and 38 minutes? I don't know. I need the channel. Put the link in the room for the incense documentary. That's an hour and 38 minutes. I don't know. I'm trying. Let me go ahead and see everybody. Here we go. Are you ready? Let me go in the room and see what people thought of the answer. Nook put explosions. Oh, you can't do that, man. You can't jump on that. You're tough. Explosion. Some other sign. My eyes are too. I can't see that. And a snake. Shout out to you, Nook. Rainwater. Let's see what people thought of the answer. Put a heart. It looks like a house. Prayer hands. 2 peaches or something. A star and a purple heart. I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure. I gotta get used to these what do they call it? These emoji things. I don't know what these are. So 2 pineapples. Shout out to you. And shout out to let's see where the brother who asked the question. I don't think he's in. Okay. Boom. I see people putting likes while the class was going on. So shout out to everybody. I'm about to inhale this incense. No cap. Actually, all cap. That's what incense is. And this class was also, I said my brother Menko Ra is going to love this. He brought the incense, didn't even know what all this was. You brought the incense called kaifi. This was the cap incense. This is the class for what you brought. This is the kaifi class. How about that? Huh?
It's beautiful. It's powerful, Saba. That just all came to me before the pathways, and I was like, I'm gonna do these gift bags, and I looked up the kaifi, and it ended up turning out really beautifully.
And that is a clear. The name of it clearly shows you that the F and the P are the same. It's actually called Kapi in Kemet, Kapi in Kepet in Cap, and the Greeks, the F is the P. So in Greeks it's Kaifi, Kapi to Kaifi, because F and P are the same letter. So let's go ahead and see the donations. Look, Punuk said, I will send mine this week, Saba, for this class. Powerful. Tua for this. Thank you. Sullen Rock is in the house. Sullen Rock put snake style, a snake. Let's go ahead and go to the some of the donations and see what people did. I'm going to refresh the page and see what the donations are and the support and reciprocity for this answer. Now you have a key. Each class that I give you is a way for you to relate to people. Each class that I give you, each of these classes, each answer can save someone. You may have someone that doesn't want to hear anything about Ma'at. They don't want to hear anything about out of body. They don't want anything about extraterrestrials, no Anunnaki. They don't care about the Taurian papyrus. They don't care about Ptah-hotep. They're a hard, die-hard Catholic. And you just press play on this class for them. And watch the look on their face, because they can't argue with the screen. They argue with you, but as they're watching, just press play on this class for your Catholic friends, and they'll be like, what? Gregory, Pope Gregory, what happened to you? So they're going to see Pope Gregory reading Metanetter, and their life is going to change by someone sending in a question to the podcast. Each of these classes is a way for you to convert someone out of the matrix. Each answer that I give, so that I'm going to leave nothing unturned, so that no matter what your friend is, what your mother is, your brother, your co-worker, your boss, your daughter, your son, your long lost friend, your spouse, your husband, no matter what they're into, you should be able to press play on one of these pod classes and have them relate to something to bring them back to source. That they can't argue. That's not kaput. Imagine a Catholic trying to argue it. That's not nut. No, that's not the mother goddess nut. That's not kaput. As if they even know what that is. I'm giving you references to things that nobody even knows what to argue back with. Nobody's gonna argue that. So take these classes and go save the world. Go save people. Go save everybody. Because that's what actually is happening. So shout out to all the great supporters. I'm gonna go see what the support system was for this. So shout out to we got Nook who actually sent a donation earlier. Oh, Nook. We're gonna give Nook a round of applause because this is actually he's a week behind. That's what's happening. He's a week behind. So he said he's gonna send a tip for this class in the week, and then last class was the question about feng shui, and so here's Nook donation for that now for this class. So shout out to Nook, give him some big noise, give him some claps. Hotep Saba Netter Tehuti, I'm in Hotep Ra. Thank you, or T Ki Gong Henu. Okay, give him some claps. Wonderful. Now we got the awesome brother. Here's Dr. LaRoche. Here is a big support donation for the question. And what does he what is his question? Okay, this may be a PSYOPs class. This may be a PSYOPs class. From what is it? From get ready to give some big noise to the brother. Oh, let me take this off. Big noise to the brother. Dr. LaRoche. $50 for please. Can you do a class on DEI issue? Give some big noise to him, please. Big noise, please.
Yo, let's go. DEI is diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yes, it is. Where's Dr. LaRoche? Dr. LaRoche, you can come up to the panel. This is an interesting question. And of course, it's going to relate to the medical field, which is where Dr. LaRoche is in. And we're going to elaborate, break down. I'm going to find the PSYOP, see what this is, see what can be understood by the regular layman, and get to this answer. So it's a question. The brother actually sent this with it too. So he sent this with it as well, which is where is that? He sent me check out Elon Musk talking about the consciousness in 42. Dr. LaRoche is steady sending me emails. Let's see what this one is. What's this? Oh, here it is. Okay, so I'm going to put this in the file because he sent me looks like a particular article that is going with the question. So let me go ahead and show the article in the room. Just to confirm what the brother Menko Raj just said for those who may be unfamiliar with this. So here it is right here. And it is Murphy introduces the bill to ban DEI in medicine
March. This is a few days ago, March 19th. This is fresh, because he actually sent this to me a few days ago. So this is a few days old, and he sent it to me fresh. So Washington, D.C. today, Congressman Greg Murphy, MD, introduces Embracing Anti-Discrimination, Unbiased Curricula and Advancing Truth in Education Educate Act to ban race-based mandates at medical schools and accrediting institutions. American medical schools are the best in the world and no place for discrimination, said Congressman Greg Murphy, MD. The Educate Act compels medical schools and accrediting agencies to uphold colorblind admissions processes and prohibits the coercion of students who hold certain political opinions. Diversity strengthens medicine, but not if it's achieved through exclusionary practices. Medicine is about serving others and doing the best job possible in every circumstance. We cannot afford to sacrifice the excellence and quality of medical education at the hands of prejudice and divisive ideology. Okay, so we will definitely get to that. So yes, Menkura, you're absolutely right. That is what it's about. So we will get to that question in sequence. Are any of you two in the room familiar with this at all?
No, sir, not at all.
Perfect.
No.
Perfect. That's the best. Those are the best classes. Perfect. So we're gonna get familiar with it when it's time to answer that question. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche if you're in the room. I can't really see all the names. I see Spelman Rock, Nefer Keperet, Nook Panook Panook, and Rob Lowe, who is Unk. I gotta get his name. Atum. All right, here we go, everybody. Next support given. So beautiful question giving. I like topics on also some of the most up-to-date things that happen, and if there is a psyops behind it. Dr. LaRoche also sent. What's this? Dr. LaRoche also sent. He asked me if I would do. Dr. LaRoche, my good brother, has to catch up on some of these pod classes because he sent me a question asking would I do a debate with someone named Captain Tazariak. Would I do a debate with Captain Tazariak on the Hebrew or Ma'at, what is best for our people, or something to that effect? But Dr. LaRoche, if you are listening, my good brother, I want you to know that just to answer that question real quick, there's no big breakdown on that question. Tazariak is not allowed to debate me. I have this on video. Tazariak has been banned to debate me, so there will be no debate with me and Captain Tazariak because he said that his leader, General Yohana, I want to say his name incorrectly, but General Yohana has forbid him and banned him to he put it under the guise of he is not allowed to debate anyone on Kemetic topics. But ever since he made that announcement, which is his voice completely changed when he answered that question. He was talking normally, and I can play all these videos. When Senator asked him about it, he said he's talking with his regular deep voice. Then when he said, "What about Tehuti? You're going to debate Tehuti?" He said, "We're going to put a red light on that." So his voice totally turned into I don't know what that voice was, but it turned into some high pitch. We're going to put a red light on that. He got like a Texas accent. I'm not sure what jumped into him when they mentioned my name, but it was from Tazariak's deep voice. So we're going to put a red light on that. So sound like somebody from the Roots. I'm not sure, but so he has been banned to debate. So it was under the guise of anybody that's Kemetic, but in actuality, he had two debates directly after that with a Kemetic topic. So the ban that was put on
was a ban directly for me. He's not allowed to debate on me. I have the clips. So I was gonna play the clips, but they're like 5 minutes long, and that's fine. So he's not allowed to debate me, so that will not happen. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. That would have been that is the only person that I'm only interested in debating, maybe him or a brother named Pastor Bennett, but he's not allowed to debate Tehuti. So I told him, I said, much respect if you're not allowed, if you're banned to debate me. And then he changed and he says, you got to build your weight up, young man. He turned it into that I have to build my weight up. I have to get more better wins than Jabari. I gotta beat. I'm not sure, but whoever is above Jabari, that's who I have to beat. Whoever's above Jabari and Zion Lex, that's who I have to beat to get my weight up. So if you brothers could, if anybody in the chat or anybody that's watching this, or Daniel LaRoche, if you could find out who's at a higher ranking than Jabari and Zion Lex, that I would have to beat to get my weight up to finally earn my way to Captain Desariak. Find all those names and we'll see what we can set up. All right, here we go. So gonna go to the next support here, and the next donation support here is coming from the good brother, or is it? 1 second, my internet just did something weird, and it's from good sister. Not good brother, but good sister. Oh, no, this is an email. Oh, what is this? Academics IU. No. What is that? No, that's not right. Let me erase that. Here, the good sister right here with the purple heart emblem right here. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the room. We're going to be talking about the color purple in the next question, actually. Let me see what this is. Relationship class. Oh, this must be a tip. A tip for the love class. Let me fix this. Relationship class. Okay. Yeah, she must be good. Gabriella goes back and watches my old classes, and after she watches them and enjoys them, she sends a tip for what she watched, and that is extremely honorable, because in your private setting, nobody knows what anybody watches. You could watch all my pod classes and literally show no appreciation, because nobody knows what you're watching. But Gabrielle and a couple others are very honorable. When they go and watch Answer, they actually give a tip as if they were in the class, because you don't have to be in the class to appreciate the answer. You know, we don't have to be there beside Wallace E. Budge's book to appreciate the Purim Haru or any other author. You watch it on your own and you show appreciation. That's exactly what the sister's doing. So shout out to her. She says tip. It's a tip for a relationship class tour for the knowledge. Give her some big noise, please. Gabriella Lopez.
You see, that's how it's done.
Gabriella Lopez. Wonderful. $40. Shout out to her. All right. Oh my goodness, this is a beautiful class so far. This isn't even the tips that were given for this one here. I'm going to read this one here, and then I'm going to go up to a couple of tips, and then I'm going to step away for another moment. Raw Minerals, who is Upesh Ahati, Upesh Ahati, right? Upesh Ahati or Apati Upesh. Not sure which. It doesn't really matter, but it's the Dream Warrior, Upesh Ahati. We're gonna he just gave a big one, and I realized that this was not a tip for the JED class, that the brother is actually speaking in code, speaking in Metanetter. It's a tip for, it says the JED. So let me go ahead and show this. It's not for the JED class, but it's literally what the word dejed means, what the word dejed is, which is support. So all these times he's been given tips called dejed is actually support. Give him some monster noise, please. $50 from Raw Minerals, Pesha Hati. Give him some big biggity noise, please. Woo! Let's go. Okay, Daniel LaRoche sends. Okay, beautiful. Thank you, Upesha Hati. Appreciate you. No, Daniel LaRoche just sends an email about a question he's going to. There's no cash app here for that. Okay. Shout out to you, Daniel LaRoche. He's very excited. He loved the podcast. I'll look out for that question with the cash app and definitely get into that. Now we got what's this? Shout out to the good brother Robert E. Williams, who I'm sure is in the room right now. Robert E. Williams, who is giving for the past recorded Medu classes. We're going to give him some noise, and I'm explaining for the new people that I'm going to take a little step-off break for a moment. And here we go. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. Give him some big noise. He made a purchase, a donation for classes. What's that? 3/11, March 11th, and March. Oh wow. Scribe, go ahead and search for these because I'm used to numbers. So this is last year and the year before. He wants March from last year and March 18th from the year before. The March 18th from last year and March 22nd from the year before that. Give him some big noise, please. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I'm gonna read off a couple donations from the tips that were given for this particular answer.
Which two classes were those again? I wasn't able to save them before you.
Oh, okay, let me
I know it wasn't March of 2022. We didn't have a MetaNet class, so I know it must have meant 23.
Oh, you know.
It started in August of 2022. Yeah.
Okay. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. Okay. Okay, let me put it back up on the screen here.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Shout out to Robert Williams again, and I'm putting this up on the screen. Oh, no, that's not right. What happened? Hey, where'd it go? Let me try this again. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. Is this going to show up? Here it is. Okay, so he has classes March. It must be March 11th and March 18th of 2020 of this year. Just a lot. Yeah. Wait, was there classes on March 8th? Oh, for the pod class. Oh, thank you. This is a tip. Okay, I see what's happening. Okay, this is for the pod class. Sorry, my eyes. For the pod class of last week and the week before, he's giving a tip for each pod class. Give him some big noise, please. Thank you, Scribe. Thank you, everybody. Give him some big noise. Okay, thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. And I'm going to change that to tip. Tip. Beautiful tip, beautiful support, beautiful appreciation. Okay. And now for some of the people that gave, I'm going to read a couple of people that gave tips for this last one that we just gave with the incense and all of that greatness that was just broken down. And that's Nicholas Nawad. Nicholas, I'm going to read that in after. I'm just going to get to the appreciate you. So here we go. Hey, Stefan. Am I familiar with the Stefan? If not, it's a new person. And new people, respect to you. All the new people that are watching, because there's almost up to 100 people that were watching. And shout out to the honorable people that are watching, and realize that if you watch the class for an hour and 38 minutes, you must have been benefiting from it, unless you're into self-torture, incense. And if you did benefit from it, or have something in there that affected what you thought of incense, which you should, because literally for the past 30-something years that I've been asking people about incense, I've never heard anything that has to do with nut and breath freshener and any of the things that were broken down for an hour and 38 minutes. So shout out to the people that are watching in the background, that are not in the chat, that are still supporting. And that is a brother right here, Stefan Jupiter. Give him a hand clap, please. Thank you, Nanny. And it says incense matrix breakdown. As a tip for the incense matrix breakdown. Thank you, Stefan. Are any of you familiar with that name, Stefan, before?
No.
Okay. So shout out to Stefan for being a new person and for supporting and for your tip. And now we have another incense tip for the incense class. And that is from the brother who found his lane, the brother whose lane is to tip for everything. And that's No. Robert Williams. Robert Williams, he's Mr. Tip Man. Robert E. Williams, $20.72 for Pope's Kemetic Incense Burning Adoration Undeserved. Okay, give him some noise for that. Excellent. And J Dub, here's the person who actually asked the question, who gave an extra tip for the answer on the incense with hands in prayer motion. Tip, I'm gonna put J Dub. He's the one that actually asked the question. So let's go ahead and give him a nice clap for an additional tip on top of originally donating for the question itself. An extra $10 on top of his original donation. Give him some noise, please. Give him some claps. Excellent. And Caleb. I'm gonna read this one. Wait, hold on. I'll read this one and I think I'll read one more and take a break. Shout out to Caleb. Very creative with the very funny tip. Very funny tip. And let me go ahead and read that. Good one, Caleb. Caleb, who gives an $11 tip for the incense class. He says, "We need that big of an offering table for Tehuti." Give him a clap for that, please. Give him a clap. Offering table the size of Germany. And I'll do this one, and then I'm going to take a little break and step off. And this is from the other brother who tips every single question. And that is the good brother whose name he received from me in the dream state. And that is none other than the great brother, Tip Incense. There's none other than the great brother who was on the panel His name is Oxafek. And give him some big claps. It says, that's Cap. Give him some big claps. Give him some big claps. That's Cap. Thank you for that. Selling Rock says, Dr. LaRoche. A new person in the room says, synchronization. Okay. Nefer Kepret is in the room. Says, beautiful Gabriella with, I can't make these things out, but I see a black heart. And Shashayat says, here we go. Tua to those who support Saba, so that he may continue to spread Ma'at. Thank you. And Gabrielle looks like replies to Nefer Kepret says, hello, beautiful sister Nefer Kepret. Okay, good. We got beautiful talk and conversation in the room. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna step away and get back to the other a couple more donations. I'm gonna get into the next question and get to the next question. Did Dr. LaRoche send me another? Oh, Dr. LaRoche sent me. Oh, okay. Dr. LaRoche, Dr. LaRoche did a presentation on that museum, I think. And they said, yes. Dr. LaRoche sent me something he did a presentation on the museum. Dr. LaRoche, if you're in the room, throw that link up in the room. I want people to see the I believe you were there, so that's greater because you're somebody in the podcast. I think you were. I remember you saying you were actually there. So we got Dr. LaRoche, who's actually at the museum that I did a class on. And so go ahead and put that in the room, and I'm gonna go ahead and check that out. And the next time I do a class on the Gregorian Museum, I'm actually gonna use your footage. Like I said before, if you're in the PODCLASS and you're a part of this and you're a supporter and you're doing something that pertains directly to the PODCLASS, I'm gonna go ahead and put that, and then people will go see the views, and maybe you can start giving tours and stuff. I don't know what you do, but a shout out to you, Dr. LaRoche, if you're in the room. Shout out to you. Put the link in the room or give it to Scribe, and he'll be able to put it in the room, and then people can go watch that, and I'll refer to that when I'm doing class on that topic. Wonderful. Okay. Oh, and here's his donation for that. So here it is, everybody. We're gonna give Dr. This is the last one I'm gonna read, and then I'm gonna take a break. So Dr. LaRoche, we're gonna definitely support that video that he did. If he was being that he was there, that is excellent. I always support any of my students that have actually gone to these places, like when the great sister Sherry Khan went to KEMET. Definitely showed her pictures. You go to museums, you go to KEMET, you go to see the Dogons. Right? If you get footage and come back here and have that footage on video or have pictures, it's gonna go up into the PODCLASS. So shout out to you, Dr. LaRoche, and we're gonna give some noise to Dr. LaRoche because he actually gave a donation for that, for telling me that. And here it is right here. Give him some big noise. It says, nice PODCLASS on incense. Also question. Questo incense burner. Okay, I'm not sure what that is, but he's giving a donation. This is a tip for the incense class. Give him some noise, please. Give him some big noise. Big noise. Wonderful, wonderful. And Dr. LaRoche definitely. Let me see if he sent. Okay, I don't have the link here, so go ahead and send that to Scribe. I got the email, but it's just a picture of you, Dr. LaRoche. If you have a link, definitely throw that in the room if you're at the museum, and definitely are giving to Scribe in private chat, and he'll definitely throw it up there so that people can see how the people in the PODCLASS, what kind of footage we have, so more people can see that, because that's not a popular museum for anybody that I know to go to even go. I don't know anybody who even goes to Rome. So shout out to that. I'm going to take a break right now, everybody. I shall be back. Brothers build, peace and love. I'll be right back.
All right. Yes, Hotep, Dr. Daniel LaRoche. I put my email in the chat, and you can email me that link so I can post it in the chat for everyone to go watch. I do remember watching you go through and show some museum artifacts. So yes, it would be great to be able to put that here in the class so everyone can go watch and feed off of what SABA Tehuti just showed. And again, was showing Pope Gregory this, what was it, 16th, and you know how serious they take it, so serious that they have Medu-Neter names. They have Medu-Neter names in actual Medu-Neter. That's fascinating. And so if Pope Gregory has a Medu-Neter name, then if you carry the name Greg or any of these names that we get, Billy, Charles, let's change these frequency tones because they do it. They overstand. So yes, I'll be looking for that link to post in the chat. So Tua Hotep, Mikwara is hilarious. To a great brother. But yes, this the incense. It's such a phenomenal thing, and it's something that it's so beautiful because when we, for anyone who's watched my Flower of Life class, and for those who may not know, you can on House of ATTON YouTube, you can type in Flower of Life, and I give and show the origin of what that is, and introduced a new definition for the word Ankh, because people always say life. But in a lot of my classes, I show many different definitions with Ankh, and one of them is a bouquet of flowers. And that's why you always see all of the wonderful, beautiful KEMETs, the women of the Nile Valley, holding water lilies and smelling them, and incense and wax on top of their head. Just looking at the images allows you to truly smell just the beauty of what they were walking around with. And so to receive this teaching on the incense and showing the origin of it, and we truly associated scent with the nectar, which is why it's also the word nether. Nectar is incense, and ungient is also the word ankh. So we truly overstood the power of smell, and associated with life itself. And so it's a beautiful thing. We carried it with us. So Henu to the great SABA Tehuti for showing this and showing the origin of course, where this resides, and how these later peoples took this and they apply it, but they give you a different story of why they do it, so you can never go back to the actual source, because then they no longer have that power and that control over you, for you to have to go to that person to receive whatever it is that you're inquiring about. And so, it's very it's very powerful to know what these people in the presence of people put themselves in certain positions to be a conduit of the divinities to the people, and truly what they're studying, what they know, and what they apply behind the scenes. And so it's important to know that, because you too can do that, and should do that. So to Hotep Henu, yeah, that was wonderful. Minkwa Ra Mary Ma'at, was you able to speak on that before Saba came back?
Yeah, a little bit. I talked about how these are my favorite kinds of teachings, I feel like SABA is able to contest these different people that are kind of on the peripheral, but none of them can touch him because he's so masterful and he's so powerful in the way that he teaches. And I love how we get to see the example of how he doesn't let anyone interfere with what he knows to be true. And we get to see him practicing his alignment to the Neteru, and he's very stable in his discipline and his beliefs in the Neteru, and you can feel the power of his connection to the Neteru. And man, it's empowering, right? And there's so much strength and clarity, and that's what he does when he is breaking all these matrices, and he's tearing down all these lies, and then he shows how things have been. It's like they have this information, but they whitewash it and then give a different version and say, this is the absolute truth. You have to know this and follow this. So you don't get to the actual teachings from the originator. So, you know, Hinu and Kes to Saba Tehuti for the clarity of the example of who he is and his teachings. So I will pass with that.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful thing, right? You know, to be able to have such clarity in the way that he teaches, the way that he puts together his classes, in itself is a lesson to show, you know, how we should take our own personal research step by step. And he also pointed out something very important during that class. And when information is brought forth, when you're in the matrix and you're just hypnotized to the information, when something is brought up, you don't even question it. You don't even think to question these things. And you see that happen a lot. And so once that's able to, once someone's able to critically think, then all of these stories that we read and become so vividly clear as to what it's really trying to say, and that you can tell that, you know, all of the stories, such as when you brought up with the offering table, and no one asked that question, or how, you know, to have two of every animal, and, you know, it's just like a belief. You just have to, people just believe it. So it's very powerful, you know, to start to take step by step when you're doing your own research, and to see something and then be like, okay, well, where does that source from? And then look at the footnotes and see, okay, well, that goes over here, and okay, let me go look at that now. It really takes one's research to a whole nother level, which of course allows one to then begin to find answers for questions that you have. And because you had your entire life taking in all these stories and never asking these questions. So now is the time to begin to ask the questions and find the answers to them, and help those who may be around you come out of that and into ma'at, which is truth, which is the facts by examination. So yeah, I absolutely 1000% agree with you, great brother Minku Ara. It's extremely powerful. So when we see the structure of the ones who are quote unquote in these leadership positions, and you see what they're doing behind that curtain, I mean, you can take and do with that as you please. Great brother Primordial Thought 9. Peace, great brother. What's on your mind? What's on your thought process?
The power in capturing the mind when it's birthed here in this world. Like, you can almost give the mind anything. you can, when someone is born here, you can actually, they're given this stuff. So this is what makes the House of ATTON so powerful. This is what makes just having SABA here, is that this stuff is on the internet, and we can save these things, and we can give them to our families, give those to our loved ones, give those to our friends. And because I always think, like, when I got here, man, like, Christianity was just put right in my mind, like, right away. And who was around to defend, to say, no, that's not the truth, right? So the ISFET is so structured that it takes searching to come out of it, and all that searching that we've all done led us here. So, but look at the trenches we have to go through just to get here. And so I'm just slowly, like, understanding, like, how important the culture of our ancestors in the Turu was. It was so important because when their children was born, like, they were already introduced into this truth, actual ma'at. So it's mind blowing of how much can be stolen and morphed into this, to what it is. And you kind of have to see beyond the veil and go through the layers just to find yourself and just to be on that path of immortality. So it's very strange.
Yes, I agree. It is very strange. And it really makes all of what we're doing so much more powerful. Because to really come up out of that, you know, it really allows you to reflect back at times when you can start to see where the programming started to happen in certain instances, because you may have had questions and been okay with not really necessarily receiving an answer at that time, and you can just start to see, and you know, it's just a powerful thing. And you know, just to you know, continue to build on this class and the incense. And another beautiful thing that he showed was the word that we use for soul. Ba is the incense, is the light. So it's a beautiful thing. So Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, welcome back.
Hotep, we're about to get into what's primordial thoughts, the main event. the last question. And ladies and gentlemen, for those who Israel Hoyley, shout out to Israel Hoyley. I can't see what he's saying because my eyes reading this, I can't see, but peace and love to Israel Hoyley. I just see you. I'll read this one because it's easy. Respect. Shout out to Israel Hoyley, good brother. That's the best waiter on the planet. My favorite waiter. When I see him, I'm gonna tip him without ordering food. Shout out to Israel Hoyley. So for those who just stepped in, everybody, here we go. I'm gonna give a teaser, and then I'm gonna step away, and I have to step away and come back because we're dealing with this question right here. Who is Baron Samedi? Does Tehuti practice voodoo? Who is Baron Samedi? Does Tehuti practice voodoo? Let me start off with you, Primordial Thought. Who is Baron Samedi?
So I could have sworn you did a similar class a couple of years ago about this. I forgot that information, but I know when you're asked a second time of something, it's going to be more than the first one. So I'm excited.
Okay. Annie Patah, who is Baron Samedi? You ever heard of him? Is he in the Perm Haru, or who is he?
I've heard of him. I know he's a part of the Loa, and he's associated with what they call death. Yes.
Oh my goodness, part of a Loa, associated with what they call death. Where's Nefer Keperet? I want to know if Nefer Keperet. I want to know if Nefer Keperet ever heard of this. If anybody in her family deals in any Santeria or anything like that. I'd like to know. But shout out to Neferkir and Sheshayet, anybody of who comes from the Spanish attack. I don't know if they know anything about Santeria. We're gonna go into Menku Ara Mary Ma'at. Who is this person right here? What is this, everybody? Who is this? Who's this right here? He has a black top hat on, an orange feather. What's that? What's that all about?
Before I answer that question, Saba, oh, you guys won't be able to see this, but in my research for my next teaching, let me see if you all can see.
I can see looks like the incense holder. Incense.
Yeah. Oh man, the magic y'all put me into, I just love y'all. But sometimes I'll be like, what is this? I'm prepping for my stuff, and then Saba presents it today. It's just so powerful. But this person, I do not know who he is. I'm just now hearing about this.
Baron Samedi. Okay, wonderful. Let me go to the chat. Beautiful chat. Anybody in the chat, who is Baron Samedi? What is that? Is that a superhero? Is that one of the Natiru? Is that a... What is Baron Samedi? Was he one of the black presidents? Who is he? Was he in the civil rights movement? Black Panther? Who is Baron Samedi? Go ahead, Primordial Thought. You can release it, man. You got it's in the Ashar Kwesi book. It's in the Muta Ashby book, page 187. It's hidden in there. It's good. Go back. 11 Laws of Mind. Baron Samedi. No? Okay. Baron Samedi. Anybody know who Baron Samedi is? Somebody put my Haitian ancestor. Hold on. Somebody put my Haitian ancestor. Big Vapes. You have full right now to jump up onto the panel, because Baron Samedi is one of your ancient ancestors, and come up here. Tell us to talk a little bit about your ancestor, because we're about to do a class on your Haitian ancestor. This is interesting. Shout out to Big Vapes. We're doing a class on his Haitian ancestor. Let's go. Is he from Haiti? I don't, man, what's happening? Is he in Haiti? Is he in Haiti? We're gonna find out who is Baron Samedi. Anybody know? Somebody put Sac Passe. Am I back in Canada? Hold on. Sac. I can't read that for me. Primordial. My eyes have had it now. Read it for me.
It says Sac Afet to the Zoes in the chat.
The whole chat, everything is changing now. We bring up Baron Samedi. The language is changing. Things are changing now. Here we go, everybody. Who is Baron Samedi? Anybody know? Okay, we have somebody. Here's a new person here would say. Chosen few. Move my eyes away. 936. Is that what that says?
Yes.
Yes.
It says Iwa of Haitian Voodoo.
Uh-oh. Iwa. Who is the Iwa? What is going on here? The Iwa. We got the Haitian ancestors. We got people Sac Passe in the cloud. We got the whole chat is changing. Oh my goodness, it's changing. Now what's going on here? Who is this? This man with his black top hat on, orange feather. We're gonna find out what's happening. All right. What does Sheshed says? Sheshed says Nabule. People are speaking different language. I bring up Baron Samedi, and the language of the podcast changes. Everybody starts speaking different languages. What have we invoked here? What is happening? People are speaking different languages now. Let's go, everybody. We're gonna find out who is Baron Samedi. What this is right here. I'm gonna let me go ahead and shout out to Hero Hancock. I see you. Nicholas Avendon, I see your donation here. I'm gonna Men at a Class 42. I see you on Big Vapes. Oh, we got Kiko Jones. I'm gonna read a couple more tips, and I'm gonna step away and come back and deal with Baron Samedi. So Kiko Jones sent Still a new name. Newer of the name. I think I've seen it a couple times. Incense. Kiko Jones gave a support tip for the incense answer. Wonderful, everybody. I'm going to read one more, then I'm going to step away and come back and answer the question. Kiko Jones, give Kiko Jones a clap, clap, clap. $9.33. Give him a clap, or her. I'm not sure. Okay, wonderful. And then I'm going to read one more, and that's Sheshayet. Here it is, everybody. Sheshayet. Oh, can I get receive in there? Let me close this out. Oh, no. Oh. Okay. One of the greatest female supporters, greatest of consistent supporters, male and female. And that is the wonderful, I call her the future oracle, which she shall be. And she has given a tip for, what is this, the incense? Give her a hand clap. Sheshayet is giving a tip for the incense. No cap, never no cap teaching. Give her a clap, please. Okay, everybody. We are about to get into the next answer. You all, hey, Nefer Keperet is here. We're about to get into the next answer. How come Nefer Keperet always looks? Are you behind him, or are you just that small? I don't know what's going on.
She's beside me.
Oh wow. Okay, Nefer Keperet. Okay. Shout out to her. Shout out to you. We're gonna get into this question here, and I hope everybody is ready for this question and answer. We're gonna get into. I'm gonna step away for just a moment, and I'm actually going to be back to answer this this question here, and I hope everybody is ready. And here's the question again. Who is Baron Samedi? Does Tehuti practice voodoo? And we're going to get into it. I shall be right back, everyone. Nefer Keperet, does anybody in your family practice or a part of anything called Santeria?
No.
Did they just get the Catholic half? Anybody in your family Catholics?
Pretty much everyone.
Everyone, yeah. There's two choices. It's either you're the Catholic or you branch off Santeria. I was calling a few Haitian, a few voodoo shops, and they were speaking Spanish.
Yeah.
I was like, where's Nania? I'm like, Haitians don't speak Spanish. So everybody here in Cali that's into that, Santeria is definitely of speaking Spanish, and we're going to get into that. Why is that? Why would something that's be considered voodoo, why is it heavily associated with South American or Mexican type people? Why would it be Spanish if everybody's claiming that voodoo is a West African religion? Where did the Spanish influence come from? And is Haiti a part of West Africa? We're going to get into all that. I'll be right back, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Primordial Thought, you hear the music in the back?
I knew you was getting ready to cue it. Once I heard it go off, I was like, oh, so I'm about to cue it. He about to put it on. It's shadow time.
I am from DR, must be Dominican Republic, which is going to be in this class today. I'm from DR, which must be the Dominican Republic. I know a lot of folks who practice Santeria along with other forms of Arawak traditions. Been to Haiti a few times as well. Okay, we got someone who's been to Haiti, someone who's been in the Dominican Republic or from there, and a lot of people practicing. And then we got Big Vapes who says that Baron is his ancestor. Let's get into it, everybody. Minty Hotep is back. She says, waiting for the spooky music to drop. I shall be back, everyone.
Really quick, I think this is interesting that we're in this vibration and this topic of Hades coming up. I think I caught something in the news that like a bunch of Haitian prisoners had been broken out, and they're maybe in the beginning stages of a civil war. Some things are happening in Haiti, so this is interesting that this is coming up right now.
Well, that sounds very interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting. So yeah, I mean, you know, anytime the music gets cued, the tone gets set. It's a shift in frequency. So yeah, looking forward to this. And you know, the beautiful thing about again, you brought up Minku Ara, how in your presentation you showed the walls of the incense and the providing of the incense, and how the frequency of everything that we're doing just builds off each other. So it's a wonderful thing. And my class tomorrow, Sunday sessions, will be on Heka'u, will be on magic, pure magical class. So it's gonna be beautiful, very powerful. So yeah, I always found that very interesting, you know, with the Santeria and the voodoo. And you see, and like Sabatuti said, you usually see either, you know, it's either Catholicism or Santeria and the Loa. And with dealing with the Spanish. So it is very interesting. So I'm definitely looking forward to this. And what Saba Tehuti is about to bring forth. So yeah, I mean, may you all continue to support, continue to ask these wonderful questions that bring forth these powerful pod classes. Support the great Saba Tehuti, because you're not going to find this anywhere else. So the links that Saba Tehuti goes to bring forth the information and to show us these sources and where these things originate from, and to show it is something that's extremely new. Because, you know, prior to Saba going on the KP Podcraft, I know for me, you know, dealing with, most times you would just hear people just speaking and building and talking about certain things and not really showing much. And that's cool, that's okay. But it's just a different level whenever you can show what's being said to prove what you're saying, because, you know, as someone who deals with speech and tone and sound vibration, you understand how much power that goes into that. And you can, you know, create at your will. For those who may not know how to ask a certain type of question. So Hinu to the great Saba for setting the standard, which we are the standard. The standard bearers is who you see on the screen. We're the standard bearers, and we raise that high. So Hinu, and I'm looking forward to seeing those who support. I love seeing new people, in the chat, and what certain frequencies bring people in. It's a beautiful thing, and support this, because you're not going to find this anywhere else. So I'll let either one of you great brothers build on what your Ebe is wanting to speak right now. So Tua.
Yes, I love this for so many reasons. SABA is making our worldview bigger. He's healing us. He's recaptured our kidnapped spiritual identity. And in one of my first teachings, I touched on Haiti having one of the greatest slavery revolts and defeating the British, the French, and the Spaniards. And the way they did it, they were able to weaponize the environment that they were in, and they had a connection to their ancestors. And I'm not sure all the tools that they were using to fight the conquistadors, but that's a very interesting story, what's happening in Haiti, because of all the resources that are there. I know NASA is there, and there's gold, there's oil, and there's, I always pronounce this wrong, vibranium, or whatever the element that they were highlighting in Black Panther, because there was I think a meteor that hit in the hills of Haiti. So it's very resource.
Oh, vibranium.
Vibranium. I always pronounce that wrong. So if this all connects to Haiti, we're about to witness some very powerful hekau and truth from our master teacher, Saba Tehuti. I'm ready for this. I'm here for this.
Yeah, I know it's real heavy in New Orleans. There's a lot of practitioners there. Great brother, Primordial Thought 9. Let's hear your build, great brother.
I'm open for it all. It's good to learn different aspects. I mean, growing up, voodoo, all kind of voodoo magic work, that was a huge no-no from coming up in this world. So I'm a baby when it comes to these type of teachings, but knowing that all the magic, all the hecka came from KEMET, I'm just excited to see what Saba's going to break down, because I know he's talked about this guy before. I want to say maybe a year ago or maybe 2 years ago, but yeah, but now he's giving like 2-hour breakdown, so I'm really excited just to see what this is about. I have no history on it, so I'm all ears right now.
Wonderful. Yeah, it's going to be a beautiful thing. So houseofatton.org. Let me put all the links in the chat again for all of our social platforms, so you all can go and follow us on all of the social platforms as we're taking these classes and condensing them down to very specific sections of the class and putting them up there for everyone to receive the benefit from. So follow us on all these social platforms that I just posted. houseofatton.org is I would say 90% complete. So it's almost ready. And so for everyone who is familiar with houseofatton.org, and for those who are new, this is our website. This is our home base. So all information, everything will be available here as soon as I unlock this for everyone to come into. So there are major updates happening. A lot of expansion is happening with the House of Atton. We are now transitioning into some big things. So I have to make sure that whenever I go to present this to everyone, that it is completely and accurate, is perfect, is excellent for everyone. So Tua Hinu, go here and put in your email address so you can be notified when the website launches, and also sign up. So yes, we are very close. So Hinu for everyone's patience, and Tua for everyone who is signed up here. I'm able to see you all for everyone who signs up. So Tua, and I'm looking forward to releasing this to everyone. So houseofatton.org. I knew Saba was gonna come back. I knew Saba was gonna come back in a whole nother. Hinu, look at. Oh my goodness. Is that Baron Samedi right there?
The spider got bigger, or is that a different one? Is that?
Whoa. Big ol'. He's big.
Saba, you're muted if you're not sure.
Yes. Greetings, everyone. We're about to get into this next question here. On Baron Samedi, who is he? Does Tehuti practice voodoo? Question that people always seem to ask. And we're going to discuss some of that while answering the question, and get into some other diversities of what's the spider and the snake all about on both sides of Africa and Haiti. We're going to get into it, everybody. Let's find out who this is. Baron Samedi. Okay, are you ready? Everybody press 9 if you can hear me and see me, and I'm gonna go get into this answer right now and see what information is available. Can you hear me okay, Scribe? And am I moving okay? Neferkepret?
Yes, we can see and hear you. Starting to get a little choppy, but I think that'll fix itself because you're still clear.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, everyone. We're going to start in a few moments. I hope everyone supports this. We're going to get, some of this may get always factual, a little bit personal, but when it comes down to this side of questioning, for this particular path or this ancestry, and a lot of it is what I always say. I don't really support, which is a lot of oral, a lot of oral tradition. And for this particular answer, for a lot of these references, they're not going to come from a source that I'm allowed to say. So they will be coming from a source. Some you'll get page numbers from some books that are available to you, but some of the answers here will not be coming from what I can say responsibly, due to what happened last time. I let somebody know where to get this, and due to what they became on YouTube. And due to their demise, that was the last student that the last person that I ever shared the source of some of this with. And that was a realization to me that a lot of this is not to be shared. This is some of this is different from what was going on in the Nile Valley, because the beings are not as they're of all different types of personalities, and some of them are happier and more unhappy than you'd be comfortable with. And this is not, there is no laws of ma'at with this. there's none of that. These were people that had the ability to transcend and still communicate. So we're going to so they have all different types of personalities, and they don't have the same principle codes that are here in the physical. So me introducing people to the source of some of this is not responsible, because I can't even get people to disciplinedly follow a beautiful system of ma'at where everything is peaceful and lovely. Jumping into spider magic and and time travel magic and things like that, and then encountering beings that that require contracts is not, it's not the same as what anybody here is truly familiar with, because you would you can easily get lost. So we're going to get into this question of Baron Samedi. And I remember when the gentleman Kemetic Incense and some other people, they said, Tehuti, where is there a top hat in KEMET or something like that? I said, it's not. I just left it like that. So it is not. Bobby Hemmett wore it for a little while, and blessings to him, to wherever he may be, in whatever realm he may be in. But you don't really find the Ashar Quazis, the Muta Ashbys, or the Jabaris, or any of the guys really representing this look or anything. And so I have to do well with this one, because a lot of things I have to hold back, and a lot of things are going to sound strange and interesting, and you're going to see how popular Baron Samedi actually is, and you all know him. Almost everyone in this room knows of him, and has when I show you where he's been, you'll be like, oh, he was in the culture the whole time. So we're going to get into this, everybody. Welcome. I see the numbers have built back up, and we're going to find out why, when I debate people, every one of my debaters either complain about me using magic or try to say something about, let me pep talk you against Tehuti. He's going to use magic in the debate, and he's going to use, the word magic always seems to come up in my debates, and we're going to see what actually has been taking place, and the other side of biological imperative. So let's go ahead and see this, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Peace and love to all those who are here, and peace and love to all those who are not here and are in the next realm. And to those students and people, anyone who was in this podcast in the beginning and is now in the next realm that was in this podcast that most people don't know are missing. But shout out and peace and love to them, and let's get into the red and the black. So here we go, everybody. We're going to get into this answer. Peace and love to everyone, and see you all in the room. Let's get into this. Primordial and Annie and Nefer Kepret, don't be scared, and Menkura Menkura Mary Ma'at. I see the bugged out eyes coming already, so you and Annie, just definitely stay a scribe of Ma'at. Don't worry about this other side.
Yeah, my journey to Ma'at wasn't just straight to Ma'at. So this is where
what's that? This is where you started?
This is it, you know. The travels, and you know, it's a beautiful thing, because it's all things utilized to allow yourself to get to a place where you know and really reflect where your Eve wants to be. So I look forward to this information. And Hotep to Nakash. I haven't seen Nakash in a while. Hotep.
Hotep. Okay, beautiful family. Primordial. Just absorb what you hear, and because from that last question you asked, I would just say, everyone stay within Ma'at. Just stay within Ma'at for now, unless you are from these areas. And even if you're from these areas, just be strong, stay within Ma'at, and don't get attracted to any of the things that I may speak of. Just learn from this, learn from some information. If it's going to sound attractive, it's going to sound like something you may want to jump into, but just stay where you are for now. Okay, everybody, we're going to get into this answer. Let's go. Peace and love, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to get into this next question, which is this one right here. Who is Baron Samedi? Does Tehuti practice voodoo? And let's get into it, everybody. If you can see me on the screen, press A9. If you can see and hear me and everything is fine, definitely press A9. If you can see me and hear me and everything is fine. Let me adjust one thing a moment. Okay, here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Everyone stay at peace. Let's get into this answer. Here we go. Let me see. Can you all see me and hear me? There may be a lag. Let's get into it, everybody. Here we go. Let me put the timer on. Boom. Timer is on. And let's get into it, everyone. Let me check the room and see if there's the nines. See if the nines were being pressed. There are the nines. I see Bella. I see Nicholas. I see here's a new name here. Monstar XO. 11. I just saw this brother in another room recently asking questions. 11, and I said, isn't that brother in the podcast? Yes, so now, or sister, now I recognize. Peace and love. Here we go. Somebody put pyramid magic. Everyone's coming out the woodwork now. We got Jar Rashid. Okay. And here we go. Yes, it is. It was 10:33 when we started. Everybody sees me, and here we go. Ready, Nicholas? Ready, Israel Hoyley? Love you, everyone. Let's get into this answer. Who's that? Oh, Ox Effect. Let's get into this answer. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they are from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, what is the original languages, spirituality, who are the Netiru, health and purity, mental detoxification, out of body, ancient sources, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, disguised in the form of black consciousness, the atheistic Kemetic teachers, quote unquote, who will not have classes on the actual teachings of the ancestors, showing any papyrus and teaching on it, that they live it from the afterlife realm. That's what Kemet was focused on. They won't show the writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes, or only do debate, debunk, expose, challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs, such as the Hebrews are wrong, these people are wrong, the Bible is stolen, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are white, Egyptians are Mediterranean. Attacking everyone, but never giving you the indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place. They just leave it attacked and let it be. Giving a breakdown, but never giving a build-up. Never showing you their hand of what they actually believe in, because in truth, those conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything, but just have the want to argue, and thus to hide that they cannot answer questions on a disciplined spiritual belief system that they actually follow daily. When the computer is shut down, they make you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you're laughed off of the stage for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform, class, movement that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook personalized documentary type answer, customized and taught live for you, is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? YOAN BILODEAU was a brother that looks just like I did at one time, sent in $20 support for a question for a class on Baron Samedi. So who is this? And let me ask the class, which I did already. Does anyone know? And I asked the class already before we started. The most diverse question and answer class. What is it? Here, again and again, a live demonstration on the diversity of the Tehuti Podclass, the most diverse question and answer class here at the Tehuti Podclass. So who is this tall, dark, muscular man with a top hat, an orange feather in his hat, associated with magic, immortality, and who's seen with snakes? Who is this? What is this? Who is that? Does he look familiar to anyone? Who is actually known worldwide? Would you believe this or not? When I asked people on the panel, most people were unfamiliar, but he's actually known worldwide. There are shirts for sale with him on it that you can order. Baron Samedi shirts. Well-known artists such as Erykah Badu are influenced and represent his look at times. You see Erykah Badu with the top hat. You see the symbols there in the center. You see these symbols, and sometimes she wears an even taller top hat. What is this look that people are displaying? He is across the world, even in video games. The Spy Samedi. He's in animation and video games. The Spy Samedi. He is even the star of one of the most popular James Bond movies ever made, Live and Let Die. Some of the people of that time frame will remember this. Live and let die, da, da, live and let die. He is the star of the movie on the opposite side of James Bond. Here he is, Live and Let Die. And there's Baron Samedi. Did you all know that? He was the anti-star. He was the opposing star. James Bond was the star on the so-called hero side, and he was the star on the villain side. Did you all know that Baron Samedi was the star of a James Bond movie? Baron Samedi, the mysterious voodoo villain. Baron Samedi is a character in both the James Bond novel and film, Live and Let Die. In the novel, he's a voodoo entity that Mr. Big associates himself with to instill fear in his followers. However, in the film, the later actor, dancer, choreographer, and singer, Geoffrey Holder, plays a separate character in the form of a henchman to Dr. Kanaga. Well, first, to understand Baron Samedi, you have to get a basic understanding of what spiritual system this comes from, which in today's time was hidden under the word voodoo or voodoo, which just means oneself, spirit self. It's actually a French word, voodoo. And I will also begin off by saying, and many things pertaining to this topic cannot be stated with this podcast in the open, being that I myself was a practitioner, and thus I'm not allowed to reveal all in public to respect of the ancestors, which was the unpublic practices. During the kidnapping of people of the Fawn and Yoruba, Congo people that were killed for practicing their original spiritual path of calling up upon ancestors, the wise people who still wanted to call upon their ancestors had their way disguised in French Catholicism for safety. This particular marriage took place in the French colonist-controlled area of Saint Dominique, which was a French colony in the western portion of the Caribbean island of Hispaniola. Now you start to see the link. In the area of the modern day Haiti, this was from 1659 to 1804, and here is the area right here. This is the DR, Dominican Republic, which Jeffy just mentioned in the chat, and this is Santo Domingo, location area map, Dominican Republic. And at the bottom here, if we go over here, we have Haiti, and then we start to move over and we see Santo Domingo, and there's the Caribbean Sea. And this is the area where this phenomenon took place. This was the merging of old ancestor calling upon with having to protect yourself, synchronizing under the name of Christian saints in order not to be killed, because the actual European was also afraid of this. He didn't want anyone practicing this, and so this had to be hidden and guised. So a lot of the names when it comes to the voodoo today are going to be in the French language. Some of them are going to be in a Spanish language, because you're receiving what happened after 1659. You're not receiving before it. So after 1659, that was the guising, that was the disguising. So that's why when you go to Louisiana or any part where you're learning about this culture heavily, you're going to get a lot of French teachers. And you're going to say, how can this West African culture, why is it a lot in French? It's because of the transmigration to Haiti and the hiding under French and Spanish saints for protection purposes. Some of this is going to sound very foreign, which is to be expected, and much cannot be expounded upon here in this class due to my personal involvement and responsibility. I'm not recklessly guiding people to a particular book without guidance attached. So some of this will be coming from writing material that I will not share here in the podcast due to me being a responsible teacher and not wanting people to just wildly go and grab this information and end up, it may not end up too well for you. It may end up great. much different, much different than a lot of other answers, because it will contain my direct knowledge and hands-on experience into entity consciousness. Okay, in this culture, there are what are called the North Angle spirits. North Angle spirits are the spirits of the dead. These are called the Gwede, sometimes just spelled G-E-D-E, but I spell like this for the pronunciation for those who want to pronounce it. It's pronounced how you see it spelled, Gwede, Gwede. Some people pronounce it the Gidi. And the being in that realm who was over them was called Papa Nebo. Papa Nebo was actually the adopted son of Gwede Nebo, and he was hidden under the guise of the Catholic saint, Saint Gerald. So when the Europeans would go to investigate, what are all you worshiping? Who are you talking about? It would actually switch to, we're talking about Saint Gerald. Hold on. Saint Gerald. So therefore they'd be hidden and protected. And then they'd get back to Papa Nebo and the Gedi and the Iwa when they were alone. And this is how we were able to keep up these practices in safety without people getting more brutalized than the brutalization that was already taking place. Okay, they're Saint Gerald. So the Gwede Nebo, in his physical life, he had died prematurely as a young man. Okay, after which, in the afterlife realm, he was adopted and was taken into a particular spirit family. He became known, or the spirit family was known as the Iwe, and he became known in the spirit family, the Iwe, over those who died prematurely, and the one over cemeteries shown with herbs representing him. He is also known as one who gives a voice to the spirits of dead bodies who have not been found or who have died prematurely. He is the voice of that. And that's the one that's hidden under Saint Gerard. And that is the younger Nebo. There's Papa Nebo, and then there's the younger Nebo, the younger. Okay. So Gwede Nebo was the younger, Papa Nebo was the elder in that spirit realm. He was adopted after death. He wasn't adopted in the physical realm, he was adopted after death. And because he died prematurely, he became sympathetic and responsible for connecting with those whose bodies can't be found, those who died prematurely, and the energy force are over certain cemeteries. That's Gwede Nebo, adopted son of Papa Nebo. Now on page 19 of the Spirits, the Law in Voodoo, and the Power in Haiti, on page 166 of the Voodoo Encyclopedia, Magic, Ritual, and Religion describes the other name of these entities as Iwa. Now in the Setswana language of Botswana, it's translated to as magic. Some translate it to as the word bewitched, but of course bewitched means if you're on a particular side of the truth. If you're on an opposing side, then you think that those who are opposing you are bewitching you. If you're on the side of the bewitching and you're the agreement of it, it is a miracle and miraculous. So it is just a form of magic, and of course Christian people would say it's bewitching, or anyone who would be against the particular magic. So it's actually identical to the French word for law. These Iwa entities were the entities of law on the other side, meaning the order of what took place on the other side in this particular area, and wherever this particular family and ancestry was found. The ones who were governing the other side were the Iwa. This became so imbued in the French influence that the actual French word Iwa, Iwi, is the same word for law. It's actually that's actually the word Iwa, and that's covered in. We have this book here, Kate Ramsey, The Spirits, Voodoo, and the Power of Haiti, The Spirits and Law. If you all want to look at that book, and also the Voodoo Encyclopedia, Magic, Ritual, and Religion. These are more informational books, not if you want to become an initiate or someone who is actually getting mounted or delving deep, but for information purposes, the Spirits and Law, Voodoo and the Power of Haiti, the Spirits and the Law, and the Voodoo by Kate Ramsey, and the Voodoo Encyclopedia, Magic, Ritual, and Religion. And just type that in and you should be able to find it or pick it up at your local bookstore if you're interested. And that's by Jeffrey E. Anderson. These are more commercial type books, not of the reading that I am personally coming from, which to my knowledge is not in any bookstore. Okay, so this Iwa spirit family is where the Gwede Nibu was adopted by Papa Nibo, who was the head of the Gwede, Iwa, and the word in Haiti for head or leader was Baron. Oh, that's cool, bro. It was Baron. Baron was a word for nobleman, and a freeman, a leader, or a chief. So there were many barons. Okay? And thus, now you are beginning to see how this leads to the father of Gedi Nebo, who is Papa Nebo or Baron Samedi, this Baron, the Baron of the Samedi. So Baron Samedi, he was the head of the ancestral Loa. It's a word that means a worker, something that works for you. And if you, and you may end up working for them. As a master of the cemetery and guardian of ancestral knowledge, Baron Samedi is typically depicted as if ready to be burnt or buried, buried Haiti style, and that is with a black top hat. So when brothers like people like Unc West and others say, you can tell a pseudo by the funny hat. Tell a pseudo by the funny hat. And this was actually a burial hat that represented the death realm, and Baron Samedi's hat as one who was over the death realm, and it was a top hat. Usually seen with a black tuxedo, dark glasses, or cotton plugs in the nostrils as if he's prepared for the burial. He's a spirit that is responsible for assisting humans in the transition between the human realm and the afterlife. The first burial of a man in any cemetery in Haiti is dedicated to Baron in Voodoo. If one desires knowledge and guidance about life and death in this particular culture, they must cultivate a personal relationship with Baron Samedi. He may dispel ghosts, ward off the dead, ward off death, and even cure diseases for those he deems worthy. His colors are what? Black, white, red, and purple. For those of you who like purple and may want to ask about it. Purple, which is one of the more uncommon colors that Baron Samedi is associated with. But you mainly will see him in black and red with a white face. White symbolizing the exact same thing as it symbolized in Kemet, which whites in Ma'at represented death, or those who are afraid and scared because someone has died or someone is in a state of fear that they are going to die. So white was a symbol of death and continued to be so with Baron Samedi and with the Iwa. Baron being the Lord of the dead, had him even Lord over the Christian Jesus. Because remember, this was all incorporated into Christianity, but he was even Lord over Christian Jesus, who was killed on a Friday. Let me come to the room a moment. So in the Christian story, that they were mixing in order to keep themselves safe, of course, those people started learning about the Christian way, and the capital of the Christian religion, the capital man, was, which is head, remember, kaput meaning head, chapter. That's where you get the word capital from. Capital, the head of the states. Cap, kaput, the other name for Nut. The other name for Ra, which is why Ra was the word for chapter. He was the head of that Netero family. So, the head of Christianity was Christ. He was the one that the people learned was the God of the dead when they came involved with the French and the Spanish. So the Christ story was that he died for your sins in order for you to have eternal life. Well, in this culture, there was already gods or spirit entities of death that guided you through into immortality before they even heard of Christ. So Christ was one who died on Friday. And what day did he resurrect? According to the Christian story that the people of Haiti that were brought there were learning about, he resurrected on the day of the sun. And he's the God of the dead. He's the God of immortality. He's the God that of resurrection. So Baron Samedi was the God over that. So it was coded in the word Samedi, which is a word that means Saturday. Because that was the only day that Jesus had to face him. That was the only day that Jesus tasted death. They say he died on Friday, and by Sunday morning, he was already resurrected. So Jesus was only dead for the Saturday. Thus, that became the day of Baron Samedi as the Lord over death, even when it came to the French god Jesus. So Christian Jesus was killed on a Friday, according to the story, and resurrected on Sunday. That's even the day that Christian Christ, that's the only day that Christian Christ died, belonging to Baron. Guess where the word Samedi translates to from the French? Samedi is Saturday. That's Samedi. Baron, Samedi. These are the disguise words that they have to give because the people now are becoming more accustomed to the French language, thus communicating in that language, associating their entities and spirit forces by communicating through a French language, not their native language. And thus you have words like Papa Nebo and different things that, then you have Samedi, which is French. You have different words you see are a mixture of the languages, and some of them that just stay French because that was their safest way to communicate and hide the names. And the Christians didn't know what was actually happening at the time. So these spirits are also called the Loa, which of those who work on behalf of physical beings on the other side. This was a term that associated with worker and actually predates this particular culture and goes back to the word Lulu, Loa from Lulu, which is an ancient Sugagi word, or they say cuneiform word, that means a worker. They were called the Lulu Amalu. That was just a word that meant worker. This word traveled on, and now it became from Lu to Lo, or Loa. Same word, same definition. The Gwede, Lua, or Loa, spirit family were also called the family of spiders. And they were known to incarnate in the form of spiders in one's home. We will go over my spider incarnation and Loa visits later on in the class. And then I said, What do you say? Now there are what are called vives. And vives, which means eternity or to live. Vives. Now, of course, there was one of these Iwa called Loco. Now today, the only way you get to hear these words are through nonsensical craziness. So you actually hear the word vive all the time in silly songs like Livin' La Viva Loca. And you wonder, what the heck is that? Vive is the life. It means an eternal life. You're constantly alive. So as long as the word viv is life, then it's an immortal life, which transcends the physical realm. And there was an Iwa called Loka, not this living La Viva Loca, which is translates to today now as the crazy life. He's loco. So now you're singing songs about living a crazy life, but it wasn't that. The viv in the culture were symbols that would, the closest thing you would associate with today would be called the sigil. Today, you would associate the look of it. Not quite the same, but the look of it looks like a sigil, similar to what you see on my hats. So these were called vivs that were used for incarnation rituals, incarnation practices. Let me see if I can fix this. Incarnation practices are evocation, because incarnation was different from evocation. Incarnation is when something became carnal again, and evocation is evoking something or bringing something that can stay in its form and either communicate with you from a distance, like being to being, or communicate with you by merging into you. And this would be called mounting, which was an ancient practice that went back to the Nile, and even before. It was very common for one to be mounted, which was just to be enmeshed with a consciousness that spoke through you. So when you wrote something down, it was in first person. One of the major differences between the creation story of the Bible is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's someone speaking about God. In the Medu-Neter creation stories, it's, I Nebuchadnezzar did this. I did that. Who's writing that? I did this. I did that. So it was a different culture and understanding that when you became mounted by the conscious entity, the I becomes you, because there's no difference in that realm. There's no separation. Separation mainly takes place in the in this electron fermion realm, but in that realm on the other side, many things merge in what's called superpositioning. Okay, so that's the Viva. So they have Viv, which means to live, which today they're called cosmograms. So cosmograms of invocation, drawings made with usually flour, cornmeal, coffee, anything kind of granulized. Cornmeal, that's like pebbles, or granulized coffee, which are like seeds, flour, which is like very, very, very refined, something you can easily manipulate or draw with by actually, instead of drawing with a pen, you actually place it in form on the ground. And these were called vivs. You could also draw them on things, but some of these were very large and they were for everyone to see. And they were three-dimensional. Okay, so they'd be on a surface, or they'd be cast on the ground or a surface for the invocation of the Gedi Loa, which originated as the SMBD system of writing. That if you want to research the Igboid and the Ekoid languages from West and Central, what people are calling Africa, and this is found in the History of Africa, Quest for Eternal Harmony, Rutledge, page 252, by Ashanti Molifi K. Ashanti Molifi K. And you can find where the language was studied, and they traced it back, going back in the system of writing, similar to a language, but it's not a language. It's you see the image, and you know what the image is conveying. Okay, here it is right here, History of Africa by Molifi Ashanti. Ashanti Molifi K. Kiti, History of Africa, Quest for Eternal Harmony. You can find that linguistic information there. The highest of all creative, immortal, conscious energies of the Iwagidi is Dambhala. Dambhala and the Dambhala Viv is very, very common because Dambhala is considered the highest of the energy forms, or the highest of those spirits' energy. And I'm going to stop right there. But guess how the Dambhala Viv is drawn? And here's the Dambhala Viv. How is it drawn? Any of these symbols look familiar? There's the Dambhala. That's what they call Dambhalla Vodou. And this is the Dambhala Viv drawn right there. And what is it? You see the triangle Aku-shaped object as the base of the bottom, and you see the two serpents. So you see the duality serpents interlocking triangles. You see interlocking triangles. You see the what appears to look like a spine, or a base that's something that looks like a spine. The center is connected to two women. So this is connected to two women, and the two women are Aida Wido, that they consider the goddess of the rainbow. Dambhala was also a spirit force of the rainbow. And then you have the goddess of beauty, Urzuli Frida, another very popular of the Iwa, and that's Urzuli Frida. The homie, and that's the goddess of beauty. So you have Dambhala, who is a male, and he's represented by two women. He's represented with two women. His image is a spine-looking type object with two serpents. In the base is a pyramidal type structure, and that is Dambhala. Does any of this look familiar or sound familiar? Well, we go into the Amduat of Seti. This is way before 1659. The Amduat of Seti, you find the immortal consciousness serpents. They represent life, which would be said in that language as Viv, but Teche in the Medunetter, ascending up the spine, the Dejed, all the way through the nose, assisted with the two women. And they're the two women. They're the two rising serpents of life. Also, when shown in a circle, are called the Techet. When they're resurrecting, they're called Araret, which is the resurrection of the Dejed. This goes back to the time of Seti in the BCs, 3,000 years prior to what was taking place in Haiti, because our symbols traveled with us. We're similar because you're discussing people that were in an area that people call today Africa, and they see these serpents and the symbolism is the same. And then when they get to the Americas, you'll find the Aztec symbolism is the same. The serpents are used all throughout because they were one common animal but represented many things that I've discussed all across the world. And the two women with one man as the center point and two women as women of rainbows and beauty was another echoing aspect of our culture. So here, where does this look familiar here? And here we have, this is now the coffin of Nescons. This is in the Taurine, 2217. And you have the serpent ascending. You have the spine of Asar. And you have the Aku base. There's the Aku as the base that was called the Ara, that people today are calling the step pyramid. That's the base. Then you have the resurrection of Asar with the two women supporting his Dejed. And there you see the serpent that he is upon. And here you see the two women over here in the tomb of Seti, the two supporting women. You see the Dejed serpent rising up the spine, up to the nostrils, and up to what people call the third eye, which was really called the Ma'ateru. And then you go back over here and you see the two serpents with the Dambhalla Vodou, with the two serpents, and the Dambhalla was one male with the two females. And then you see this aspect that looks like a spine. And this is an echoing theme that is echoed into the BCs that existed long before the Spanish. Some of the culture had to be hidden under Spanish and French words. We have also always had the serpents as Vive, as life, and Kemet, the same word for serpent. The serpent is the life. It means Techet, which is everlasting. Now I'll show you the Vive of the invocation of Baron, Samedi, which has tomb duality, coffins, and the cross. And here it is. So this is the duality symbol of consciousness assisting you at the crossroads. That was the original cross before it became the Christian cross. Before it became the Christian cross, I did a class on this. It was turned as an X, and it represented the crossroads in the meta-netter. And it was a word that was associated with INERT, which was a realm that a star was in. And when a star resurrected in the conscious realm, it shows you the INERT symbol with the X and the cross. Same symbol for the crossroads, or the duality, crossing the physical with the non-physical. And that became the Christian cross, which was Jesus dying in the physical to make you non-physical in consciousness. So this is the barren Samedi, 2 coffins. And you see the base with the cross and the duality symbols throughout with the coffins. Barren Samedi with the serpent of eternity. So when they show you barren Samedi, they show you him with a large serpent. The black clothing, the red top hat, and an orange feather to the side with the large snake. And that is the barren Samedi, the Iwa of the dead, which is really the Iwa of life, because he was not there to keep you dead. He was there to help you transition into a conscious state. The Vive of Baron's female, what people would call a wife or the consort, she was Grand Brigitte. So Grand Brigitte is also depicted with the same pyramidal base, as they call it, the same pyramidal base, the triangle base, 3 lines, and now she's depicted with the heart, of course. Of course, she's depicted with the heart, which is the symbol of love, just as the Asar was depicted with his Mary, which was Aset's name, and the word Mary means love, which is also depicted with the heart. And Asar is the symbol of that which you are to become in the afterlife, in the Purim Haru. And how do you become that? By the female energy of weighing out Ma'at with what? The heart. So females throughout the culture were associated with love, empathy, and the heart. There's no difference here. And the modern Haitian version, which is Baron's female consort called Grand Brigitte. 3 lines, the heart and the triangle. And if you note in some of the images, you'll see a web. You'll see webs in the background. Here's one. If you look closely, you'll actually see what's called the orb weaver web in the background. They gave you this as a spider and the fly. Did you know that, everyone? Let me come to the chat. When I told you, you all already know of Baron Samedi. They give this to you in many different depictions because he became very popular. They gave it to you in James Bond and in The Spider and the Fly. How so, Tehuti? How is Baron Samedi given to you in The Spider and the Fly? Do you remember how The Spider and the Fly was depicted? Even if you did, you would not know how it connects to Baron Samedi unless you know who Grand Brigitte is. So unless you know who Grand Brigitte is, which was the consort of Baron Samedi, who was considered by some to be European, the European consort, and European doesn't define a race, but the European consort, it didn't quite look like Baron Samedi. And as a child, you were taught the spider and the fly. What was the role of the spider and the fly? What was the fly and the spider's relationship? One was being seduced. Let's get back into it. Everybody, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. And they gave it to you as this, boom, the spider and the fly. Here it is, spider and the fly poems. If you notice and you look at this image, you notice the spider is always black. The fly is of a lighter image. Even if they have to draw the fly as yellow, which everybody in the chat, you got this as a child, raise your hands or press A6 if you have yellow flies in your house? Huh? Any of you swatting yellow flies? Could you do a video, take a picture of the yellow flies for me? The yellow flies for me? Yellow flies in your house? No. But just to depict that it was lighter than the black one, flies in your house are usually what color? Aren't they black? Isn't the fly that you swat usually black? They have one called the green bottle. Those are kind of a little rare, but the flies that you see swarming around are usually black with red eyes, aren't they? But in the spider and the fly is lighter. Even to the point where it's yellow, and you've never seen a yellow fly, and nobody questioned it. The spider is black, and the fly is also supposed to be black, but yet it's yellow. How does this tie back into Baron Samedi? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, everyone. I hope you all are enjoying. YOAN BILODEAU, I'm giving you way more than you sent. I'm giving you bonuses. You're getting more than ever. But this is the House of ATTON, and we recognize the great supporters, the great students who have been supporting for years. And we know that after these breakdowns and buildups, there's going to be a lot of reciprocity and support given. So shout out to YOAN BILODEAU for asking this this question. I've kind of been waiting for this question since before I had little gray. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. So here it is. Here's a spider and the fly is depicted as usually lighter, and the spider is black. What do you mean, Tehuti? How does the spider and the fly link to Baron Samedi? Well, in some of the stories told, Grand Bridget there's a typo. Grand Bridget was a European when she was physically alive. In some of the stories, she was depicted as a European-looking woman. And he was a black man, as people are called today, with a black top hat. Oh, do you remember the beginning of class? I told you that Baron Samedi imagery is even portrayed in James Bond 007 movie. Let's look at how he's portrayed and the woman that he's with in the James Bond movie. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's this, everybody? Because they know the stories. Huh? Baron Samedi and Grand Bridget. Who is that woman that you always see with Baron Samedi in the James Bond movie? Does she look like Oprah? What's going on? Does she look like Oprah? Huh? Does it look like that could be Eddie Murphy's sister? But that is of a Spanish type looking woman, Spain type or European type looking woman. And in the movie, she's the one being held, and she's the one holding hands with Baron Samedi in the Live and Let Die movie. Note the title of the movie. Live and Let Die, and here it is. Baron Samedi with the black top hat, and there he is with the European looking woman. They know it, they read the stories, and they depict it well in Hollywood. Even Hollywood studies the stories of your ancestors, and they gave this to you long before 007 was ever created. How is the spider and the fly recreated when it's shown in an animation? Do you remember? Let me remind you, children who are now adults. Boom. Uh-oh. The spider and the fly. Baron Samedi and Grand Bridget, welcome to the Matrix. You've known about Baron Samedi since you were a child and didn't even know it. From James Bond to your nursery bedtime stories, a black man as a black spider seducing a European-looking woman, and they even completed it by giving the spider a black top hat. This has been in your children's stories as far back as 1820. Baron Samedi. Why does the spider have a black top hat? Spiders wear top hats. Why is the lady of European look? Huh? Baron Samedi, the god of life and death. He was a star of both, the anti-star of both the novel and the movie. What was that movie called? Don't tell me it was called Live and Let Die. No. James Bond movies have the word life and die in it. Live and let die. Da, 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 live and let die. Huh? Live the Vive, that was Baron Samedi's position. He was the decider of those who would live and let die in that other realm. In the modern Haitian culture, he was the decider of those who would live and let die. Literally was what he was in the culture. With a Spanish type looking woman, Grand Brigitte, depicted in the movie with a Spanish type looking woman, and in The Spider and the Fly is a black spider with a always paler looking fly, and the black spider has a black top hat. And what's The Spider and the Fly story all about? It's all about death, so the spider could live. Seducing, so the fly could die. It was all about life and death. That was your spider and fly story. Wasn't a great relationship. It was all about life and death. They gave you the Baron Samedi stories all throughout your life. You just didn't know it was Baron Samedi. They did. They kept the theme. You were just blind to it. Baron Samedi with Grand Brigitte, depicted in Live and Let Die. The black man with the top hat and the Spanish looking woman, all the way down to The Spider and the Fly. The black man is a black spider with the top hat seducing a European type looking woman. Why do they have them as these two races? In a time when racism was at a peak and a climax, they're giving you a story about a black man as a spider seducing a white woman to eat her in the form of a spider and a fly. All the way back in 1820, Baron Samedi, Spider and the Fly, James Bond, Grand Brigitte, Baron Samedi. Boom. As you remember earlier in class, I spoke of the Loa manifesting spiders. I'm not permitted, or I will not get into much detail of any of the ritual practices here, but some may say, why would Baron Loa manifest as this? Now, Baron Loa is not the name of one individual. There are the barons. Baron is a word that is the noble. So there are many barons. Even Baron Samedi was depicted as 3 different baron names. So the Baron Loa were a group. But why would they manifest as this? Why would they manifest as this? Why was it that in the teachings that I experienced, I was taught that they would manifest as this and this? Why would that be? And how did that manifest and incarnate in my personal experiments? These are time traveler entities that quote unquote walk back and forth through whatever dimension area is needed to get to any particular being that is contacting them, which is why the same names of the Loa, which is the same word for law, hundreds of years ago, hundreds of years apart, are the same beings that they are calling now. So in other words, everyone, the interesting thing about the Loa and the other entities is that when they call upon the name, they're calling upon the same one. So when they say Olegba, Yemiya, Shango, and they call these different names, it's the same Olegba, Yemiya of the past. And it's the same one that will be of the future that's going to be called 100 years from now. So when you read about Ogun, there's not 100 beings called Ogun. You're calling Ogun, and Ogun has a particular story. Baron, there's many barons, but Baron Samedi has a particular story. Shango, Obatala have particular stories, and just as they were calling them in the 1600s, people are still calling them in 2024. Thus, if that entity existed and was able to mount with you or to become one with you or to be contacted 400 years ago, and someone 400 years later can call that entity, ask your hoodoo priest if you meet a real one, not the scammers on Facebook. I'm here to read your future. I'm here to read your future. I'm here to read your future. Ancestors send me to read your future. Not that guy. Not the 80 Baba Loa guys on Facebook that are here to read your future. Not those guys. But contact a real one and ask them, when you contact Oshun, is it the same Oshun of that particular story? He will say yes. That is the one Oshun that we're contacting, our ancestor. Oshun isn't 50 ancestors. So thus, if your ancestor Oshun was able to be called 400 years ago and be called by a Baba Loa or by a practitioner in 2024, then that is a time traveler. That is not bound by time and space. That is a being that was called 400 years ago, 200 years ago, and will be called 200 years from now. Thus, time is irrelevant to that entity, whereas time affects you by aging and you eventually die. It doesn't seem like Shango and these Orisha are having deaths in that other realm. Let us continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. So now these are time travelers, and they're depicted by the traveler. Just like in Medunetter, the traveler was depicted by 2 feet, but it was a traveler in the afterlife called the Sab. The Sab in the Medunetter was the traveler depicted by 2 feet. The way to exit your body in an out-of-body experience was called a Seta, which was a translation also for the word walk. The word walk and out of body and leaving the body in the afterlife was the same word in the Medunetter. Because you're walking, which just symbolizes that you're able to move back and forth. Well, these are walkers that are not limited by time, because once you're on the other side, you're not limited by time. So everybody in the skeptics can go tell the whole Haitian world they're pseudo. But go to Haiti and say that, please. Don't do it on YouTube. Just take a flight to Haiti and call all of them just, you all are pseudo, and see how that works out for you. Okay, so these are what are called the walkers. They walk back and forth because they're not limited by time limitations into any dimensional area that's needed for them to get to. That means many people can call upon them at different time periods, and being that they're contacting them with the same names hundreds of years later, hundreds of years before, they're the same ones that are being called now because time does not affect them. When you think of time, what symbol do you think of that was used in the 1600s and even today that kept time before your watch? You had watches on your hands. Or better yet, when you hear this term, you think of the word sands. You think of sands of time. What kept time, ladies and gentlemen, that was associated with sand? Let me come to the room. So what did they have? What do you see in the 1600s, the 1800s? You still see it today, but it's not as, of course, popular. But what did you see back even before that time, but it was very popular in those times, especially amongst mystics and such? What did you see that kept track of time? And a term even got coined called the sands of time. What was that object that was being used that kept track of time, that was associated with sand? Jeffy put hourglass, minty hourglass. Okay, good. Big Vapes, hourglass. Israel Holy, hourglass. The hourglass shape is a shape that keeps time that's associated with sand moving. Wonderful. So the hourglass. And I think Israel Holy type something that's going to get into the next question, or the next aspect of it. So what's associated with it? This right here. Ding, ding, ding. Everybody is right and correct. The hourglass. That is the hourglass. And you remember I told you and show you that the word for these spirits, Iwa, the French word for law, right? As in the French government or anything that governs something, when they say, and this God governs this, and this God governs this. That's where you get government from, which was that which kept things in order. If you govern something, you're keeping it in order. That developed the term government. It was the word law, which is also Iwa in French. And guess what the hourglass image back in the 1300s, in 1338, was an allegory of? We go back, here it is, right? Temperatance, bearing an hourglass detail, Lorenzetti's allegory of good government. Good government. The hourglass allegory of good government. Boom. And as I've explained and made plain, actually, in many classes, the things that are formed by, oh, come on, Sobek. You're going to fall down. You're going to fall down. Okay. As I have made clear and elaborated in many classes, the things that are formed, by the time they get into physical matter, especially with that which is formed with your mind, is actually formed in a state of consciousness that creates that form. If you all remember, I did a class where I showed that the sound frequency that was based on a 5 hertz created a water droplet to form into a 5-pointed star. When they went up another hertz, 6, it formed a 6-pointed shape. 3-point formed a 3-pointed shape, because sound and vibrational frequency that you can't see is actually what forms physical matter. By the time you get something in physical matter, it's a shape that had already existed. They call these archetypes, shapes that already existed in sound frequency before the physical matter existed. So by the time you get in the state of physical matter, that's its last formation. Then it starts to decay from there. Consciousness that creates that from before it gets into physical matter is why in our ancient cultures we have what are called effigies and statues that look like the thing that we're worshiping, which is why there are certain archetypal images that echo throughout many cultures, such as the 5-pointed stars, hexagrams, and etc. Typo there, etc. Where do we find the natural image of an hourglass on any animal that happens to be red and black? Where do you find an hourglass, everybody, as a natural image on an animal that happens to be red and black? What animal do you find an hourglass shape on? Type it in the room, everybody. What animal do you find an hourglass shape on? And that animal happens to be red and black. What animal is that? Any animal on the planet that you know that is notably red and black and has some type of hourglass shape on it? That sound familiar to anyone? Feel free to type in the room. 84 people watching. Here we go. The black widow. Spider. The psyop spider. The spider that works magic on your mind because you actually think it's a black widow. That is a that is a psyops, which I've broken down many times. The spider is not a black widow. Species of spider could never be called a black widow because a widow is a female. And species pertain to male and female creatures. No species can ever be just female. So therefore the entire species of male and female spiders could not be called black widows because a widow is a woman. And the male of the species are actually brown. But enough of that. We have the black widow, which has the natural image formation of an hourglass that we use today, that we form today naturally by putting sand in, and the sand granules move, and as the sand granules move down, they actually count time. Thus the sands of time in an hourglass shape. which is naturally found on a spider, the black widow. An image that people are wondering, why is this image there? Did they use it to mate? Did they use it to, why is all of a sudden this red image of an hourglass shape on the bottom part of a spider? Have you ever seen what it really looks like? More than likely not, but you will tonight. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the black widow, as they call it, has this hourglass shape naturally that looks to us like an hourglass shape, a symbol of time, on the bottom of its stomach. And it happens to be a spider that is the same colors as Baron Samedi. But why? What is this actually? Okay. And how does the hourglass tell time? Sand granules, little tiny stone particles. Sand granules move. Well, what if I were to tell you that as the as above, so below principle manifested in the physical form, in the same shape, is not just the shape of an hourglass representing time, but when you look closely at the hourglass inside the black widow's abdomen, it moves like sand granules in an hourglass. If you think the symbols and the natural occurrences that take place around you and the shapes of things are some type of coincidental things that are just happenstance, because the atheists say everything had just happened and nobody know it just happenstance, there's no consciousness behind it. Did you know the bottom that looks to us like a timekeeper on the bottom of a spider looks like an hourglass? What if I were to show you that close up? That inside that image, it's not a still image, but it actually moves as granules, while the rest of the print on the spider stays still. Hope everybody's appreciating this. We're an hour and 4 minutes in. If you have never heard of this before, if you have not, everyone support, please. PayPal at Rocket. I know the tips on this, I know the reciprocity on this is going to be strangely crazy, and I appreciate that because I already know that it's going to come in, because you've never, this is not a regular Tehuti Podclass answer. It's not a regular Tehuti Podclass question. You can send your support and tip to PayPal at RockSV, Cash App TT Moon. It's scrolling at the bottom. Did you know that the spiders that are in your house that have the hourglass shape, a print on a spider, on an animal, on any animal, stays in one form? What if I were to show you the hourglass that we associate with time moving through little stone particles, granules, called sand, that move to tell time? So it's a shape associated with time, that the bottom of the spider that's red and black, that is the only animal we know that has the hourglass on it, that when I show you the zoom in, it animates and moves like sand granules, while the rest of the print on the spider stays still because it can't move, because it's a pigment making the color. But whatever is making this shape is not the regular pigment stamped into the print. It's actually moving like sand granules. Do you all want to see that? I hope you all support. Let's see, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. This is this is not what you're getting on the other channels, and it shouldn't be, because the other channels are taught by atheists. Basically. The people on the other channel are just historians, like they're like the Black Wallace Budge. As far as them being a part of the magical experience or having any type of discipline that deals with enhancing magic and things like that, that doesn't exist in their world, because all that is spooky and pseudo, just like the European authors would say it is. Their European fathers taught them it is. Go tell the whole West Africa they're pseudo, and let's see how that goes for you. Let's run up on the African tribes and tell them all your belief systems and everything. We over here in America, we figured it out. You're pseudo. You're pseudo. We know because we speak English. We're better. No! Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. I hope you all definitely show some support for this, because I'm about to show you something that has never been seen by most. Are you ready? Here it is, everybody. If you look at the screen here, if you're looking at the screen here, let me see if I can see it with you. Do you see that? That's the bottom of the Black Widow's abdomen, and it looks like an hourglass. Do you see that the print in there looks like it's choppy? It doesn't look like one stroke of a paintbrush. It doesn't look like one marker stroke. It looks like it's in like granules, right? Let me show you what happens as you continue to look at it. Are you ready? Here we go. Do you see that moving? Do you see the rest of the spider staying still? Just the granules within the hourglass looking thing looks like it's moving. It's moving while the black on the spider stays still as it's supposed to. When you look at a grasshopper and the green on the grasshopper, you don't see the green going like this, but the granule looking objects in the hourglass look like they're moving. Let's continue. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. If you all have not seen that before, send us support. If you've seen that before, just tell me where you link the book, where. But I've been catching Black Widow spiders for decades. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Ready? Looks like sand granules, and they were moving. You see that? That was moving back and forth. Boom. Now, what if I were to tell you that those sand granules at the bottom of the spider were actually to move in motion? Only here at the Tehuti Podclass, which I've told you, March 23rd, 2024. Would you like to see? I figured you'd like to see, so I showed you it before I even read this. This is what your current conscious Kemetic voodoo teacher is not showing you currently. If this is what your current conscious Kemetic voodoo teacher is not showing you currently, if not, please show reciprocity to the Tehuti Podclass. I showed you the clip already. Here we go, everybody. Let's continue. To every animal relatable to man, the tool of movement are the feet, the directions of the feet, the control. The direction of the feet to control the direction of the person or the animal, which is being controlled by. So the direction of the feet, where the feet point, is where the animal or person walks. So the feet is a symbol of movement and direction. Where your feet, if your feet turn to the left, you're making a left turn. Your feet are pointing straight, you're walking forward. They point to the right, they go to the right, you're making a right turn. So it's walking in its direction. So, how is the spider associated with traveling limitlessly through time? The spider incarnation of the Loa, typo there, the Loa's association with time travel was also associated with the number that we associate with the hourglass. Even to this day, what number is that? When you say a woman has an hourglass figure, the person also says she has a figure what? What figure is that, everybody? If you say a woman has an hourglass, that woman has an hourglass figure, what's the number that immediately pops to mind that looks like an hourglass? And instead of saying an hourglass figure, we actually just say the number sometimes. She has a figure, right. She has a figure 8. The figure 8, which is associated with the hourglass. The shape of the hourglass is the shape of the 8. These are not coincidental shapes. Why? Because remember, the Viv means life, barren, and the Loa are there to guide you in the afterlife. Well, some of them guide you in the afterlife and help give you eternal life or life after death, so that you're not lost. The Viv itself means life. The Techet, which is the serpent, means life. That's a symbol of the DAMBHALLA. And the 8 is associated with time. Everlasting time. Why? Because as soon as the times of sand diminish, you just turn the hourglass over, and then time starts over again. The time on an hourglass never ends, because as soon as it gets to the bottom, you just whoop, turn it over again. What happens if instead of turning the hourglass over again, you lay it to its side? You get an 8 laying on its side now, and what's that called? What is it called when you take the number 8 and lay her on her side or lay her on her back? What is that called now? Let me see. Let's see what that's called. It's the same number 8, and let's see what it is called. And let's see if it represents the same word. That means the same thing as everlasting life. Let's see what it looks like. Here it is. I just did a simple Google search, and I'll just go ahead and show you. So here's the number 8, but this time, when you lay the number 8 on its side, now it's infinity. What is infinity, ladies and gentlemen? It is endless time. Infinity is endless time, which is the number 8 laying on its side. Put the number 8 tool upright, and it becomes the hourglass. Both are symbols of infinite time. The hourglass, the figure 8, the hourglass, the 8, because when you take the flax plant and go like this, it forms the number 8, which becomes in KEMET the meta word for Heh. What does Heh mean, everybody? It means eternity. Unlimited amounts of numbers. It's called a Heh. It's the letter H, which forms the 8 again in the meta. Would you like to see? I'll just pull it up. Here it is, everybody. So here is Heh. Put it up here. Here it is. Let's see if we can find it here. And I'm sure everybody already knows the Heh symbol, which is the, is this it right here? It's the first word in the word Hika. Let's see if we can find it here. Oh, it's showing the other H. No problem. Here it is right here. I'll just show you this. This is a more of a cartoon renderance, but it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. And here it is. So here's Heh right here. Go ahead and show you that. And I'll move my mouse right here. You see that right there? That is the Heh symbol, which is the word for eternity. In Meta, it's H, Ha. And the letter 8, the number 8, is the same shape as the hourglass, which when you turn the 8 to its side, now it becomes our rendering of eternity. Do you think they know this? That's the number 8, like is in the legs of a spider in its directional walk. Wait a minute. I know my ABCs. Will you say it with me? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. What's the 8th letter? I know I left school at grade 9. I know my alphabets. We sing them in the magical chant. In English, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Is there an 8th letter in the alphabet? Can somebody help me? It's been a while since I've said my alphabet. What's the 8th letter? Maybe I have it off. If not, if I do, I'll just continue. What's the 8th letter in the alphabet? I know the symbol that looks like an 8 is called a He. It means eternity, everlasting life. It's a He. It's a letter H. And it's symbolized by the seneb flax that they put on top of the sahu mummy for what? Preservation, for eternal preservation, that they call mummification. The He is used. That forms the letter 8, which turned to its side, given to you today, is eternity or infinity. Because A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, 8 is your 8th letter in the Freemasonic language now, because H is He, which is formed today, looked like the number 8, which turned to its side is immortality, which was the purpose of the Purim Haroon mummification, and also the hourglass. All of these are symbols that continuously pop up because they existed before we existed. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, everybody. Let's get back into it. So the bottom of the spider, which has, I believe, 8 legs, moves like sand. It moves just like the sand in the hourglass that we're imitating to create a tool that actually keeps time eternally, because you keep flipping it back and forth and back and forth. It looks like the number 8, which is H in Medunetter, Ha, which become the 8th letter in English, because how do you become eternal in the physical form? You continue to multiply. That is the original biological imperative mission of every creature. What's that most common sex position called again? What is it called? What were those people called that went over to convert the people that were brought to Haiti? What is that position called of sex that is the most common one? It has a word in it. It's the most natural position to get into, and they call it missionary. That was the purpose of biological imperative. That's the position, a little different from what they call doggy style. The woman is on her hands and knees. When the woman's on top of you, she's sitting on top of you. But in order for you to reproduce in that position, which was the original mission of biological imperative called missionary, you had to lay the woman who you were most attracted to because she had the figure 8 shape on her side, which was on her back. And there is where you perform missionary to impregnate her so that your seed could live eternally. And thus, most men are attracted to women who have a figure 8 shape to do what? To have sex with ultimately reproduces life consistently. The Vive. YOAN BILODEAU? The figure 8, the most attractive woman, because that's a symbol that you reproduce with, that shape. Yes, 8, the number of legs on the spider, which represented the direction. And in this direction, they travel. The barren spirits travel. I mean, they have no limitation. So, in the ritual form, it's directional. There's the hourglass, the 8, the H. I didn't show the H in Medunetter. He, the 8th letter of the alphabet, the 8 legs, and at the bottom of the Black Widow is an hourglass-looking image, which actually moves like granules, just like something that tells time. Because this is a manifestation of a number that is vibrating on a frequency that other animals don't. Because the Purim Haru says it's the Ka, or what people call the Chi energy, the Ka energy that forms the physical matter. So when you see physical matter forming, it's because the Ka energy existed first. The number 8 existed before there was any such thing called the spider. The frequency of 8, the frequency of these numbers existed. So when things manifest and evolve on Earth, you'll see the only creature that seems to have this number of legs is the spider. So in the ritual and to the understanding, it was the directions of the Loa, the unlimited directions of north, northeast. That's 1, 2. That's to the past. 3, 4 was west, southwest. That was the past and present. 5, 6 was south and southwest. That was the present, future. And 7, 8, the typo there, 7, 8 is east, southwest. So north, northeast, west, southwest, south, southwest, east, east, southeast are the 8 directions of travel. And that's all I'm permitted to say for right now on that particular topic. But I will tell you of my experience with the barren entities as spiders, and I will come off the screen and share that. So thus, by the time I ended up doing this ritual of the 8 directions of the spider and the direction of the time travel, of putting yourself in the position of the Loa and being able to leave your body and travel into different directional realms and fields without time limitation. After doing that particular ritual and practice, well, prior to, the master at the time said that you will have spiders that will incarnate in your house if you do this particular ritual, the time ritual of the 8 direction that represents the manifestation of the spider with the 8 legs. If you do that practice, be prepared to see multiple spiders of red and black appear in your household. This was in Atlanta, Georgia, when I lived there. I did the ritual and the practice, and black widows started appearing all over my household. In the corners, by the garage, behind the door, multiple black widows started appearing. This was the time when an individual wanted to learn this, and I gave him the source access to learn this as well. I should not have, but I gave him the source access to learn this, which is why I don't teach this today. And he started doing the practice. Well, the next morning he woke up, the same thing happened with him, except for the spider that appeared on him appeared on his nose when he woke up. So of course the first thing you do when a bug appears on your nose is, what do? You swat it off. Well, he swatted it off. But it was still there. So he swatted it off again. But it was still there. How many times do you have to hit this spider for it to get knocked off the nose? He realized that his hand was going through it. He wasn't hitting anything. The spider was there, and he was hitting nothing. But every time he looked in the mirror or looked at himself or looked like this, the spider's there until it went away on its own. He couldn't touch it or hit it. He immediately contacted me and told me, and he said, the Loa are here too. But they're not here in the physical. They're spiders that I can't hit off. I can't touch them to hit them off. I can't get it off me. And I said, that's what was told to us by that particular master, that if you do this 8-directional ritual of the barren Loas, that this is what will manifest, and they will let you know by appearing as spiders, the ones with me in physical form and the ones with him not. Now, I never tried to catch the spiders, so I actually don't know what form they were in because I never tried to grab them. I just would watch them in the house. I never went to grab the black widows. He hit it off, and nothing was being hit off. So as time went on, this person became overwhelmed. Eventually, he couldn't balance the power that he was obtaining by this information that he was receiving, and he lost complete self-control and apparently appeared to lose his mind, which is why I don't directly much teach any people or lure any people towards the source of this particular information of the law, due to being a responsible teacher. This person went on to become a so-called babalao he's one of your babalaos on the internet, and he's absolutely out of his mind. His emotion is uncontrolled. He ended up he lost it. Because if you don't combine the discipline, and in the lower teaching, in the lower practice, there's no discipline in this particular practice. You just practice the power and obtain it, but there's no actual dietary, there's no disciplined life in this particular practice power, this particular one. And so when you get the power and you harness and you realize you have a particular power and you're undisciplined, most people will start the abuse, and the abuse actually starts within, and they lose their own mind because they can't harness the energy. They can't even adapt to the fact that they can do these things. And then came the contract, which is where I stepped away from this particular lower practice. And the contract was, if I were to continue and sign the contract, then I would have to be a lower on the other side when I passed. With no Baron Samedi to assist me, I would actually become a lower, and I would serve them on the other side if I continued this particular one. And I withdrew from that because the Netterkurt in immortality was more appealing. Baron Samedi by himself was more appealing, not me becoming one of the lower. So basically you work for them on this, they work for you on this side and get you what you want on this side, that particular lower. And then when you pass, you belong to them on that side. And I was unwilling. And I will drive certain people crazy when you see the power that you actually receive, which is why never ever, I can't even get people to follow Ma'at. This is why people think that I'm on some level with these debaters. And it's me debating and winning. It looks like it's me debating and winning. But no, this goes much beyond that. And that's why I just smile and laugh, because I know what's on the other side. I was there. The only other person, and I don't know what happened to him either. I think he passed, but the only other person that was dealing with something similar was when I used to go visit the brother Bobby. The brother Bobby Hammond, I would go visit him, and he was very familiar with the Loa as well. But I don't think his discipline was all that on point. And I would see chaotic things happen in his household with spirit forces, and he would say he has different entities that are against each other and they will fight. And I experienced the fight take place. I experienced the things knocking each other's pictures off the wall, ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. And I was like, this is interesting, but Bobby, I would, me personally, I wouldn't have several entities that are in agreements, all in the same altar or house. But he was of that, and that's the only other person I saw, and I would never tell anyone else about this particular lower practice, other than the people that already knew about it. This is not your commercial lower practice. This is not. Here we go, everybody. Let's continue, everybody. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. We're an hour and 30 minutes in, and we're still going. This is a long one because I actually enjoy this topic, and I know that I want to give people this information so that they know about it, but also approach it with their due diligence, please. So here. So I told this story to a sister that's in the class. Her name is Minty Hotep. I actually told this story, to the entire Metanetter class, of the spider manifestation as a form of protection and interaction with the other world. And after this, I myself was in a particular situation where I needed a form of protection. Everyone knew about the asbestos situation, very, very dangerous situation. So members of the House of ATTEN that attended that Meta class told people in the Discord, and everybody started designing a protection words and rituals for me based on ancient Meta hymns. Now, a young lady that's in the class named Minty, she designed hers, and as she was designing hers, and she can come to the panel and attest for this because I'm going to take a break in a moment, but when she designed hers with the particular prayer, she opened up that exact page with the prayer on it, and this is what appeared directly on her page, and she sent me a picture. And there's the prayer, and appearing directly on the page of the prayer as she opened it up was the spider, as she was preparing a prayer for me. And there it is, hidden in the leaves of the book. And so this is what happened to her. I didn't tell anybody. In the Meta Monday class, there's a lot of magic discussed and energy transferred. There's a lot of synchronicity between me and the members and the students. And all I did was tell this story. And as a form of protection, this was developed. And as it was being developed, the page was open right to the protection page. And then boom, there's a spider popped up and Minty Hotep's on page. And she can attest to this and come to the panel and discuss it. Yes, I know this is not happening on other and YouTube channels. And they're talking about the pseudo and arguing, the fighting. And that's fine. I don't want it to happen there. All right, the individual could not control himself, went onto the internet and became a babalo, started practicing a thing called palo, and was mixing and matching things. And this is why, again, I do not teach these type of things or even show the source of this type of magic to any average person. And here is a living example of someone who attempted to call upon, thinking they were calling upon Papalegua, and actually confused it with Baron Samedi and mixed the energies. And she tried to call upon this energy for her black girlfriend that she wanted to either take revenge on or get back for breaking up. Her name was Caitlin Reston. And here's the results of that. Here she is right here. Caitlin Reston calls upon Papa Legba, and she starts to put together this these what they call hoodoo dolls or effigies. And she was into early witchcraft. She was not into the hoodoo. She was into witchcraft, so was mixing and matching witchcraft with Papa Legua. And she said, I might do witchcraft on my girlfriend today. And she said, is that okay? She's asking the rest of the people in the group. She's in what's called the witch way. So this was a witch group, and she's asking the people in the witch way, is this okay? So here's their response. So they respond to her, no, it's not okay. So she comes in as a new practitioner of Wicca. She was only 19 years old, coming in as a new practitioner of Wicca, and she starts combining it with the hoodoo effigy dolls. People say, no, this is not okay. No, it's not. It is not okay. She was warned multiple times in these tweets, and she said, wait, I'm not really aware of what the problem is. Can someone explain to me? I want to know, so in the future I don't make mistakes. People are saying no. Someone says they're not of your kin, so don't call on them because it will not end well for you. It will not end well. They're not of your people. Trying to call on Papa Legua as a European woman. They're not of your people. And somebody said, exactly. Someone else chimed in and said, this practice was done often during the slave trade, which I explained in the Haitian in 1600 in the slave trade. And those who practiced it weren't allowed to practice it because of that. The practice is not of your bloodline. So that she's discussing how they used to have to hide it. They weren't allowed to practice. It was of a particular bloodline. It was particular specific ancestry. It was not a religion that's called an open religion, like everybody joined the Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ. It was a bloodline ancestry practice. So the people are warning her and saying, no, don't do this. If because of that, it is not, this practice isn't in your bloodline. It won't end well. Everybody's saying it won't end well for you. Those like Papa Legua, don't play nice with those that are not connected to this practice. I've heard. So it goes on. The people are warning her and they're telling her this. And she eventually gets frustrated. And so someone else comes in and says, people watch Chucky and AHS Coven and think they're an expert in voodoo one-on-one and act like they're not going to learn today. And that's what the forces are there to not be effed with. Someone else chimes in and says, right, the fact that she didn't do proper research and didn't have the common sense to know that Papa Legua is kind, she ends up summoning Baron Samedi. And so she gets frustrated. That actually was after that. She gets frustrated. She says, let people live and have their own religion. If someone is into something different, accept that. Stop saying, no, you come from God and I'm Wiccan, I always will be. So shut the F up and let me be. And she continues. And now she plays fire. She's calling Papa Legua, the nice entity, and she's burning the hair of the hoodoo effigy in revenge of her girlfriend. And here's what happens. She sends the next tweet on April 17th, 11:42 a.m. She said, I seen Papa Legba today and I'm scared. I seen Papa Legba today and I'm scared. She was warned and she finally summoned something. Thinking you're calling Papa Legua to perform some type of vengeance on a black woman, as if Papa Legba is some type of revenge Iwa that gets revenge for you. And you'll end up summoning something else or combining energies, which, as everybody warned, won't end well for you, young Britney Spears. Won't end well for you. Here we go. Welcome to the podcast. So here we go. She says, I seen Papa Legba today. Legba, and I'm scared. She said, no, sir. No, sir. She said, I'm scared. I seen him and I'm scared. No, sir. And 2 days later, during COVID, April 19th, 2020, here's the obituary. November 29th, 2000 to April 19th, 2020. Born, Portsmouth, Virginia. Resided in Virginia Beach, Virginia. And there's her obituary. What happened? Supposedly, sometime directly after this, caught a heart attack in a bathtub. How many 19-year-old friends do you know are catching heart attacks? Taking a bath. Is that something that's something common going on around that maybe I'm not aware of? A lot of your friends are dying out there in bathtubs, catching heart attacks in a bathtub. And the obituary comes out. And the last words, the last things anybody remember is, I seen Papa Legua and I'm scared. Then they find her some hours later, some 40 hours later or so, inside of a bathtub, dead. Huh? On her? Yeah. So there she is. So people were so angry that were warning her. People were so angry at her trying to cross over into this Haitian West African family, trying to call Haitian West African black entities to take revenge on another black woman while you're a Wiccan. You don't even care about you don't even look like nor care about those who are practicing it. You only are using it for vengeance, so that you're going to call or mix the energies. And they found out that she was calling Legwa and ended up calling Baron Samedi. And Baron Samedi and his son, Gwede Nebo, are there to help the Haitian black folks. Let me come to the screen. Baron Samedi and Gwede Nebo role in Haiti to the dark-skinned black people was to help them in a torturous time while they were being brutalized in slavery, and some bodies could not be found, and some people were being tortured and killed and were dying such a tremendously traumatic death that of course they didn't go out in a peaceful fashion in their original religion or spiritual path. You're dealing with savage Europeans that are going all over West Africa, taking people to different parts of the world, obliterating them, killing them, raping women, raping the children, and people are in this tormented path. You're not going to die in a peaceful state doing ritual. You can't even be caught doing your ritual. You have to mix that with Spanish and French saints. And so Baron Samedi is an aider to help those who look like him through the afterlife in this tormented, disgusting time where people are getting chopped to bits and killed and raped. And now he's being called again. And he looks, but it's Papa Legwa being called. She accidentally calls the one who's trying to help black people, melanin looking people, from the oppressor that actually looks like her, and has the audacity to call this closed religion of ancestors that look like Eddie Murphy and Wesley Snipes and Oprah Winfrey. And when they're beckoned by Becky, and called on by Karen, then they see, who is this calling on them? Oh, you're actually calling on those beings to help you attack a black person? Get him. Is that what they say? Got him. That's what you're doing, Becky? You're beckoning Baron Samedi to help you do damage on black people? And Papa Legwa to do damage on these people? When they were summoned in the 1600s to the 1800s, they were protecting them from people that look like you? Good night. Have a great rest. Restin? That was her last name. Restin. Peace. The audacity. What does Jay Black say? The unmitigated goal. That's what you're doing, Karen? Becky? You're beckoning me to help you attack Sherika? Is that what Baron Samedi's here for? So people actually wrote on her obituary, this was a woman that was playing with African spirit. This was the woman that was playing with African spiritualism. Y'all try to colonize everything. And look, it caused a Karen her life. Stop playing with black people, S-H-I-T. That's on her obituary right now. Have a good one. That's on her obituary. I'm reading the obituary. She was found in her bathtub dead from heart attack. And then the comments roll in. She tried to get a hex on her black girlfriend with voodoo. Oh my God. Well, this didn't age well. I honestly can't believe she tried to summon a black spirit to vex a black woman. Like, I'm astounded. No, that's Dacia. Man, whole time I thought she was going after another white girl. She tried to summon Papa Legba and died. No, she tried to practice a closed practice as a white woman. This is a white woman talking. She tried to practice a closed practice as a white woman. This craft is not inclusive to white people. And she learned the hard way. That's why we don't mess with things that aren't ours. She was on a witch group on Facebook. I left it earlier. She had posted days ago how she had seen Papa Legba, and the admin did a reading, and Papa Legba told him that was barren. You trying to call, huh? Good luck. Here's the duality symbolism of consciousness, assisting you at the crossroads in the afterlife. If people remember, on the anniversary of the PODCLAS, on the thumbnail, the topic was also me being laughed at by two individuals because I almost died. This is me. Well, prior to the interview where the bite took place, I had a Metanetter class. I had a class in the Metanetter class, typo there. And I told the Metanetter class I was going to have those individuals have a separation amongst themselves. They were going to argue and fight amongst themselves. And I don't know if you all remember the thumbnail, but let me show you that thumbnail again. Is anything there interesting on the thumbnail? I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Let me stop the screen. Anybody see anything interesting on the thumbnail? Anything interesting there on the thumbnail? Anybody saw? It's an interesting thumbnail. It was our anniversary, and I was just talking about how I was being laughed at because somebody thought that I could have possibly died. And Ank's Effect says, I see the Vive has 8 points and looks like Baron imagery too. Did it look familiar, anyone? No one asked why that was there. I was being laughed at because of my possible death. And that quite disturbed me. And so we had a class, and I addressed it. No insults given, no nothing, just addressing what actually took place. And there is the individuals right there, and then there was this thing in the corner there. I don't know, it says G and A, GR and AW. Who knows what that is? But that was always there as the thumbnail. It was an anniversary. It was a surprise for Rigo. And then I addressed this situation that took place here. You all remember that class. Does anything look familiar? One of these beings said that I am the worst pseudo because of my hat. So I stated, so imagine something was done to cause the separation, which is not only cause a separation, but causing a separation from negative energy that was against me because it was told that these individuals want me off a particular platform. And they were actually laughing that I could possibly have died. I want a complete separation from this type of energy, and I announced it before I went to the Chris Harris interview, and I told my MedNetter class that I will cause a separation, and it's not me causing it, but it's me augmenting negative energy that's already there. Because when you have a bunch of piranhas in a lake and they run out of food, they'll eventually start turning on themselves because they're only of destructive energy. So imagine that. So negative energy that was against me, but actually the most embarrassing thing, imagine the most embarrassing thing done would be after the separation. That means that after you're removed from the from a particular channel or location because people don't want to deal with individuals anymore. Imagine a show is done on those same two individuals, and there's an image of me overseeing the show without me being there. Well, not too long afterwards, Brother Chris did a show on these individuals, or basically just on the knowledge of what they were speaking on. And that show was reviewed by the good brother Sonetter. And while the show was playing along with the thumbnail, and while the show was continuing on after the thumbnail, this was the constant image on the big screen. And it was a show actually about these two individuals that were wanting me off of this channel and saying that I was the worst pseudo. One said because of my hat and that my snake is dead. And the reason why I'm the worst pseudo is because of the hat. That's kept focusing on the hat. Look at the hat. The hat will tell you that he is a pseudo. And imagine these two individuals no longer deal with this channel, and then a show comes out that has nothing to do with, apparently, nothing to do with me whatsoever. I'm not on the show, but yet as the show is being played about those two, there's a big image for some strange reason. It's not even Chris Harris on the image. It's me and Sonetter on the front cover, and while the video was going live, this was the constant image that everybody had to look at while those two individuals were being spoken of. And the person speaking was Chris about these individuals, but it's me and Sonetter on the screen while the show was playing, and I was not there. I spoke to the good brother Sonetter. I called him because I was concerned about something that happened to his channel possibly. So I called him, spoke to the good brother Sonetter, and he said, I noticed that I was on the show, but I wasn't on the show. I wanted to hear what he would say, what the good brother Sonetter would say. And he said to me on the phone, he said, nothing crazy. It was just like, I just put that up because it was kind of like me and you there watching the show. That's what the good brother Sonetter said. He said it was like me and you there watching the I said, me and you watching Chris Harris talk about these individuals? He said, yeah, me and you, like me and you sitting down watching the show. He said, no big deal, no, nothing crazy. But why? Why would me and him be on the screen watching a show talking about these two particular individuals after the big divide, where the person talking was actually a brother named Chris? I wasn't the one talking. But he said, it's like me and you were just there watching the show. I thought, that's absolutely beautiful. That's a wonderful thing. That is a great thing. Beautiful. Wonderful. Actually, a little touching. I liked it. So he said, I just wanted to feel like me and you were watching the show. And interestingly enough, that's exactly what I felt as I was watching it. As I was watching it, I felt the same thing that Sonetter told me was the reason he put it up. And that was, I was overseeing and watching the situation take place, even though I was not a part of the show. But I felt like I was watching it with the big screen of me and him watching the show. He said exactly what I actually felt, and I said, I didn't even get a chance to ask him. I just said, I noticed I was on the show on the cover, but I wasn't there on the show, and he told me, explain that. Which was a beautiful thing of my image watching the show of the exact two individuals who did not want me to be around. One reason because of my Baron Samedi hat. Baron Samedi, Baron, which is the leader, warrior, freeman, Samedi, Saturday, the Loa of immortality. So, when you see a man with the orange feather and what you call a top hat with the serpent, just leave him alone, leave him be, or join the Tehuti Podclass every Saturday and fight this matrix for immortality and free your mind. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped and either learned from this, or if this had any type of impact, knowledge shift, anything that has advanced your recent current understanding of the subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity and appreciation called Baron Samedi or Spider Magic or anything creative that you can come up with to Cash App TT Amun, PayPal at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done at exactly 2 hours and 50 seconds. Hotep, I am done. I'll go ahead and put the link in the room right now for the team to jump in. If YOAN BILODEAU is here, jump in the room. I'm going to check the Cash Apps. I want to see what people thought and got out of this class. If all of you knew this all about Baron Samedi prior to this and the Loa and everything prior to this, wonderful. If this was new, this is not just what's called information. This was me giving you my experiences and actual practices with this consciousness and Loa and the things that actually, not everything that took place, but some of the things that actually took place. People can call it pseudo, they can call it whatever they wish to. It doesn't matter to us. You think Baron Samedi cares if you call him pseudo? You think Papa Legba is going to stop because you call him pseudo? We don't care about these things. So jump in the room. Let me check the chat to see what the people thought. Let me get the team in the room. For those of you who appreciated this answer, appreciated this information, appreciated this guidance, all of this that you got from this, which is a part of an answer with my life experience that finally answered the question, does Tehuti practice voodoo? A question I've been asked for over 20 years. You do voodoo? You do voodoo, voodoo, voodoo? And whatever you get out of that answer, that's my answer. So welcome everyone to the Tehuti Podclass House of ATTON. I'm glad you all appreciated this. Team, jump in the room. I'm going to check the Gmails. I'm going to see what appreciation support was given for this. And there's Menti Hotep. How you doing, Menti?
Hotep SABA. That was beautiful, groundbreaking. It's all connected, and once everybody realizes that we're all connected in a beautiful way, then we can start to make progress.
Wonderful. Yes, absolutely. Glad you appreciate it. That's my that was my life story mixed with a part of your life story, and that's what takes place around people that start to come around me. And this is no joke. This is not some Egyptology. This is not pizza slice. It's not any of that. This is actual.
It's not a piece of pizza.
No, this is actually phenomenon taking place, and I'm here to do my part in the phenomenon until my part is over and others can carry on. So we don't care if you call us cult, pseudo, whatever these words are. It makes no difference. When people's lives are being changed, people are being healed, people are tapping into magic, people are seeing their dead ancestors, communicating with them. People are having out-of-body experiences, reading the meta-netter, doing practices. All type of things are happening here with the students of the House of ATTON. How you doing, Annie? You there, good brother?
Oh, okay. I feel you like a pizza slice. I'm tripping, huh? Pizza slice.
Yeah. How you doing? Never kept right. I didn't scare you off, did I?
No, you didn't. I'm good. I'm great. I'm never.
Okay. How you doing, Annie?
Yes, I'm doing excellent. Tua for showcasing that, and I love the. There was a lot in that, and there was a lot of gems dropped, and you know it's excellent. It's excellent to see you put together classes like this, because there's a lot of information that you don't speak about but show. So Tua for that, and yeah, and that wonderful journey of making sure that those who think this is pseudo, what you propose something for them to do, and it's something that they will never do. It's only something when people feel comfortable behind a screen to say certain things, but in real life, so it is very interesting to watch and to see how people react in certain situations. And I'm glad that you put that thing about Sonetta on there too, because I was wondering about that. I was like, wow, what's going on here? So Tua for showing us and concluding the class with that. So now it makes sense. So Tua.
Nini Ook, were you in the meta-netter? Well, of course you were. You're in every one. But do you remember in the meta-netter class in Minty or Nefer Kepret in the Meta class where I was about to go on Chris Harris's show, and I said I'm going to have them arguing and fighting with each other.
I do remember you saying that, and that's the beauty of it all, is that you let these Isfet fiends to themselves, and they'll destroy themselves.
Yes. And that had nothing to do with actually Sonetter himself. It had to do with separating a certain consciousness from where I could possibly be around. And so none of that energy was for Sonetter. It was for individuals that actually, Sonetter actually had my back and defended when the individuals were laughing at me. He said, we don't laugh at people, and they continued to laugh, and no problem. That just means that I can't really be near you, because now this is not about the knowledge and information, but now this is about being happy if I actually die, which is another phase, because my death is not that relevant to me. It's only relevant to the people that I leave behind, and that's one of the reasons why. To me, it would be sad if anything happened to me, not for me, but it would be devastating for people. So for somebody to laugh at that possibility, what do they think my family was thinking if something happens to me, and they don't care, all because it's a different teaching, and they actually don't stand on any teaching. They actually brought it to a point where they'd be happy that I passed away, possibly. They never heard the end result. They never heard that Tehuti was okay. They actually laughed at the onset of hearing that I was bitten by an animal that I was 20,000 platelets from dying from. 250,000 platelets I started with and ended up with 30. So somebody like that is dangerous to me. So that's why I had to show that. And so at any rate, there's your Talk to Me class part 2, Primordial. There's Talk to Me part 2 right there. There it is. And I'm gonna let you all build for a moment. I have to take a break. I have to get something. I have to get this light out of my eye. And hopefully, luckily, not luckily, but thanks to the House of ATTON, they're going to. The House of ATTON has someone coming Monday to fix the problem in the computer to connect with the monitor, so I'll be able to view this and without my eyes being damaged like this. So I'm going to step away. You guys enjoy. I'm going to check. Let me just refresh the Gmails to even see if I'm stepping away appreciated before I even step away. And then I come back. I'm going to read I'm going to read these donations, the new ones and the old ones. And we'll go from there. You all build. Thank you very much. I'll be back. Hotep, please support and tell them to support this. I feel like tell them to support this. Peace.
Yes, and SABA, I'm still looking for the clip where you said that. I went back and listened to the December MetaNet classes. I didn't hear it there, but we're gonna find that clip because we definitely need to bring that forward. But yes, as you all hear me say over and over again, continue to support the Tehuti Podclass. The links are pinned to the top of the chat. It's right there all the time, consistently, for everyone to utilize. This is, what SABA Tehuti just showed and just went through is very powerful information. And as you see, he takes his time putting together these classes and then teaching them and presenting them. And I would love to see and know if anyone takes as much time doing just even what he's doing on this podcast and all of what it takes to put together these things on any one particular thing. So it's something that should be honored and appreciated, because we're all here watching the class and learning. So continue to support, utilize those links. And let me pass it to the great brother Ox Effect. Let's hear some of his tones. Peace, great brother Hotep. How are you?
Peace, Hotep. Can I be heard?
Yes. Let me see if I can turn.
Okay. Peace. I'm doing well. It's good to see y'all. I didn't get to speak on the last break. I was at work, but I'm here, full attention on to the class. That was a great breakdown SABA did for Baron Samedi, which I've never heard of. Not even in the 007 movie. That was before my time. But that was really informational for me. I basically needed to know that, so I don't really need to mess with that, because I don't know if those people are my ancestors. So I just rather leave it alone. And just hearing that story about the Tamahu girl that was messing with it, I just really opened my eyes to some of these things that can go on behind the scenes. I mean, I've been witness to some of it with the Medu Netter, but not necessarily on that aspect. But it is very eye-opening on the forces that are actually at work when we don't necessarily see in the physical at all the time. So, but yes, it was a wonderful breakdown, and I really liked the incense breakdown also earlier. That was wonderful, because I always use incense every day. Put it on my altar and burn it for the Teru and my ancestors. So, and I've been using that for a long time with meditation. And another practice that SABA gave us with synesthesia. And what he told me about that, I used the incense for meditation, and I didn't know I was already connected with a certain fragrance and my meditation. So immediately I was able to use that. So that was a wonderful class also. To the SABA Henu, to him for his teachings and his inspiration always for me to continue to learn and continue to progress myself, my life. So to peace. That's my piece.
To our great brother for that. Yeah, it's a very powerful thing, and it's very good information to know, because people go into this, thinking it's a game. So Tua, great brother, for everything that you're doing, your aku that you bring forth. It's always great to hear your tones and to see you, great brother. So Tua, for that and your piece that you just gave us. We appreciate you. All right, and see, let's Minty Hotep is you look like you're in straight Zen mode. I love it. How you doing? How you doing, sister? How you doing?
Tua, I'm doing fantastic. So Tua and Henu to SABA Tehuti for bringing this information forward. This is not, like he said, this is not commercial information. You're not getting taught about any of this anywhere in the detail and the firsthand experience. And I feel like when you're teaching about these types of topics, you have to be experienced, because this type of teaching doesn't come from studying and learning. It comes from experience. So Tua to SABA Tehuti for sharing his personal experience with us. And that's all the more reason, people should be supporting him. He's sharing his story with us. So it's very important to support the energy that supports you on your journey. I feel very grateful just to be in the atmosphere, in the energy where I'm allowed to learn these things. So Tua and Henu to Saba Tehuti.
Yes, absolutely. And I remember when Saba had first, when he first said something about the cancellation of the PODCLAS, and that there's something happening. And at that time, we didn't have any details or anything like that. But whenever I hear ISFET, and we need to utilize our what we're doing and what we're studying and our energy. So in the Discord, I put a ritual on some meta for everyone to come together and utilize the rituals that the great ancestors left us to then protect, send out that energy to eradicate the Isfet of Pep energy, that whatever it may manifest itself as for our great Saba. And so what Saba showed in the PODCLAS was Minty Hotep, and when she was putting hers together, and the wonderful
I grabbed my scroll. Sorry about that. I had to have my scroll out of my bookshelf, and when I unraveled it, there was a spider there, and I'm glad that I was able to think fast and get that documented. So when you're going through these synchronicities, it's really important to stop and document what's happening. That way you can share it with others. It's at times it's a little overwhelming, but I'm very grateful for it. And then after that experience, I just started seeing spiders everywhere. I would walk outside, and on my porch, I would have big ones, larger than a quarter, big spiders with humongous webs. And I was working at the shop that I was working at, and I would do the window decoration, and I was redoing the window display, and there was a giant black widow. And this was a time when I was experiencing a lot of isfet at work, so I had documented it. And it was really weird to me that with the black widow, I don't know if it's the hourglass shape on the belly or if it's on the back, but it was just fully exposed, and it was big. That one was like at least 3 inches. It was huge, and it was just sitting there, and I noticed it, and I greeted it, and I kind of interacted with it, and I took a picture, and I sent it over to Saba. And then the next day, it was still there, and that stood there in the window for 4 days. Stood there for 4 days, and on the 5th day, I didn't see it. I didn't disturb it, but I know that during one of those days, the last day, the 4th day, I wasn't the person that shut the gate in the window. So when I went back the next day, it was gone. I don't know if it came across somebody that wanted to remove it, or if it just went away on its own. But it's kind of like the same theory with snakes. We're programmed to think that they're scary, to think that they're they're creepy. But this is the psyops, because these are the animals, these are the spiritual guides, these are the animal guides that are there to assist us, and we see that because they're in the artifacts, it's there in the text, it's there in the writings. I haven't come across a scorpion yet, but I'll let you know.
Yes, please do. You're a wonderful keeper of records. You definitely document your experiences and what you see coming through. So Tua, keep doing that. We'd love to see that, so we can see make a timeline of the heka that is always happening around us. So Tua Minti for doing that.
Nani, my pleasure. I love doing that.
Excellent. All right, let's Seshai, are you there? We see we're in the dark. I know you was working hard. Peace, Hotep.
Peace, everybody. Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I'm in my van right now, so I'm trying to warm up a little bit.
Okay, good. Get warm.
Decided to yeah. Me and my husband been going on this little adventure called van life. But it's rent free, so that's good. We we're thinking about adding in some solar panels and stuff to try to keep some good clean energy, so we can continue to keep our devices charged up, so that I'd be able to communicate with my coworkers and still catch my Tehuti Podclass on the weekends and educate myself. And hopefully, along the way, of course, as always, SABA teaches us so much. We're able to find easier ways to apply these things to our modern day lives. And that's one of the things I love about his class. He teaches us not only the knowledge, but he also teaches us how to apply it. So that way, because for some people, me included, I was just, when I first came to the Tehuti Podclass, I was just, kind of just soaking up the knowledge. And then, when I realized that he was actually living it and applying it to his daily life, that motivated me to want to do the same. And so I see everybody on the panel applying it to their lives, and slowly I started to try to do the same. One of the things that I started off with, which was kind of hard for me, honestly, being raised in New York, being raised in Brooklyn, I learned how to cuss at a very early age. And so eliminating, some of this bad vocabulary, some of this isfet energy from my vocabulary, I've been applying it. And since then, I've had better opportunities at work. I've come across people who speak a little more eloquently, and I noticed that I'm not around so many people who are just, using these curse words and, because they can't find other words to use. Because the thing they tell us, they trick you. They say, oh, you're a genius when you curse because something or other, so many words that you can't just think of one on the fly or something or other like that. That's something I heard growing up. I don't know if anybody else has, but it's just the things that you learn from this class, you can't learn anywhere else. You literally can't. He teaches you exactly how to unlearn and how to re-educate yourself the proper way, and how to apply these things to your life, so that not only will your modern day life be full of ma'at, but your spirit will also be full of ma'at, and too many people try to divide the two. Oh, my everyday life it's not the same as my spirituality. Well, if our ancestors were able to do it, what's stopping us?
Right.
And so when he introduced that concept to me the first time watching the podcast, it was like a light bulb. Like, oh my gosh, that's so right. What's stopping me? What's stopping me? I'm just soaking up this knowledge, not doing anything with it. And then, it's like an epiphany. It just hits you, and it's like, you know what? And then ever since then, like slowly but surely, I noticed little changes in things. And I used to think that certain things were happening to me because, oh, God doesn't love me, the universe doesn't like me, I must have done something so bad in my past life that all this isfet is coming at me. And I was playing like a victim. I had the victim mentality. And the further I continue watching this class, the further I continue to surround myself around like-minded souls, it becomes easier. it becomes so much more easier. And you know, just like brother Arcad, you know, he had difficulties in the beginning and he still does, just like I do, but he takes the time to apply those and he slowly starts to see his changes, you know. And so when I hear brother Manku and brother Arcad talk about these things, it's just like, okay, I'm not alone. You know, I'm not the only one. I thought I was alone in those feelings, but when I hear other people speak about their journey and speak about how they found SABA and the things that SABA was able to change for them in such an instant, you know, we go out here into this world and everything is out here to divide us. So when you finally find that unity within your family, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing to find that unity and to be able to just soak it all in and learn how to spread it. You know, it's beautiful.
Yes, it is, and we appreciate you being here. And it doesn't seem like there's nothing that's going to prevent you from being here in the podcast. And with that energy and consciousness, you know, it's a beautiful thing, because, you know, what we teach and, you know, when we implement, the world is in the palm of our hands. So, and through the vibrations of our speech. So I'm happy to hear that you are very aware of that one particular thing and are now using the Eve or the cleansing of that. And again, that's what creates the word knowledge, is rek, which is the door of the mouth, and the sieve of the placenta to cleanse the words, which makes one knowledgeable. And of course, that's the bright and the light that you are and that you're able to emanate. So Tua, for being exactly who you are, and for supporting in all the ways that you do, all the Nefer Medu that you give all the time consistently. And so, you know, it's wonderful to have you here at the House of ATTON with us, one of the great Karu of the House of ATTON. So to our sister Seshait, wonderful to hear your tones.
Yeah, just to add on to what Brother Ani said, to you, Sister Seshait, for making the changes and acknowledging the subtle changes, because sometimes it won't always be like this drastic change. The changes, they come in subtle motions. So to you for acknowledging that.
I mean, me personally, I feel like just like when I hear everybody else share their story, you know, it's just more inspiration, it's more motivation for me. And you know, somebody might be experiencing something similar to what I'm going through, and my story might help them to want to move forward with Saba's teachings and learn to apply them to their modern day life, and to get rid of this Isfet, and you know, to get out of this matrix and to live for Ma'at truly. You know, because we can say I live for Ma'at all day long, but if you're not actually applying it, you know, when you get to the other side and you actually meet Ma'at, can you sit there and tell her to her face, I actually followed you, I lived you? You won't be able to. And I can't see myself being in front of the Neteru and imagining being a disappointment. You know, they've been there for us for thousands of years. We were the ones who forgot about them. They didn't forget about us. And so, you know, I want to make my Neteru proud. I want to make my Saba proud. I want to make my family proud. And the only way to do that is through Ma'at.
Never.
Peace and love, everyone. I just stepped back into this touching sentiments of Sheshet. I stepped back right at the right time. Perfect. I just heard the end, and that's all I needed to hear. So beautiful, Sheshet. You are extremely serious and very very emotional when it comes to this, which is a good thing. Emotions are not negative. Emotions are wonderful to have when they're steered in the proper direction. So if they're steered in love, if you're let's say you're with your husband, I don't know the particulars of your relationship, but let's just say you're with your husband and you have those moments where you feel that intense love, and you may start to cry holding him. That's a great thing. That's a great thing. And no one can say that's wrong. That's a form of emotion that can save lives, actually, because that same intensity you have when you're holding him and crying is the same intensity you'll have to save his life if somebody tries to hurt him. So so it's a beautiful emotion. Emotions are wonderful, and emotions are only negative when they can't be controlled, which is with anything in our life. You're supposed to be the netter in control. And so I love it when I see these sentimental situations with you talking about the netter and talking about the seriousness, because others have forgot that when Atef came over here and Menkura came over to see me, they're bursting out in tears. These are grown, big, tough men. So I think Annie was red-eyed. I can't remember, but everybody was like, everybody had red eyes, and I was like, people would have thought it was a weed session, but it's actually people showing their sentiments for the importance of it. So I love that. Peace and love to everyone that is in here. I can't see the chat much. I think there's a light. Let me move this light away from my direction. One moment, I'll be right back.
Yes, wonderful. Very beautiful environment to be a part of. So, Tua for everyone who shares that. And it's walking in my eye, as we say, the application is the key. So Tua for everyone who is supporting the great Saba, everyone who is applying the teaching. So it's a beautiful thing. Saba Tehuti, you're muted.
Thank you. Oh, Tua. Okay, I'm back. Can you all see and hear me good? Is everything fine with my visuals and everything's clear?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, everybody. What we're gonna do? I'm gonna see if we can. We're 9 hours in. Let's see if this cannot be an 11-hour podcast. I love the vibration of vibrating with everyone here and everyone's appreciation for the wisdom and the guidance. I have a convention to attend tomorrow, and I have to be sharp for that. So we're gonna go ahead and do some donations, the supports, because I'm sure a lot of people supported for this answer, and people supported before the podcast even started. So I'm gonna go ahead and go through those and give respect and appreciation to those who actually are showing that they want the podcast to continue, and those who appreciate it. Annie. Oh, is Annie still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay, you're there. Okay, good. Okay, wonderful. So we're going to do the donations. Annie, get ready with the sound effect shot. Much respect to everybody in the room. I can't read or see a lot of the comments. I see Jeffy here. Sent cash. Oh, you're Kiki Jones. Sort of on topic. I sent a cash app. Okay, see, everybody had who would ever think that Jiffy is Kiki Jones, right? So peace and love to Kiki Jones, who is Jeffy. So I see some support coming in from Kiki Jones. So peace and love to everyone. Send your support to Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. We are an organization, a movement of love, the House of ATTON. Nothing can stop the wonderful frequency that is being generated here, because this is a phenomenon that has to happen. So I appreciate everyone that's helping this phenomenon. Sheshayet has come back. Moonraker. Sheshayet, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you're over 38 or 40, or I'm not sure your age, but do you remember James Bond Live and Let Die at all? Was that before your time?
It was just a little bit before my time. I'm actually 36 years old.
Oh, okay.
So I just like barely missed it.
Okay, Minty, were you there for those days, Live and Let Die? My mother used to always watch that or something.
Yeah, I did, but it went right over my head.
Okay, wonderful.
And you remember there was a Paul McCartney song called Live and Let Die?
Yeah, I actually remember when Pierce Brosnan was playing James Bond. That was when I was introduced to him.
Okay.
Was when Pierce Brosnan was starting. Yeah, because my mom, she was kind of in love with him. Oh, he's got the beautiful eyes.
Yes, he has the what?
He's got beautiful eyes.
Oh my goodness, man. Okay, yes. Yeah, so isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting, everybody, how Baron Samedi has been around in this culture since 1820 with Spider and the Fly with the top hat, Live and Let Die. We didn't even know that was Baron Samedi all this time, and he was there. Very important to Europeans to keep him echoing through nursery rhymes and James Bond. You know, James Bond fights not criminals, but fights James. When you think of James Bond, you don't think of a spiritual fight, and Baron Samedi was a spiritual entity in the James Bond movie. What is a spiritual entity fighting a double agent? What? So it's just interesting that they have it all around us, and it's just that we don't know what these things are. So, hey, Oxafek, how you doing, brother? Just noticing you there, very, very quiet. How are you, good brother?
I'm doing well, Saba. Good to see you. Good to be here. I'm doing well. Yes, I know it's been back though. I'm here. I never went anywhere. But,
good. Okay, good. Yeah, Live and Let Die, huh? The name of the movie. What do you think about that primordial thought? The name of the movie, James Bond, is Live and Let Die, and the star is a voodoo entity whose responsibility in hoodoo is to live and let die.
Hey, Saba, I see more and more now what you mean by, like, when you say you don't know any of this stuff that, we got into or grew up in, focusing our lives on, because I didn't even know that type of reality existed. Like, with all of what you just broke down, like, that's a whole nother world. And then I look at you now, I'm like, man, he's full of so many different capabilities. It is definitely mind blowing. Yeah, I'll take your word. I'll definitely stay on the side of my aunt. But it is very curious to know some of the things that you know. So, but I'll definitely take your wisdom, and I appreciate you, Saba, for that.
Wonderful. That realm of the Loa, and that it's exciting, it's fun, it's adventurous, it's what everybody here really wants to do. Everybody wants to dip into the magic, dip into the spirit realm, and it is I would just say it's for the masters. Become a master over yourself first before you start dabbling with entities that you can't really see, and it's not the same rules over there. It's not the same rules. It's not the same rules. So it's easy to get lost over there, but it is when we were in our purest state, for those in West Africa, no problem. That was a part of all the cultures to get mounted, to call on the entities, the ancestors. It was a part of every one of our cultures. All the ancient Native American cultures, all the dances, every Native American, South American, everybody was doing that. Just that unfortunately, most of us here have because we've been so long in the matrix, we've been attracted to evil more. You like a certain power that is unharnessed, and if somebody gave everybody in this room the power of the X-Men, it would be over. Imagine if everybody on those other channels that were debating actually had superpowers. They'd all be dead. They'd all be dead. Imagine people had the power of Xavier to look through the screen or shoot you with a laser beam. It just so I would just tell everybody, just be a master within, focus on Ma'at, and the entities of Ma'at on the Netter side are usually what we would consider good in our comprehension. Primordial thought, if you think the story of Set was confusing because what is good and bad, you don't even want to meet the Lord. You think you won't even comprehend that. But anyways, let's get into the oh no, oh man, hold on, what happened? Oh, I see what happened. Yeah, I'm fine. There's a lot of things going on in here. Let me lift this back up. This is how it was in Bobby Hammond's house. Things would just get knocked over, but you wouldn't see what do. Yeah, you wouldn't see what do. Pictures were just knocked down. Yeah, there'd be like women in pictures that didn't get along, and then you just see the pictures fall down and put them back up. Excuse me, I'm gonna put the pictures back up and then boom, 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 they just fall down again. Okay, Krishna on one side, Babalau, Legba on the other side. It's like, Krishna and Legba don't know each other that well. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Can everybody hear me and see me? Am I good? Everybody hear me, see me?
Yes.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everybody, let's go through these donations and let's see the great support that we've received. And of course, first up we have Ani Patata and Tehuti. And shout out to Atef. I hope Atef is safe and okay. He did tell me he's doing some traveling. He's bringing his laptop. I just hope he is. I haven't seen or heard from all PODCLAS. Hope he's okay and safe with his wonderful family. Okay. Oh, we got a nice support donation tip from who? Is this the okay, we got Ani Patata and Tehuti paying $48.84 in a palindrome. It says Tua Ishin, Magical Incense, Baron Samedi Cab. Okay, so this is for both of them. Go ahead and give well, I guess give yourself some big noise. Never kept Brett. Hold on. Never kept Brett. Are you on the boards tonight? Get on the...
There you go.
Let's see.
Yeah, let's let her fingers.
You see, that's how it's done.
Okay, good. Never Kept Red is a funny. Let me put. Never Kept Red is a funny DJ sound maker because her sounds come with her own ad libs. Like you can hear the sound effects, then obviously you hear like this little breathing and giggling, and that's her actually laughing as she's putting the sound effects. So it sounds like it's a part of it. It's hilarious. Thank you, Never Kept Red. Appreciate that. Appreciate the extra sounds and ad libs and everything. Thank you. And thank you, Scrap, for teaching her all the buttons.
Yeah.
Teaching her the buttons. Okay, good. We got the beautiful. We got the Oracle. The Oracle. What does this say? The Oracle from. Oh, nice. Thank you, Shashat. Oh wow. tip Baron, and everybody who gave a tip on the incense class. I'm scrolling down from the most recent, so I will get to you. And this is going down from the most recent and going backwards. So we're now at the wonderful Sheshayed. You can just give her a clap, give her a round of applause. Sheshayed for Nefer Baron teaching. Give her a round of applause. Eric G, that's it. Loves this number. I gotta find out what this is. The he loves this. He loves this number donation. Let me. Okay. Shout out to Eric G. That's it. With his regular consistent 3.33. That's Eric G. That's it. If you're in the chat, shout out to you. He definitely offered me a lot of transportational help, which I didn't end up needing much, but shout out for you for the offer, because he was going to drive a very long distance to actually assist me in some transportational situations. So peace and love to you. And of course, we got the tip man himself, none other than, I know he's going to say something funny. Let me see. Let me see what creative thing he put for this. I'm gonna get somebody to read this. Shout out to Robert Williams. Robert Williams. Minty, could you read that for me, please?
Sure. So 2072 for Baron Samedi. Call the right number, Karen. Call the right number, Karen. Poor girl.
Oh my. What do you say, Minty? What do you say?
I said poor girl. She was born, though, and I don't think that you should take that very lightly when you're born against something like that.
You said she was born? What was that, Minty? I didn't understand.
She was warned.
Warned, yes, exactly, Minty.
Warned.
She was warned, and at first she was open to the warning. She was at, what's the problem? And then she went on with it, ignoring the warning. Then she saw somebody, and yes, if you see something pop up in your bathroom looking like Baron Samedi as a Britney Spears girl, you're going to be petrified. Give Robert E. Williams some big noise, please. Big noise.
Yep.
Oh my.
Who is that on the mixing board, Annie? Who threw in the oh my?
I don't have it.
That's, you know, your hands are up. Okay, that's Nefer Kepret going crazy with the fingers on the mixing board under the guidance of DJ Annie. Okay, all right. So next one here is YOAN BILODEAU. This is the brother that actually asked the question, and I think this may be an extra tip. He doesn't usually write much, but this recently came in, so I'm gonna we can give him a clap for this because he's the one that asked the question and he sent in this here. So we'll give him a round of applause, a little clap. This is YOAN BILODEAU, the person who asked about the Baron Samedi question. Give him a hand clap, please. That light is crazy. Okay. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. And YOAN BILODEAU. And next up is Oxafek. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's quoting me. I see. Oh, this is good. This is easy now. Okay. Shout out to the brother Ox Effect, who is actually right there on the screen. And he gave a donation support that says, rest in peace. Give him some, give him some clap, give him some. Wonderful, 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 excellent. Rest in peace. What a story. What an interesting story. Oh, Stephen Brown. Stephen, are you in the chat right now? Scribe, do you see a Stephen in the chat?
Let's see. I see it says 11-8 Shin, and they put yes, so I'm not sure if that's Stephen. 11-8 Shin, if you're Stephen, let us know clearly in the chat, please.
Okay, we'll check it out. Shout out to 11. Oh, this is him. Let me put it. Okay. So we're gonna. Oh, Stefan here. Nice to meet you, Stefan. I like your name as well. It's 11-8 Shen. Interesting. We had the breakdown. You know, some new things about the 8 in your name tonight. So wonderful. Shout out to you. And let's actually put your support on the screen. Put your support on the big screen. So here we go. This is coming from the brother right there, and this is 11-8 Shen, who is Stephen Brown. Sent you 30. Give him a clap and some big noise. Give him some big noise, please, for this. Okay, wonderful. And so now this question here says, follow-up question for Baron Samedi Info. How does a person know if an entity is trying to bond with them? Scribe, put out my email on the screen for Stefan. I'm going to get you to give me some clarity in the email with if there's an experience you had, or because bonding could mean either or. So there's just give me a little more detail of the question, because there's bonding, and on the good side there's possession. So when you say bonding, just give me a little more detail, and then I'll go from there. But thank you for that support, and I'll see if that's a question that's going to be a part of a big breakdown, a part of another breakdown, or just something that maybe I can bring you right up onto the panel and answer you just like this, because it may be something we'll have to talk to you for that. That's it's a more personal type thing. So I would do that for you. So go ahead and send me an email, and thank you for your support. You are wonderful. It is logged. And we got Minty. Let me give a special shout out to this young lady here. 20. Oh, it's a tip for. Okay, I see the riddle. I figured it out. Minty, I got it. Let me change that. Change that there. Oh, you're trying to come out? Wait a minute. Hold on. Don't squeeze yourself. Oh my goodness, man. Get your nose back. Okay, there we go. Let me where'd it go? Minty. Okay. Tip. Okay, here we go. We're gonna give a shout out to this wonderful, supportive young lady named Minty Hotep, who is. Well, first let's do this, and then I'll say something else. So it says, go ahead, Minty, and read that for me, please. What'd you write? What'd you say?
Absolutely. So I did the 888, the 888 for gratitude for timeless, infinite, eternal wisdom, with a star, an hourglass, and another star.
How perfect is that? Give her some hand clap. Never kept right. Give her some hand clap. Give Minty some clap. Hand clap.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best. I've actually seen that hourglass change shape on the Black Widow. So Tua for confirming that.
You saw the movements?
Yeah. There was one that was in the shop window, and I noticed that some days the red would be more vivid than other days, and there was like a little splash of a white outline that would come in there sometimes.
Yes. So shout out to you, Minty Hotep. Minty Hotep was over here at the wee hours of the morning, rather not the wee hours, but early after 12, delivering rats to me at very, very late. She drove a nice ride. She actually assisted in the donation as a payment of the rats, and she actually connected me to an incredible rat source for my snakes. So shout out to Minty Hotep. So she is a great assistant, helper, driving, delivering a very disgusting package of bludgeon rats. She had to get out of there. If the Minty on a regular would be, hey, can I help clean up this? Minty was out of there. Minty saw half rat with an arm like this. Minty was like, "What is a horror movie? Get me out of here!"
I saw blood, and I couldn't do it. I'm sorry.
I thought you were gonna put back on the white suit and the asbestos suit and start scraping through the blood. Minty was out of there. That was a horror movie. But shout out, thank you, Minty. He's gonna do actually, what I'm gonna do when I go back to him, I have the bags and everything, and we're talking about hooking, getting him a CO2 for the rats so they can be euthanized peacefully. They just fall asleep. They fall asleep.
Perfect.
Yeah, there's no blood, and that was definitely a horror movie I was in up until 2 in the morning, and wow, there was rats that were half dead like this. I put them in the tank. All of them now are 100% healed. I wish I had power of an animal. These rats were bludgeoned, broken arm like this, blood coming down. I look in the tank now, they're jumping around, they're looking for food, they're standing on 2 feet, 100% healed. I don't know, man. That's
I just saw one with the head pop out and looking around, and I was like,
okay, let's continue. Shout out to Minty Hotep. Oh my goodness. Hey, the good brother Primordial. Is Primordial on the panel? No?
He's here. His screen is off.
Yeah, I'm right here, Saba.
Okay, good. So 26. Here's the good brother who's right there, Primordial. And let me see. Oh, there's actually a tip. My eyes, yes. Okay, let me relabel it. Tip button. Okay, Neferkeperet, get ready to give a round of applause to the brother who's on the screen right now, who gave a tip for the Baron breakdown, and he said, actually, I'll get you to read it, Primordial, to save my vision.
Yes, it says Tua for the voodoo question, and of course that spider breakdown that she did, that was phenomenal, showing the movement with the red hourglass. That was crazy.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. Glad you like it. Give him one more clap, Neferkeperet. I think I took it off the screen. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Mentiota, were you calling my attention for something?
Yes, I wanted to ask, are those black widows, are they poisonous?
Yes.
Or venomous?
They're venomous. Drop for drop more venomous than the average rattlesnake. But the yield is low. The yield is low. Most people that get bit by black widows, you may have to go to the hospital. Sometimes nothing will happen. If you're allergic, you can pass away. But they are considered dangerous, like hospital visitation, if they can actually get their little fangs in you. So yes, and they're very, very bold. So unlike they're considered in the family of what's called a house spider. Silly name because a lot of spiders live in houses, but it's house spiders are the ones that live upside down. So house spiders live upside down. Most house spiders live upside down. So when you see a black widow, when you see the hourglass, you're actually looking at it upside. It's on its back, and it's traveling on its back on the part of the web that's not sticky. So it's a trick that is doing it. It goes onto the opposite side of the web, the parts that's not sticky, and the animal that falls in it goes on the other side of the web, and that's how it gets caught. And usually spiders, when you take them out of their web, they're very, very timid. Black widow, when you take it out of its web, if you put it on the table and you put your finger near it, it actually starts to web you, and it's not even in a web. They're very, very confident. They're the most confident of all the house spiders. So be wary if you're going to be handling or around them, because they are not afraid of us at all. They're very bold and will definitely put a bite in you. But if it's one of the low, it may like you. You just have to find out the hard or easy way. You gotta find out one way to find out. Okay. Shout out to this brand new person I've never heard of before, but they have it looks like an image of them in front of an aku. Let me give a special shout out to this. Give this person some major noise. I've never heard of this name before, but the donation coming in is $77.77 from Heyru Welsh, and that looks like an aku. It looks like he's in Kemet. Give him some big noise, whoever this new person is. Much love and peace. Give him some noise.
Yo, let's go.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Oh my goodness, that sounds like one of the lower. Who is that? That sounds familiar. Sounds like. I think I was told that one day. All right, so shout out to Hector 777, Heru Welsh, whoever you are, if you're watching. Much respect to you for the support, and I see you're definitely interested or into Ma'at. I see an Aku in the background, so look forward to seeing more of you, seeing more support, maybe seeing you active in the chat, and then eventually coming up to the panel and telling everyone who you are and why you enjoy the House of Atten and what your particular path has been, and come join the family. Go to the Annie, have you been putting up the website on the break, or is it down?
Yes, it's still down, but I put it up during one.
Okay, thank you. Nook says, breed rats or mice to keep an endless supply of food. Haha, that sounds... yeah. Let's go. Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, it sounds really good. I mean, if I had an outdoor shed, definitely, but you'd be surprised what ammonia can do to you. You'd be surprised. The scent is absolutely terrific, as in terrifying, the real definition of terrific. All right, here we go. You want to say something, Minty? You come. I see you.
What did you call it? The smell is so original.
I said the smells terrific. Oh, yes, original last night. Yeah, yes, that's last. Yes, the smell is very original. The smell of 10 rats, the size of your foot, half the size of your foot, is a very original aroma.
It's not in my car anymore, I don't think.
It's a very unique, it's very dream casting. All right, so here we go. I have all kind of words. What's the words we use, Nana, in here when something smells? Bagabag, boogadoo, shang tang. There's no words for the scents that you may smell when you come, if you come over here from all the animals. I just create words. It smells like bagalak. There's no word in the dictionary that actually can tell you what 5 rats combined with anaconda poop smells like. Bakakak. All right, shout out to the next person who gave another. Hey, Sarah Jean, where's Harass Did? I don't think I've seen her in the chat. I hope you're safe out there. Hope everything is good. You must be watching from somewhere or listening. I hope Sky is great. Let's I used to like watching Sky at the park. Shout out to Sky if you can hear me. And I like watching Sky skating at the park. Shout out to Harass Did, who came in with this support donation of $25. Never kept red or scribe, or whoever's on the mixing board, give her some clapping noise. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Harass Did, who's been supporting ever since Killer Priest. She was one of the first. Excuse me. Get some water. She's one of the first supporters when we had the PODCLAS, and she's been supporting and growing ever since, and raising her beautiful daughter Sky ever since. And shout out to her. Okay, and this is from there we go. There we go. Tip. Okay, shout out to the wonderful waiter of waiters, my favorite waiter. $25 for the yellow fly comments. Give him some big noise. Give him some noise. Something about that yellow flag comment he liked. Whatever it was. Much respect to you for your great support. The yellow flag comment. Here's the brother again. This is who was Kiki Jones again? That's not Stefan. That was it's hard to
Hefe, Jeffy, Hefe.
Jeffy. Jeffa. Thank you, Jeffa. I started to keep track with all these multiple names, but I'm not sure if this is a question or what this is. I'm gonna go ahead and get somebody to read this, and then we'll sort it out from. So shout out to the good brother Jeffy. He's a new supporter, and I'm gonna go ahead and read what. I'll get somebody to read this, and I don't know if this is a question or maybe an observation. I'm not sure, but go ahead. $10, and Minty, can you read this for us, please?
Sure. $10 for Jamaica. Obia, Hupia, Tenno Spirit.
Okay, so much respect to all to Kiko Jones and everybody who supports. If definitely you're asking a question for whatever Cash App allows to whatever your fonts to be, try to formulate it in a sentence that I can understand. So like Jamaica Obia equal Hopia, Town of Spirit. Not sure what that is, but I'm sure Jeffy will clarify, and then I'll get right on it. It may be something that's actually a short. I mean, I have a big breakdown, but just maybe asking for the definition of a word. So I'm not sure what that one was, but shout out to Jeffy, and I'll definitely put a note on there that it needs clarity. And then I'll answer it once I get clarity on it, if it's even a question. Hey, TT, thank you. I see your emails. Thank you. And now we finally get to Nicholas Savendon. Here we go. For what's this? Medu class. Medu class 63. Okay, shout out to Nicholas Savendon, who is getting the MetaNet or Magic classes pretty much on a regular basis too. Let's give him some hand claps at MetaNet class number 63. Okay. Nicholas Savendon, if you are listening, I want you to go ahead and check your Gmail. And you should have that class. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and mark that as sent. So you have that one. And just confirm that you have received it in the chat, and that's wonderful. So I'm going to put MetaNet class 63, and that was sent. So for those who are watching, that may be. Oh, let me come to the screen. For those who are watching, that may be wondering what what that is. There's always new people observing and watching. So for those who are wondering what exactly that is actually for a set of classes, a class that we used to have every Monday. It was Metanetter class. I call it now Metanetter Medu Magic classes. And these are the only classes that I actually show the Metanetter language and how to apply it to actual magical rituals. And every single one of them has been getting extremely wonderful results. It's like a PODCLAS breakdown and build up with a ritual at the end of the class. So it's something you can do to set up your bedrooms, out-of-body experiences, ancestor contact, altar, all the magic that I actually will not teach here at the PODCLAS. You can send your email to that, ask how to get them, and you can actually get them within a few seconds. They're all recorded. They went up to 6.5, and was it 6.5, Scribe, or 6.6? 6.5?
Yeah, 6.5.
Yeah, thank you. They went up to 6.5, and now they're not live anymore, but they're all purchasable. You can just inquire about it, send in your Cash App or PayPal, and they'll. If I happen to be sitting right there doing something by the computer, you'll literally get it within seconds. If not, you'll get it the next day. All right. Okay. And if you order on the PODCLAS and it happens to be something I can have easy access to, you'll actually get it during the class live, just like Nicholas Savenden did. Who ordered class 42 again? Who was that? Was that Robert Williams?
I don't remember who. I just remember you saying it in the background, so I went ahead and sent it in case you needed it. I don't think you showed me you said it.
Okay, let me Robert Williams, if that's you, let me know if you're the one that ordered class. Let me just type it in. Medu. It should pop up. 63 cents and oh no, this is old. Oh wait a minute, this is really. I wonder why that's there. That's strange. Okay. Okay. I think that was you, Robert. Oh, I'm in the Gnostics. Oh, wait. Okay, I see what's going on. Let me scroll down. Somebody sent for a Metanetter class 43. All right. Somebody did. I guess I'll find it when I have time. But I was about to send it right now, and I can't see who requested it. So shout out to Kemet Heru Hancock. This brother's been around for. He's been around for the Killer Priest days as well, and he always has been supporting. Okay, let's see who's. Let's see, never kept her giggling. Hold on, okay, here we go. The giggle ad libs throughout the PODCLAS is the one and only never kept Red, always happy and giggling. All right, we're gonna go ahead and give. Who's this? Oh, it said support teaching Ma'at. Okay, shout out to Kemet Heru Hancock. You're always giving consistent support, and peace and love to you. Because you're a consistent supporter at any time, good brother, you can also come up to the panel, introduce yourself, say a few words, and just get acquainted with the family. You've been here as long as almost everybody on the panel since the Killer Priest days. Shout out to the brother Midnight. What happened to Midnight? Remember him? He came on strong for like 3 weeks or something. Midnight. Remember Nightmare? Nightmare.
Oh yeah, Nightmare.
It's like, I'm not familiar with Midnight.
Nightmare. Okay. Okay, so I got one here. What's this? From March 23rd. One-on-one. Okay, so let me I'm about to put something on the screen here that I can't address right here. But so this is from Marcus Sunra. So Marcus said, is semen retention for, so I can answer yes or no, but this is I announced that I do semen retention classes, and they're one-on-one that actually show you how to do it. If you just want to know if semen retention is critical for building up chi, the answer is absolutely not. Not whatsoever. That's a misconception. And I teach in my one-on-one the misconception of semen retention. Semen retention is actually not critical for building up the chi. It's just critical. So semen retention is not taught in any ancient Nile Valley culture. It's not even what you think it is. But I do one-on-ones. But just to answer that question, semen retention is not needed whatsoever to build up any chi, which is just the ka energy. And the people that would know that the best were the people that developed the ka energy higher than anyone else, any other culture on the planet. And that was the Nile Valley culture that actually brought the ka consciousness to the planet. And the people in the Nile Valley and the men were extremely sexually active because sexuality actually was a part of the spirituality. So it wasn't until other cultures came in that they started associating not having sex with something that's actually good. And that is because when you're in a culture where sex is actually deemed as something negative or distractive, then of course not having sex would be a discipline to stay away from that negative distraction. But when you're in a culture where sexuality is a beautiful thing, it's an imbuement of powerful netzer energy, and everyone is doing it, it's a part of your actual spirituality, and every symbol is a sexual, almost every symbol in the Meta Netter ties into a biological imperative sexual symbol. So there's no writings in the teachings of Ma'at about holding yourself back from sex. So it's not necessary whatsoever, and it does not help build up chi energy. It's critical, and it helps build up neurological disorder. So that's what I'm going to say for that right now. But if you do want a one-on-one, my one-on-one classes it's hard to get one with me now. You have to be a member of the House of ATTON, and I have to see your face and get to know you, and I hardly have time for one-on-ones, but I do one-on-one teachings on the real definition of semen retention, and actually what you're actually retaining, which is not even what anybody is. It's not ejaculating. It's not what people think it is. But shout out to you. Thank you for the $5, and the answer simply is no whatsoever. It's not critical for chi energy. It's just critical, as in it will leave you in a critical condition. Women that don't have sex for large periods. I mean, this society is warped, and people that think that sustaining from sex is a positive thing. It can be if the choices around you are going to destroy you, then absolutely don't combine with anyone. But that's another class. Okay, thank you, my brother. Thank you for that support and that inquiry. Let us move on here. Nicholas Savenden again. Scribe, what number was the altar class? I think I did more than one on the altar. But the last one where I gave the Vesica Pisces altar. Scribe there? Am I still on? I can't see anybody.
Yes, I was muted. Sorry. Yes, it's the last class. It's 65.
65? Okay, good. All right, Nicholas. So first of all, give Nicholas some noise, big noise. Thank you, Nicholas. Give him some noise. And let me go ahead and go through here and see. That's class number 65.
Yes, he says he has the altar class. He says, I just wanted to say Tua for it.
Oh, thank you. Let me fix that then. Thank you, good brother. Thank you. Let me go ahead and fix that then. Okay. Let me go ahead and fix that then. Let me thank you. And I'm going to okay, thank you, Nicholas Savenden. It says for support Tua. Oh, Tua for the altar Menetter class. Wonderful, good brother, wonderful. Glad you appreciate it. Okay, let's scroll down and see what else. Who else is in the supportive mood? Scroll down. And we got Big Vapes. I know when I see Big Vapes name, I know what this is for. Medu. What class is this? 42? All right, shout out to it. Oh, hey, Kemetic Podclass. Wait a minute. Is that my brother Sonetter?
Yes, that was a comment from earlier.
Oh, thank you. Shout out to Sonetter. I didn't. When was this? I didn't see that. My screen is not on.
30 minutes ago.
Okay, shout out Kemetic Podcast, which that should be Sonetter. Peace and love to you, good brother. Peace and love to you. And peace and love to you. We'll talk. Wonderful. Okay. And what's my thing doing this? 1 second. Let me fix this this thing here. Okay, good. Shout out to the Kemetic Podclass. So that was did I put Big Vapes on the screen yet?
No.
When that Kemetic Podclass, when it was sent 30 minutes ago, is this the first time you're putting the comment up?
Yes. I was scrolling up in the comments and I saw it, so I wanted to put that up.
Okay, thank you. I don't mine has a lag. I don't even see all the comments, it seems. Okay, so this is for read that, Scribe. What does that say there, please?
It says for a 40-second Medunetter class video from Patabo Damo.
40-second Medunetter class video. Let me see if I have that.
I think that's the one I sent to you.
Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you. There is the one who ordered that. Let me go back up. Okay, wonderful. Go ahead and check your Gmail, you should have it right now. You should have it now. Big Vapes, peace and love to you. Let me fix this lighting or something. 1 second, everyone. This light is merciless. Move it totally away from me. I just have to do this. Okay. I can still be seen clear. Menti, can you still see me clear and okay? Is it bright? Is it okay?
Yeah, you can. You're clear. The top of your hat is cut off though. There.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay, let me this thing is alive or something. Let me see if I can fix this.
Okay, that's perfect.
Wonderful, excellent. Okay, let's continue. Netter Unk Hotep L.
Yeah, you're down towards the bottom half of the screen now.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I'm good?
Now you can see the House of a 10 t-shirt. You can see the top of your feather, everything.
Okay, great. Okay, wonderful. Okay. Thank you, Minty. Smiley Minty, thank you. All right. Let's Netter Unk Hotep L. Good brothers always brother, everybody has really been around for a long period of time. I really respect that. All these names are just consistency is one of the things that I respect the most, and Netter Unk Hotep L is one of those. Give him some noise, please. Give him some. I'm going to do two more, then I have to step away for just a moment again. Give him some noise. Netter Unk Hotep L was very pleased that I started doing class on Saturdays because then he could attend the live chat. He sent in some of the greatest questions ever. And here is Mr. Consistent Man that's so consistent. If he misses a day, he will send a donation with the date of the day that he missed. And that is Nito Campbell, $18. Give him a clap. He always deserves a clap. Give him a clap. Wonderful, wonderful, wonder. Oh, who's this? Hey, there is a Tef. Even though Tef could not make it to the PODCLAS, he is always he's always around somewhere, watching and supporting. So we're going to give him some noise. I know he sent two. He always does. So here is one of them. Shout out to the brother Atef. Give him some hand clap. Give him some noise. Okay, and the next one is from the good gentleman, good brother here. One of the newer people that came in and just came in soaring. He came in just soaring with consistent support, brought in by brought in by Anu and Ansu. Caleb Stracklow, give him some noise, please. Driving on the road still, tuning in the class. So shout out to you, Caleb Stracklow, because we gave you some noise because actually your donations equal over $20 because this is not the only one. So much respect to multiple supports. Okay, and here's another man that he is the consistent of the consistent. I've invited him to come one day to the podcast. He's always to the panel. He's always welcome. One day he'll come to the panel and discuss what he is doing with his. He has some Mason brothers that he's doing things with, and I'd like to have a talk with him and see how those Mason brothers are taking the are they listening to the podcast? Are they taking the knowledge into? And shout out to this good brother right here, Owen Hythe 2772, supporting teaching excellence. Thank you. Give him some big noise, please. Okay, I'll read one more, then I have to take a break for just a moment. And the good brother Primordial Thought, peace and love to you. I don't know if you're on the panel, but you are the multiple donation man. You're the multiple donation family, actually. So oh, man. He always says this beautiful sentence here. Okay, good. I see Primordial Thought. There he is. He always says this beautiful thing here, which is, for all you do for me. That sounds like a song. Shout out to Primordial Thought. Give him some noise, please. $30. Make some noise. Give him some noise. For all you do for me. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to step away for just a moment. I have to take a 5-minute break, and I'll be back to finish off the donation. I'm going to let everybody build. Supporters, donators, House of Attend members, you can definitely jump onto the panel, build with the family. Until I come back, I will be right back in a few moments. I'll be back. Peace and love.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Thank you.
Yes, Hotep Ma'at, Ma'akaru, Tua to all the great Meru, all the great Mers who, which is the meta word for supporters, who continuously showcase excellence and, receiving and giving reciprocity. It's just such a beautiful thing to see. So Tua and Henu for everyone who is doing that. Be sure that you all are subscribed to the channel. Make sure everyone likes, hits the like button, hit the share button, share this to your platforms, as well as House of ATTON. I just posted a link in the chat for the Scribble session for the House of ATTON, which is tomorrow or today for a lot of us, Sunday, 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. And the class is called First Eye Magic Heka'u. So it's going to be a beautiful class, a phenomenal class. So everyone go over to the House of ATTON, hit subscribe, and hit the notification bell. So you'll be notified when we actually go live. So yes, McPoo put today. Yes, today. Absolutely. Later on today. So to everyone. We definitely appreciate you all. This was a phenomenal podcast. there was a lot. There was a lot in this, as they are in every podcast. This is such a beautiful thing. So I hope you all take your notes and go back throughout the week and re-listen, because the more you listen to it, the more you actually find that you missed the first time. So it's a beautiful thing. So if anyone wants to speak, has anything on their Eve they want to speak about, please do, feel free. Minty Hotep, I know you have something to say. Hotep, sister.
Hotep, yes, always. So House of ATTON, 3:30 tomorrow. We're going to be going through the portal of the Scribal session.
Yes, another Scribal session. Scribal session is going to be the 6th one. So, of course, the 6 and the Hexa and the Heka has got to be about magic. So, yes.
Great. So anybody out there that hasn't tuned in to our Sunday study guides on House of ATTON, I highly urge you to make the connection, to make the bridge between SABA Tehuti's Podclass and the House of ATTON. We have some great teachers over there that are having groundbreaking presentations. Scribal session is something that Brother Ani came up with, and we do different scribal techniques, and he goes through different scribes and the way that scribes would scribe in KEMET. So I highly urge everybody to come over to the House of ATTON tomorrow at 3:30 and check it out. I guarantee that you'll learn something new. And like I said, it's a great bridge to bridge the teachings of SABA Tehuti and the Podclass with the community of House of ATTON. So to us for bringing the teachings forth, Brother Ani. And then we also have opportunities for the members to come forth and do their teachings. The week before last, I believe it was the week before last, Brother Anu brought forth some lessons on Marduk, which was great. I finally got in. I had a chance to get into it, and I was just taking my time with that information because I felt like, once I get into something that resonates with me, I want to learn more about it. So now the portal, the SABA is open for me to learn about the Anunnaki and cuneiform. So I'll add that to my list of things that I'm learning. And it's just a great community. So I would urge everybody to check it out. Brother Primordial.9 is one of our moderators who does a great job, brings a great energy. And it's just a great environment and great energy to be in. So, Tua Hotep.
Peace. Peace, Mentee. Appreciate those kind words. Yeah, one thing I'll say is shouts out to shouts out to SABA, right? Like putting together these questions, breaking down and building up these answers just in general. Like he's at the master peak of that. I also want to say shouts out to Ami, Tef, and Menku, especially you, Ani, because the amount of energy it takes to put a presentation together is very challenging for the coup. especially when you're not used to it. The concentration, the dedication that it takes to even put one together, and tap into that creative side of yourself. That is it's a mental workout in itself, and I just give y'all praises for that, because to do it on a weekly basis, that takes an incredible amount of energy, especially doing that, and on your day-to-day, whatever things you have planned and goals that you're trying to finish. So peace to you all for that.
Yes, Tua, great brother, is it is a beautiful thing, and you know, unless one begins to understands that part of the world, and on the digital side and putting things together, one truly doesn't understand what all it takes to put those things together. And this is why I always tell everyone that, you know, what you see SABA Tehuti bringing forth, and to be able to do that that right there is a whole nother thing in itself, beyond just the teachings and putting them forward. Actual constructing of the story and having it go through and actually tell a story, and the magic associated with why you're putting certain things there, the colors, you see, all of that is a whole nother different technical side than just the actual teachings, because he can just teach it. So, you know, now that you are beginning your journey and putting together presentations and classes, you see that, you know, it takes a lot, as you said. It takes a lot of it takes a lot of focus to put together these presentations and these classes. But it's such a powerful thing. It's such a beautiful thing, because when you have an idea in your mind of what you want to speak about and how you want to bring it forward, and as you start building it and you come to a completion, it's a feeling that's very difficult to explain in English language, you know, to see that, and now you get to perform that thing and bring it forth and educate people with that what motivated your E to bring it forward in the first place. It's very powerful and beautiful to be a part of that. So yes, to you for you know, answering the knock at the SABA, and saying, "Oh, okay, yep, come on in. Let's figure out how we're gonna do this." And it's a wonderful thing. So I'm definitely looking forward to.
You know, another thing, just to add.
Okay. Go ahead, Minty.
Oh, sorry. I think maybe my timing is off.
It's okay. Go ahead, sister.
Thank you. Another thing with the technicalities behind putting the presentation together, on top of like gathering all the information and putting in an order that's presentable. Nobody has even really touched on the spiritual side, the spiritual aspect of that. So while you're gathering all of this information and then putting it into a presentation, I know this from experience, because this happens to me when I'm doing the timestamp. I get bombarded with spiritual little pings and nudges and synchronicities and just a bunch of weird stuff happening. So I can only imagine what you or what SABA or what Brother Atef or Brother Manku goes through when you're putting that in order, because it's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot, and it definitely builds up a lot of discipline too, because I always, you know, for my presentations, I have a whole nother creation. I call it the sketch pad, where as I'm gathering information, I want to put it in. So I have like, for every class I have a sketchpad version of it, which is all of just information. So when you get the actual class, it's only about 40-50% of everything that I received for that class. So being able to make the decisions on what to put in and how to do it, and just the magic associated with it, it's so powerful and beautiful. You know, when you can set your mind on something and then have it come directly to you, because there's so much information. And one thing I learned from SABA when he first started doing and showing slides and images on the KP Podcraft was how organized you have to be able to bring something up like that. You have to know your own mind on how to name things, so that way at any given moment you can pull it up. And so that means everything has to have, you know, a folder, and you would see certain things when he would show the screen. And so I learned a lot from that, and it really took my organization to a whole nother level, and making sure that I can find what it is that I'm looking for. And because there's so much information, just like in this podcast, when there's something that sticks out to you, you know, take the time right then to take that thing and then document it somewhere, to where, you know, when you go to look for it the next few days, you have it there. It just saves a lot of time whenever you take the few minutes in real time to set it aside, name it, and come back to it later. You know, so later on, you know, SABA taught me, you know, that it's ma'at, because I was like, you know, this is like OCD level organization. And he was like, well, that's what ma'at is, which again, it shows, you know, how much of the matrix begins to take, you know, how intricate and detailed something can be, and apply a disorder to it, instead of utilizing that in a way to assist you in your daily walk. So yeah, it's a beautiful thing. It's very magical. It's extremely magical. And a lot of times at the completion, I'll go back through as I'm teaching, and it's the first time me re-listening to it. I won't even practice it, and then sometimes it's like I'm talking to myself for in the future. So I don't even remember that I actually put that in there, and I'm like, oh man, I just taught myself something from something that I was teaching you all. So
Yes.
it's very magical.
Yeah, it is very magical. I've experienced a lot of that, Hecka. You know, my power has been cut off in the middle of, you know, doing classes and presentations. I've had giant spiders come visit me in the middle of time stamping. You know, the whole thing with Egyptian Lover, that was a very magical experience in itself. And I could just imagine what SABA and what you might experience while you're dealing with this high level of magic. But that's very beautiful that you acknowledge that it comes back to Ma'at. You know, we put everything on the Makait, and just that let it do its magic. And we go where we're called, and that way none of it feels forced. Everything feels very natural, and I appreciate that because it shows through your teachings. It shows through SABA's teaching. It's very flow, very natural. It's nothing is forced at all. And like you said, just, you know, when others are looking at the information, just, you know, just go where your energy calls you. Document it and then come back and revisit it. and because you don't have to know everything. You just have to know what you're supposed to know at that moment, and your ka and your ku will just teach you it'll just show you the rest. You just walk the path.
Absolutely, 1000% correct. That's directly on point. Let's read this comment from Sherry Ka Akira, who says, "Very nefer for the vibrations of this podcast to carry over back-to-back days with Sunday study sessions. It powerfully sets our week within the matrix to in and tone in." Yes, Tua Sherry Ka, always nefer medu. And we have Brother Heck, who says, "Greetings, I practice 21 divisions. I'm new to this channel." Well, welcome, Brother Heck. Being that you're new here, if you want to, when you go back and you watch the podcast, the Tehuti Podclass is built on a reciprocity system, and I put the links at the top of the chat. So if you ever come across a question that you want to ask the Great Saba Tehuti, and you see these are hour and a half, 2 hour classes on questions that each of the those who inquire have. So if you ever have a question you want the Great Saba Tehuti to answer in the way that he does, just utilize the links that are in the bio or at the top of the chat, Cash App or PayPal, and send in your question, and we'll love to have a class breakdown and build up on it. So Tua and welcome. Okay, let's see here. Let me put these links in the chat again, because I want you all. I'll be saying this every break, because they're just like Brother Heck, who says he's new coming in. We also have social platforms. I want you all to follow us on these platforms: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. We are just beginning our journey in producing content for these channels, but we have a wonderful Nefer social media team who does a fantastic job with taking our content and creating small form videos for these social platforms where the attention span is real short. So we're going to build the bridge from there to here. So everyone follow those social platforms. Okay, Brother Heck says, respectfully, who is Saba? Oh, that's a great question. Right now, if you look to my my left, I think it's reversed for me over here. You see his screen's off. He's going to come on the screen at any moment. His name is Tehuti Saba. Saba, which is the meta word for a doorway. And it also is the same word for a teacher and student. So he is the Saba, which of course are he is our doorway. So the great brother, one of our great brothers, Minku Ara Mary Ma'at, he named a annual gathering that we have, a physical gathering that we have. He calls it the Pathways to Awakening. And Saba Tehuti is the one who allows for that to happen, because in the way that he teaches us here in this podcast. So when you go back and you watch this class, okay, you will learn very quickly. So Tua for being here, Tua for being new, and looking forward to any questions that you may bring forth to Saba Tehuti and the podcast. So Hotep, welcome back, Great Saba.
Hey, peace and love. Welcome. Glad to be back. Heard some of the beautiful words that was said by you all while I was on my extended break. So I'm just gonna. I need to recover. Peace and love to everybody. All the new people in the chat. I can't see what's in the chat, but I heard you talking to somebody. Somebody new. Peace and love to all the new people and all the great supporters. And we're going to now go off back into the great supporters. This phone is recording every word I'm saying, so let me fix this. This phone is recording my words here, so let me go ahead and boom, boom, and cut and take it off that. Okay. Shout out to all the great supporters, all the great people, and everybody who is learning and learned today from this wonderful guidance. And to the netter energy, which I give to and praise to every morning for allowing this frequency to take place. So here we go. We're going to continue on. That was primordial thought. So on to the great supporters. We have the wonderful, beautiful, supportive Bella. Every podcast is supporting. She supports outside of the podcast. In the podcast, she supports in multitudes of different ways. Constantly checks on myself. Constantly sends beautiful messages and several different things. So this young lady here, her and Sherika are definitely at the top. What do you want? Top supporters, female supporters, as far as financial, with just the consistency of the large support. And as far as consistency, I would say all the young ladies that come to the panel, Sherika used to come, but she has different reasons, but all the young ladies that come to the panel are actually all consistent supporters. Everybody, Menti, Gabriella, Shashayat, everyone is actually very much consistent, and I love consistency. Shout out to, I want some big noise. Where's Nefer Kepret with the buttons on top of buttons? Somebody read that, Menti. Can you read that for me, please? And we're going to give this beautiful young lady some monster noise, please. Scribe, Nefer Kepret,
Sure.
Press the buttons. What did it say, Menti?
$72 for the lovely SABA and the lovely Natert.
Yeah, man, one of my turtles over there shaking, shaking to it. What do you call it? Shaking dance. Okay. Scribe, are you there? Or Nefer Kepret, give some big noise, a couple transformers, and all of the above.
Humans have asked us to play by their rule.
Yo, let's go.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Push the button.
What's that? Push the button? I don't know what's happening. Never Kipper's going crazy. Crazy on the draw. We got new noise. Push the button. Shout out to the DJ noisemakers, Nefer Kepret and Scribe. Shout out to Bella for the beautiful support, and shout out to Minty Hotep for being my eyes tonight. Reading that, she's my I'm 4-eyed tonight. She's the eyes on the other side. Thank you so much, Minty. And now yes, wonderful. And now on to this brother here who said he's gonna support tomorrow or next week, but it looks like all of his support I see a bunch of support today. So shout out to this brother here. He said he'll send his support in for this class next week, but I'm seeing a lot happening right now, so let me see if I can get to it. So first off, here's one of them. We're just gonna give this brother some big noise because he's he has about 3 or 4 supports in here, and they're adding up to they're large in the add up when you add them up, and one of them is actually large by itself. So the good brother, where is he? None other than the one and only Nook Punuk. Let me put him on the screen with his great Nook Punuk with 999. And Minty, go ahead and read that for us, please.
Sure. $9.99 for Kes, Naturt, Nania Setmer. May you read long email to Saba, and then there's a feather.
Because he sends me he says Nook Punuk sends me long emails, and I tell him I can't read the black and white. I can read the PODCLAS with the great pretty neon colors, but I can't read the long black and white emails for a while, and the computer screen is bothering my eyes. So I guess he's asking you to read it. Go ahead and give Nook Punuk some noise for being creative. That's an idea, and then he can read it. Shout out to Nook Punuk. Appreciate you. There's an idea. If I get a long email and Nana's around, she can read it. There we go. But I can't read these. I can't read them. They're my eyes are just not for the black and white. The computer screen. Teaching PODCLASSes for 10 hours and putting them together for hours. My eyes are finished with this. Okay, now Nook Punuk comes with the large. This is the largest donation I've seen from Nook Punuk. I look forward to Minty for reading this one. Get ready, Nefri Keperet and Scribe, who's ever's on the keyboards. Give some big noise to this brother right here, who said he's going to be supporting tomorrow or this week, and he's already sent. He's sending them. He's sending a lot right now. So shout out to Nook Punuk. $50 from Nook Punuk. Go ahead and read that for me, Minty, please.
Sure. $50 for Kes, Saba, eye drop for eye health. Link email to Kes for Saba, eye drop for eye health. Link email.
Okay. Give him some big. I have an idea what this is about. I have an idea what this is about. Give him some big noise. Nefri Keperet, Transformers, and all those noises that you make. Everything.
You see, that's how it's done.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
What's that? The who? The Loa. Shout out to you. And so I have an idea that I'm going to go into my emails and see an email from the good brother on something for my eyes, because last time he's the one that gave me the eye bright, and then I did the whole class on the repair of the eye and put his eye bright reference in the class. So he's I used the eye bright seemed to help. So now he's talking about and I've been looking for some natural eye drops or something like that. So I will definitely scroll back up in the emails and look for that Nook Punuk, and I'll get Nania Setmer to read that whenever that shows up. Okay, is anything on the screen, Minty, right now? Is anything screen sharing?
There's nothing screen shared. It's just the 5 boxes.
Okay, good. Okay, and next up we have who is next? Let me scroll down and see. The next supporter for the House of ATTON Tehuti Podclass is none other than, of course, Anu and Antu, who sends a tip for. I'll get Minty to read this. And make him up big screen. Tip. Okay, go ahead, Minty. When you see that pop up on the screen, go ahead and read that for us, please. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. So Anu and Antu, $22 for Tua Mary Saba, tip for incense goddess.
Okay, give him a nice clap.
Fire.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's more, Minty. What'd you say?
Yeah, then there's a key, a door, and a fire.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead and I'll give him some noise for that, Annie. Give him some.
Yes, Nefer Keperet and the Upesh.
Oh my goodness, she lasted a while though. She lasted a while. Let me see. I want to see some scribe. Tip Baron. Okay, there, scribe. That's okay. Let me take this off. Does she just like fall out? Like, is she working the buns with you? Then she just falls out right there. Or she officially like goes to bed.
Fall out. Like, all right, go ahead and go to bed. It's okay.
Okay, good. I don't want to fall asleep on the keyboards like that. Okay, all right, wonderful.
Start going off.
What'd you say?
Won't fall over and all the buttons just go crazy.
Yeah, shout out to Never Keperet. She did her best, and enjoy your sleep, and hope you have some good out of body. Okay, next up for the donation support is the same family, the same two, back to back. Let's give them some big noise. And they gave a tip for the Baron Samedi build up. Give some big noise to Anu and Antu again. That's wonderful. Back to back right there. That's beautiful. And Stephen E is also just wow. Which one is it? What is this for now? Oh, this is for. Okay, let me put this on the screen. Shout out to Stephen E, who has made a donation for the Mendnetter class. Give him a clap. Please. Inscribe, read off that for me, please.
It says Mendnetter class 14.
Okay, Stephen E, Mendnetter class 14. Are you in the room, Stephen E? I'm trying to see if this can go out to you.
I'm here on the panel.
Oh, you're on the panel. Okay, wonderful. Because I can't see the panel. No, because I'm on a different board. I'm on a different yeah, no, I can see it. Just I'm not going blind. I just I'm looking for Mendnetter class 14.
I just sent it to you.
Okay, thank you. That speeds things up. My classes go 1, 8, 65, 10, 3. Okay, so here we go. Scribe has them in nice order. He's the organizer. Okay, Stephen E, you should have it right now. Shout out to Stephen E. Appreciate your consistent supports in everything. You support every single thing there is in the House of Attend. I can't think of not anything that you're not involved in. I'm going to put men in a class. So thank you, Stephen E. You are very, very appreciative, and you aren't. I see you in the Sunday classes. You're in the pathways. You're in the men classes. You're here. You're everything that has to do with this. You're in it.
To SABA. Yes, it's my pleasure to be a part of everything.
Wonderful. Oh, what's the last thing you said?
I received the email too.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, and okay, I have somebody and they're anonymous. I don't know how anonymous, so I'm not even gonna read it. Some people anonymously support and they don't even may not even want the support read at all. Some are anonymous and just want the support read but not their name, so it wasn't specified. So what is this? Great. Perfect. Rest of the month, I'll be available to pick them as soon as I. One second. Okay, let me delete this and get to the rest of the. Any more donations? Any more support going downwards? Let me see. Any more support going downwards? What is this? Wait a minute. Okay, let me just read them off. Okay. Next up is oh, VRI. Okay, got you. I see what happened. The screen the email screen split. Okay. Shout out to the good brother VRI. Let me go ahead and put this up on the screen and give him his noise, give him his acknowledgement. And 80 Thieves, and go ahead, Minty, and read that for me, please.
Sure. 80 Thieves sent you $20 to for all you do, Saba, Tehuti, and Hotep Rock.
$80 Thieves. That's
Oh, he said 18.
Oh wow, there's more down. Okay, I'm on the next page. I see what's happening here. Okay, thank you. Did we give him some noise for that already?
No.
Okay, 49 tip turtle. What's on the screen right now? That's 80 Thieves on the screen. Let me see something here. Yeah, 80 Thieves on the screen, and it's is it two for all you?
Yes,
Okay.
the PayPal is on the screen.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the next person who gave a tip for the dream class and for the turtle, when the turtle came out, is who's this? Caleb Streklow, $11 for Dream Turtle Upesh. That happened on February 24th, 2024. Class, give him a hand clap, please. A tip for the turtle. Okay, next is Jeffy sent. I don't see Jeffy. I don't see what he sent. Jeffy, I see an email that said you sent for the health, the diet plan. I'm gonna keep scrolling through. I don't see the actual fund sent, but I'll keep scrolling up. Shout out to this person right here who is always we keep this person anonymous, but I will read what I'll read what the person said, and I'll show the support. So shout out to this anonymous person right here who says, so first of all, $30. Give this person some noise, please. Give this person some noise, please. And I'll put okay, I see what I can do. I can do this. I can take off the I can clip the comment and clip off their name. 50A. Okay, and the person sent this message. I'm gonna clip their name is clipped off. I'm gonna send them this message. I'm gonna read their message, and the message is okay, I can see this one big. Tua to my great SABA Tehuti. Thank you, Anonymous. Appreciate you. You are excellent, and you are very, very consistent all the way from a long time ago. Okay, let me see. What is this? Wait. I sent $100 to get the health diet plan started right now. Somebody sent. Wait, this is you, Jeffy? Jeffy, you're in incredible shape. What? Wait, hold on. Oh, wait. Hold on. Maybe this is. Maybe something. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. You sent me okay, Jeffy. I see. The first picture he sent. I thought they said this is me, and the person was like, I'm like, I can't do anything for you. I can't. There's no health plan that can help you. This person looks like they can climb walls. So Jeffy, if you're listening, I got your emails. Of the picture, I guess this is the goal. This must be the goal picture because this person's in app. This person must be like 7% body fat. So I'm gonna go ahead and I don't see the money for the I don't see the money for the diet plan, but I will keep scrolling up. Maybe it's somewhere else. Okay, Jeffy. Oh, shout out to Lavina Davis. Yeah, the donations are as long as the answers. The love is incredible. Shout out to Lavina. Or just Lavina. So Jeffy, if you can hear me, send me an email with a clip of the Cash App or however you sent it. But shout out to Lavina for $5. I appreciate you, Lavina. She's becoming a consistent supporter as well. Oh, Felix Botanica. Okay, sorry, that's sorry, that's the Voodoo shop. Wait a minute, that's not the right one. Okay, there is. Are you Jeffrey Figueroa? There it is. I see it. I have you. I have you, Jeff. Here, I have you now. Under Figueroa. Okay, so we're gonna have a shout out to this brother right here, who actually is gonna get a health diet plan consultation diet plan set up from me and possible consultation. So I'm gonna put here. Oh wow! Oh my goodness! Yeah. So I'm 52. So here at the Tehuti Podclass, we in the House of ATTON, people are enhanced in all their aspects of biological imperative. So just like you can send in questions on from the World Trade Center to out of body to boron Samedi to time changes to the Houston press conference on UFOs to religions in Africa to the Medu Netter, you can also send in for diet plans. So here's a health plan. Give some big noise to Jeffrey Figueroa, who sent in for a diet plan and sent me his before pictures and his goal pictures. Give him some noise, please. Okay, I see him. Stop. I see Jeffrey. I see what's going on. Okay. You sent an email. Is anything on the screen? I don't have Jeffrey on the screen, do I?
No.
No, it's just us. 5 boxes on the screen.
Okay, good. Jeffrey Diet 1. So that's his thank you for being detailed, Jeffrey, and definitely sending me images of what your goal is. And this goal is very attainable, and we will work on it. You just have to put in some hard work. Sometimes people send me these images from Instagram. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell what these people are taking or composed of. So it's hard. I mean, it's hard to tell. But these images here seem to be very attainable with extreme proper diet and discipline. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to get you to this. This is I say this can be gotten down to this in about a little over a year, maybe a year. 52. Oh, 50. Sorry, everybody. Hold on. 52. Oh, no, I don't. I don't want to overwrite. 52.3. Okay, there you go. You are all saved, Jeffrey. You are put in the file. Wonderful. Let's move on. Those bodies you sent are really good. Okay, Sherry Kai, got your adoration. Thank you. And who's this? Hotep Brother Tehuti Tua for outstanding breakdown of the red, blue. Oh, wonderful. Here we go. Okay, this is an interesting one. Interesting format. This is coming in. Shout out to this brother here, Christopher Blanchard. Tip for flag. He saw the wait. Hold on a second. Hold on. Is Christopher Blanchard? Is that who I think it is? Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me scroll down. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna hold on that one right now. I'm gonna hold on that one right now until I figure out something. Let me figure out something. Hold off on that one. Oh, okay. Let me Cash App. Okay, we gotta delete all this. Okay, here it is. A Tefram Kim Ma'at. Oh, these support donations are you all are really Really appreciative of what it is that I do. Okay, what number is this? Okay, shout out to Atef from Kemaat. Here it is. Here's the one. Here it is. Shout out to you. We're gonna give him some noise because he already gave a tip before this, and both of them equal well over $20. So we're gonna give him a clap for this. Let me see if this is already on here. Yes, it is. Okay, shout out to Atef from Kemaat. Figure that situation out. Here we go. And it's not showing. Very strange, everybody. Hold on. Oh, I see what it's doing. Cancel. Okay. Shout out to Atef from Kemaat. Let me try this one more time. And there it is. All right, give him a hand clap, please. Atef from Kemaat. Give him a hand clap. Please, shout out, peace and love to you. Give him a hand clap. Is Anu and Antu still awake? They're probably gone in the Apesh round. Okay. Okay, next donation here, support is we have I have an email from Fix. I like to order some of the books and okay. Let me respond to this. Cash App or PayPal, they will come within hours. Okay, shout out to Fix. I got your email and you responded to. There you go. Boom. Okay, now next up here, let me scroll. Okay, good. We're getting down to the last. We're getting down to the last. Here he is. We're getting down to the last. Let me go ahead and press inbox. And we got okay, we're getting down to the last. Here we go. Christian. Okay. And this is from Christian. I'm gonna get Minty to read this. I'm trying to read it. I don't quite understand what I'm reading, and I'm gonna give my eyes a rest. So, Minty Holt, I'm gonna put this on the screen. Can you read it for me, please?
Sure, Saba.
We're going at 11 hours again. Here we go. Go ahead and read that for me, please. See what you can make of that. It's hard for me to make that out.
10:08 for the Blue Bridge. 8H Red Spear.
Spider. I see Spider. There it is.
Oh, okay. Red Spider. Consort X over BS.
Okay, I can see it.
My eyes are crossing too.
Oh no, Cornerstone. Okay, I see it.
Yeah, Cornerstone X over BS.
I'm just gonna put this as a tip for the Baron class. 56. Tip Baron. Shout out to you, Christian. Shout out to you, Christian. And that's a tip, so give him a hand clap, please. Okay, I'm gonna put you here, okay? Just for a moment, I need to free my hands. Okay, and the next one is this is a brother who gave a large donation for the dog question. Now he's giving another tip for this for this so I was gonna put tip for the information in this class. So we're gonna go ahead and give him some noise, and his name is none other than the one and only. Oh, this thing is whoa. There we go. The one and only Mark Strumble. Give him some noise, please. Give him some noise. 888. That's definitely for the class that I broke down the number 8 and H. Shout out to you, Mark Strumble. Another new time, but a very good supporter. And Christian Gofeld, I'm thankful for this opportunity to learn. Okay, Christian Gomez sent me a nice message, and I responded back. Wonderful. Excellent, Christian Gomez. And I think, is that it for the night? Oh, Primordial Thought. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we have, let's see what the primordial question is. So first of all, we're going to give a big noise to Primordial. The question is not in the Cash App. He actually emailed the question, so I'm going to go ahead and read. I'm going to get Minty to just read the Cash App, then we'll go ahead and read the email. Oh, Minty. Sorry, Minty's eyes are kind of crossing.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to get let's see if Ox Effect can be my reader. Ox Effect, go ahead and read that for me, please, if you can. Ooh.
$25 for question in the Gmail with Black Fist, Sun, and the Black Heart.
Okay, good. And I'm gonna definitely somebody's gonna read this right now, Steve. Somebody's gonna have to read this because this, please. This is a long thing here. Let me go ahead and. Where's Primordial in the room?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay, perfect. Primordial, could you read this for me, please? I'm going to put this up on the screen since you would understand what you're asking more than anyone, and looks like you sent me a book to read or a paragraph or something, but you go ahead and read it off for us, good brother. What does that say?
Can I be heard? Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay. Yes, this is in the literature of the ancient Egypt, page 94. The Neter Bibon told Pre-Herakuti, your shrine is vacant. This was clearly the worst thing one Neter could say to another, the feeling of never being remembered. Can you please do a class on this, great SABA Tehuti? I know this will inspire others to create and be remembered. So then that was just a paragraph of what happened. So I just kind of want to throw that in there.
Okay, and okay, from March 2 4. Okay. Wonderful. And is the question is in there, right? You read, is the question in there and the book reference is in there, what you read?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful, everybody. Oh, okay, so it looks like that is it. Let me go ahead and refresh the Gmails. We can close the class up. It looks like that is the questions for the night. What's this? Oh no, is there one more? Who's this? There's one more. And Scribe, you can sort this out for me if you can see this. I don't have them arranged by date like this, but Meta. Okay, we're gonna give some big noise to VRI, and VRI sent this right here, and go ahead, Stephen E. Read that for me, please.
8 Thieves sent you $20 for Medu class recording 2023 November 6th. Medu sleep affirmation class Tua.
Okay, good. Scribe, if you can arrange that for me, my my classes aren't they're not arranged by the dates. Is Scribe even here?
Yes, I'm here and I'm sending it to you now. I just sent it.
Okay, thank you. Can you give him some noise for this? Give him some hand claps. Thank you. Wonderful, everyone. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Oh, this one. Yes. Okay, VRI, if you're in the room, check your emails. You should have that. You should have that now. Okay, that is it, everybody. I'm scrolling down, down, down. I think I have covered everyone. It looks like it. Everything has been covered. Now we can close up the Tehuti Podclass, peace and love. And we're going to go ahead and go through each person to give a little bit of closing, and then we'll close it out. Starting with Annie. Go ahead, good brother Annie. I'll come off the screen for a moment, but I can still hear you.
Okay, Hotep Ma'at, everyone. Peace and love. To all the great supporters who send in reciprocity and help support SABA Tehuti in the House of ATTON. And for those of you all who ask questions, so we can continue to receive these pod classes. Hinu to the great SABA Tehuti for being who he is and for being a living representation of the Natiru and giving us a daily example as to what it means to be a netter. So to our Hinu, great SABA Tehuti, for everything that you are doing and everything that you have done that have led you to be who you are today and to be here, right here with us as our SABA. So Tua for that. Hinu to all the great the Kuru, the members of the House of ATTON. We truly love and appreciate each and every one of you. Be sure you all join us later on this evening.
This evening. Already the next day. Oh gosh.
Yes. House of ATTON YouTube. And I'll be going into some beautiful magic hekau, first eye magic. So looking forward to presenting this to you all. It's going to be fun. So be sure you all are tuned in. Have a fantastic Nefer night, Nefer Upesh, Nefer Rezi. And may you all rise in power when you rise. So with that, Sakim M. Arit, Radar Ka'a, Semu Hatu Natiru, Pert Int Hetep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in peace.
Beautiful opening and closing. And also, Nook Panuk Panuk, if you are listening, I don't know if you send me an email on the iDrop thing or links. I did not receive anything yet, so maybe go ahead and resend that. I haven't received any email on from you on iDrops or anything like that. If you did send that, okay. Beautiful, Annie. Wonderful, wonderful words as usual. Thank you for that. You are great, and the movement is moving in the way that it is because you are here. So I can trust that the movement is fine because of what you're doing. When you say the website is down and you're doing these different things, I don't even think about it. I literally don't even think about it because I know that when it comes up or whatever happens, it's going to be perfect. So you literally take the extra thoughts and stress that I could be involved in, you take it away from you, which is very helpful to me to take care of the PODCLAS answers. I can't even see myself running a website right now. So thank you for that. You're doing great.
To our great Saba. Henu to you.
Yes. And on to Minty. Minty hanging in there, staying up cross-eyed. Give us a great closing, please.
Yes, and to a SABA in closing, I'll say Hotep Henu, Mary Kes, Ma'at Heru, to SABA Tehuti, to the Natiru, for everyone that sticks with us through this journey. This is not conventional information that we're being guided and fed here every week. So just for everyone out there, just continue to do your part. For the supporters, I have supreme gratitude for the support that you show our SABA Tehuti, so he's able to bring this information to the public. And I will see everybody tomorrow at the House of Atten at 3:30. Nefer Upesh.
Nefer Upesh, definitely wonderful. Minty, you are a key figure in the House of Atten. You are a wanted figure. So you are needed and wanted here in the House of Atten, and you do an excellent job at what you do. Even when you are trying to figure it out as you're doing it, you find a way to get it done. In the end, it gets done, which is wonderful. So, and Tua again for all the rat help and connection. It's very interesting because months ago I was gonna get you, I think you wholesale rats or something, where I was gonna pick up rats from and then meet with you somewhere closer, and then it ended up switching where you found the rat connection, and it's just a beautiful thing. Who would have known that you would have found someone as advanced as that in that world that you're not even familiar with, that you already knew.
I learned so much in the past 48 hours in the realm of feeders. It's a whole other language that I'm learning. So I'll add that into my metanetter and my kunea, and all of these things that I'm learning. It's a very beautiful process.
Wonderful, thank you, Minty. And on to Stephen E, who look like you're in a shadow. The background looks bright, but you look like you're in the shadow realm.
Trying to get some more melanin, Saba. So.
Trying to get some more melanin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We said it's adding up?
I can't have enough.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Borrow some from Menkora. He has some to loan.
Right. I'll have to ask him. This is definitely expensive. I remember when Tef was doing those classes and showed us how much a jar of melanin was on the market.
Wow. Oh man. How much was it again? How much is a jar of melanin?
It was like over $200-300, like an ounce, I believe, or something.
Oh my goodness. Man.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and give us a great closing, my great calm brother.
Henu Saba, Henu to everyone on the panel, Henu to the chat. Thank you for bringing us another wonderful class. I always enjoy learning from you and being around your energy and everyone, the beautiful people that are part of this House of ATTON, and also being a part of the House of ATTON. Without this and without you, Saba, I would not be where I am at now, which is a lot better place than I was previously. And,
okay.
Yes, yes. And you definitely changed my life, and I'm grateful for that. And I continue to change my life for the better and look forward to what I can bring forth for myself and for the people around me. So to us, Saba, to you, and Henu, Hotep, Mary, peace and love.
Nini Ugg, beautiful, beautiful words, and I'm very happy to have played a role in changing the life. Information, knowledge, and guidance is irrelevant if your conscious and unconscious life is not changing, or if it's changing and you're not even aware to recognize it, to appreciate the change. So thank you for having the openness to change yourself. I guide, I open the door, and only you have the patience to change yourself. You could have been stubborn and not learned, and so you played your role in changing yourself, and I appreciate that, because of that you'll be a better man for the future female children, females, friends, and a better inspiration for people. So you're doing great, brother.
Tua.
Nini Uk. And on to Primordial. Primordial, you've had some interesting faces tonight. I don't know what's going on there. You look like you're in deep thought. I don't know if you're in inner battle, winning the battle, losing the battle. What's going on? You look like you've been to 5 planets and back. I don't know what's happening. Everything okay, man? You working good?
Yeah, everything's wonderful. So I love to soak in the words everybody speak. Sometimes when I look at the screen, there's so many different things going on, people moving around. So it makes me lose concentration on what is actually being said. So that's why you always see me looking in the distance, because I'm just trying to soak in the words. So
nice.
Peace and love to you, Saba.
What'd you say? You said, what about pizza slice? What'd you say?
I said peace and love.
Oh, peace and love.
Peace and love to you, Saba. Appreciate you for all that you do. Thank you for your discipline and your consistency in Ma'at. To your Naturts for supporting your the Jed. It's very important for someone like you to have a peace of mind with your Naturts as you handle and leading and guiding your household in Ma'at. So for them to support you and take care of the things that you don't have to worry about, that's love right there. So peace to them. Peace to everybody on the chat, everybody that's on the panel. May Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at. And may you rise and come forth as conscious light like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore in Ma'at. Hotep.
Beautiful. And what's the last word you said?
Hotep.
Hotep, beautiful. Hey, Scribe, when did the music change? I never even noticed until just now. Where the Baron Samedi music goes. It sounds like I found myself dancing, and I'm like, why am I dancing? The creepy music.
After you took your break and Ox Effect was speaking, I'm like, well, let's up the energy a little bit so we can stay here. So yes.
What'd you say about stay here? What'd you say?
So we don't stay in the spooky while he's speaking.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, let me change it up a little bit.
Okay, nice, wonderful. Okay, everybody, wonderful. Peace and love to everyone in the chat. I can't see all the new names and different people that are speaking. The chat is a little blurry to me right now. I'm gonna go rest my eyes, and this is a wonderful thing. The Tehuti Podclass, House of ATTON, everyone who participated in this 11-hour journey every week is an 11-hour journey. This is the only place that this is happening, the House of ATTON. This is a beautiful thing. We're going to go ahead and say the affirmation, and then I'm going to come on big screen, and we're going to close it out. I'm going to close it out. So I'm going to put the affirmation on the screen. We can all say it together. We'll start on, let me move this from the screen, the ticker that's in the way. Okay, everybody, we'll start at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki ma'at, un-ns, nin-tet aset and ma'at, min habapet and ma'at, her and hu kiui, her ikut. I live from ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Wonderful. Okay, beautiful family. I will see you or hear you in the background tomorrow. Who's doing the class tomorrow? Is it you, Annie? You're doing it?
Yes.
Okay. I will have it playing in the background, back and forth, and listen in. And I want to go big screen now. Peace and love to Annie. Much love. Peace and love to you, Minty, Ox Effect, Primordial. Never kept her in the background sleeping. Gabriel Lopez in the back sleeping, and Minty Otep's son, wherever he is, and shout out to everybody. Okay, everyone. What another beautiful, excellent, wonderful Tehuti Podclass, House of ATTON. This one was very special to me, and the question was very special, and I'm glad this could get cleared up. You see the Vive of Baron Samedi there on the hat, covered by the large spider, Order M, the 8-legged direction. It's been a wonderful class. Go ahead and watch it on repeat and repeat. I dropped a lot of extra things that were not even a part of the class. One answer was 1 hour and 38 minutes. One answer was 2 hours. I will honestly say I don't recognize or think that this is happening anywhere else on the internet. 2-hour answers, 1 hour and 30 answers, jam-packed. Not with opinion, but jam-packed with actual information and guidance and mind-blowing guidance, things that make you question your reality, because this is the matrix that we are in. This is absolutely wonderful. This is Nakash, representing the black and red colors of Baron Samedi. Again, the black and the red. We are the House of ATTON, and that is Or-Am. The Cobra's in there resting. Peace and love, everybody. I know that you all already know the support, but just in case those are just tuning in, at the very end, after 11 hours, there's the support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. You all are excellent and wonderful. Those new people that are here, the books are Melanin Dark Consciousness and Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can inquire about those with the same email that you can inquire about getting the Metanetter Magic classes, teaching you ritual and practice from the Metanetter and all to work and out of body and immortality and many different things, telepathy and all type of things that are discussed that I will not teach here at the podcast, but you can order them and receive these. They're 3-hour classes each. And the vibration is amazing. It's good to fall asleep to them. Okay, everybody, peace and love. This has been another excellent Tehuti Podclass. You all have been beautiful. Without you all, this would not happen. Shout out and much respect to the moderators, Nania Set Mur, Unki Ma'at, Pata, Ani Pata Aten Tehuti, and Atef, I'll put it back on, and Atef Ram Kem Ma'at. You all are wonderful. Peace and love, you all. And I will catch you all on the next show. Peace and love.
I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first 101, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. The Jed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. So I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.